Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to start a new series, What If Fem Deku Fell in Love with Shigaraki. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Men are not all made equal. Izumi Midoriya had to learn that lesson the hard way. Nothing had gone right since she was told she was quirkless. Katsuki Bakugo, her purported best friend, essentially deserted her. Even worse, he started torturing her. Even her mother, whom she cherished above all else, only felt sorry for her daughter. She relived the memory of that day. After visiting the doctor, they discovered that she was quirkless due to an extra bone or something. Izumi had watched old All Might videos in her room for the rest of the day. Her mom came in to see how she was doing. Izumi, her daughter was crying, but she had a pitying expression on her face. All Izumi could do was turn to face her and gesture at the screen. As she wanted to cry, the words began to catch in her throat. Look, Mom. Look at how many people he can save. Mom, can I be a hero like All Might? It was Inko's turn to start crying now. She rushed up and gave her daughter a hug while repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. She detested having to apologize rather than reassure her daughter. All the wishing in the world couldn't grant her a quirk, but she wished she could do more to help her upset little girl. She was only able to support her. Today, Izumi was traveling by her usual route to school. She was fortunate enough to witness some heroes battling a villain with a gigantification quirk. The girl wanted to be a hero even though she had no peculiarities. Izumi took thorough notes on every kind of hero, including their peculiarities, signature moves, and everything else, to compensate for her own disadvantage. Well, she was just a fangirl who was obsessed with heroes. Nevertheless, she found the more recent heroes at work to be impressive. Just as Kamui Woods was about to use his trademark move to wrap things up, MT. Lady interrupted. Izumi hurriedly took notes and headed over to Aldera Jr. Elevated. Her teacher pulled out a stack of papers as the school day came to an end. He threw the papers back carelessly, saying, It's about time to consider your futures, but knowing all of you, you all just want to be heroes. The class cheered, and some students even displayed their minor eccentricities. The instructor went on. 2 of you are even planning on signing up for UA. Katsuki Bakugo, no surprise there. And also, Izumi Midoriya. The students turned to her, some incredulously, others with pitying expressions. However, one gave her a fierce look. Not surprisingly, the class erupted in laughter, further ridiculing her dream. However, Bakugo was as blatant as ever when he threw an explosion close to Izumi, making her recoil and topple over. Seriously, Usagi, when the hell are you gonna learn? Unlike these shitty extras, you don't even have the ability to do anything. You're useless, and you always will be. The same old, since their early childhood. He no longer considered her a friend after discovering that she was quirkless. She was no longer his equal. Instead, he treated her as though he owned her, treating her more like a scared little rabbit in need of his protection. That's why he gave her a small moniker. The Japanese word for rabbit is usagi. She even thought the animal was cute at one point, and her hairstyle at the time gave her the appearance of having rabbit ears. However, it was only ever used to denigrate her after that day. She was still afraid of him and his violent outbursts. Well, yeah, I'm serious. Naturally, nobody intervened to stop him, not even the instructor. She detested it. I'll never know unless I try. The bell rang, and everyone started to leave, including the teacher. Get real. There's no way someone as weak as you could ever get into UA. You can't fight villains without a quirk of your own. Know your place. Using this opportunity, Bakugo stole Izumi's notebook from the desk. He became even more irate as he turned through it, observing her constant attempts to outdo him. To his friend's dismay, he blew up the notebook with his quirk and threw it out the open window. You'll never be a hero, damn rabbit. But hey, there is a way you can get a quirk, you know. Wait, really, there is. Yeah, just wish for better luck in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. How could he be so ruthless? This was not the proper behavior for a hero. And yet, one of Bakugo's henchmen snickered at her, saying, Look, she's about to cry. How pathetic. She was bullied with him since she was a child by the same 2 children who followed him like she did. Izumi remained on the ground as Bakugo turned to go, saying, Whatever. He turned to Izumi and sneered at her, saying, Let's go. I wanna hit the arcade. Hurry up. Give up already, Usagi. I'll always be better than you. Izumi wiped away her tears and suppressed a sniffle as she got up from the floor after he had gone, heading to the front fountain to retrieve her damaged notebook. It was still readable despite being damp and burned, with some spots charred. Thankful that years of observation had not been in vain, she held it for a moment. In an attempt to calm herself, she began walking home, choosing a more picturesque route. She did not wish for her mother to be concerned about her. Izumi began to vent her frustrations, stopping just under a bridge, and said, "Stupid." She started to cry once more. "Stupid Kachan. Why do you hate me? How can you say things like that? It's not fair." She was about to resume walking after wiping her face when a manhole cover was moved behind her. Izumi turned to see a hideous-looking sludge grinning eerily. "Man, must be my lucky day. What a cute little shield." The sludge villain jumped into her as she opened her mouth to scream. "Easy now, this'll only take about 45 seconds. Sorry cutie, but I need a place to hide." Never expected him to show up in such a small town, damn it. Who was this villain referring to? A hero. Izumi wished she could be saved right now by a hero. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to defeat the sludge villain. She was unable to grasp him, and her hands went straight through him. Her pointless struggle was mocked by the villain. The lack of oxygen caused her lungs to burn. Why did this have to happen? What have I done to deserve this? She asked herself. I don't want to die. Someone, anyone, please, save me. Despite her blurry vision, she could clearly see the shadowed figure emerge from the sewer. Before she knew it, Izumi was being patted on the side of her head. She must have fainted. The voice said, "Hey kid. Young lady, are you all right?" That's correct. When Izumi opened her eyes, her idol was staring at her. Thank goodness. I was starting to get a little worried there. The man who had inspired her and Bakugo as children was there, in person. All Might. As she began to panic, her inner fangirl went into overdrive. He was right here. The emblem of harmony. She was limited to stuttering and talking incoherently. She took out her notebook and began to ask for his signature, only to find it already there. She let out a happy squeak. He shook a large bottle of soda containing the sludge villain and said, "Alrighty then. I'd better turn this one over to the police." He turned back to her as he got ready to take off. "Stay safe, young lady." "Wait, All Might." He leapt before she could extricate any more, and the shockwave knocked her to the ground. She was in disbelief. She acted like a babbling fangirl the entire time, even though her idol was right in front of her. "I didn't even. No, he's a busy guy. He's got people to save. He can't just stop for everyone wanting to talk to him." She defended herself. Even without a quirk, she was determined to ask him if she could become a hero. She had no idea that another adolescent wearing a black hoodie was standing there and observing everything. He angrily scratched at his neck. HMPH, what a hypocrite. Izumi looked over at the stranger. He appeared disheveled, exhausted, and in dire need of a chapstick. The #1 hero. Yet he couldn't even be bothered to ensure your state of mind. He only took care of the surface-level problem. The boy picked up the notebook that Izumi had dropped, taking care not to touch it with all 5 of his fingers. When it was opened, a surprisingly large amount of information was found, all of it well structured and detailed. Hey, give that back. He could see it. Yeah, just a sec. This girl might be helpful. He wasn't sure yet if he was a party member or an NPC. However, he could tell she was in pain. You really like heroes that much? Of course, heroes keep people safe and give them hope. Didn't look like it to me. Well, he was right. She was disappointed and a little miffed that she couldn't ask her question. He slammed the notebook shut, half tempted to just destroy it, but decided it would be better to show his master, so he tossed it back to her. "Why do you want to be a hero anyway?" he asked. Izumi just managed to catch it. "It's all I've ever wanted. Since I was a kid." He stuffed his hands into his hoodie and said, "TCH. Be realistic. Why not try and make an actual difference in this world?" She was uncomfortable with the way he gazed at her. She felt uneasy about his general appearance, but her curiosity won out. "Do you really think I could make a difference? Even though I'm quirkless?" Quirkless. A thought occurred to him, and a sly smile formed on his lips. "Really?" Izumi looked down at the ground. Yeah, like Kachan, he was likely to reprimand her. His eyes were sufficiently wild. I hoped he wouldn't turn violent as well. Rather, the boy produced what appeared to be a business card. Then why don't you take this? Come find me here, I know someone who can help with that. Really? She asked, doubting the boy's words as she accepted the card. He seemed dubious enough, and now he was referring to someone who could assist her in being quirkless. However, the risk may be worthwhile. When Izumi looked up again, he had already started to walk away. Wait, he said, pausing and turning to face her with a slightly irritated expression. My name's Izumi Midoriya, what's yours? Just call me Shigaraki. The following day, it was difficult to focus on the lessons. Everyone was excited by All Might's arrival in town, and Izumi couldn't help but think about yesterday's offer. Fortunately for her, her name and appearance had been omitted from the tale of All Might saving a girl and stopping a villain. If Kachan and the others happened to find out, she would die of shame, if not humiliation. Her childhood friend didn't bother her much today, except for a few stern looks. Excellent. She was unwilling to deal with it. Izumi packed her belongings and headed out after school let out. However, Bakugo's hand slapped her over the head, stopping her. Ow, what was that for? Ya damn nerd, you've been out of it all day. What gives? Oh, she couldn't simply tell him that she and a guy she had just met yesterday were going to some shady place. She required an excuse of some sort. You didn't really mean what you said yesterday, right? Bakugo squinted his eyes. So you still don't get it, do you? You told me to take a swan dive off the roof. What is there not to get? Bakugo triggered his quirk, causing tiny pops to appear around his hand as a warning. Don't talk back to me, Usagi, he exclaimed. Izumi clenched her jaw and fist and looked down, but she said nothing. You're useless, and you always will be. So just shut up and fall in line like the other shitty extras. What a waste of time. I'm outta here. Izumi pulled out yesterday's card when she was by herself. She was upset, but she didn't want to acknowledge it to herself. I'm not useless. I'm not your pet. I refuse to be your victim any longer. She wanted to tell him how much she detested him, but she was too afraid. But not for long. You'll see, Kachan. I'll show you. She took a deep breath and began walking in the direction indicated on the card. Izumi texted her mother after school to let her know she would be studying at the library. She didn't want her to worry, even though she detested having to lie to her. She headed to a dubious-looking bar while examining the business card that Shigaraki had given her. It appeared more worn out and unused. Was this the proper location? She knocked on the door, her hand still on her phone in case she had to call the police. Hello. The door opened almost instantly. A man composed of purple mist, wearing a bartending outfit and a metal neck brace, was standing in front of her. It has to be the proprietor. Yes, the man asked, glancing expectantly at Izumi. Are you lost, or are you the girl Tamura Shigaraki mentioned? Why yes, I'm Izumi Midoriya. The man stepped aside to let her in, saying, he has been expecting you. She jumped a little when he shut the door behind her after she was inside. Shigaraki sat at the bar and used one hand to swirl his drink. Izumi could see him more clearly without the hoodie. He reminded her of a raisin, with his disheveled hair and scarred face, but she didn't mention it. He put down his drink and approached Izumi, putting his arm around her neck and saying, well now, look who decided to show up. The foggy bartender nodded and reached for a remote, saying, Kurogiri, call master. Shigaraki had 2 stools ready when he pulled Izumi over to a TV. Kurogiri saw that it read sound only after turning it on. From the other side came a voice. Ah, young Tamura, is this the girl you mentioned yesterday? Yes, master, you said I could do whatever I want, right? Yes, the curious voice asked. Then I want you to give this girl a quirk. Oh, how interesting. Izumi's eyes widened at the suggestion of giving her a quirk. Tamura rummaged through her bag and took out the burned notebook, seemingly ignoring her question. What? You can do that, she objected. Hey. He tossed the notebook to Kurogiri, whose hand transformed into a portal and carried it somewhere else, saying, Master, please look at this. Izumi's eyes, however, glowed with anticipation. To get a better view, she went to Kurogiri. Amazing. Is that your quirk? Some kind of portal or warp gate? She muttered to herself as she took out another notebook and pencil and continued to bombard Kurogiri with inquiries. On the other side, Izumi's notebook fell close to All for One, and a doctor who was nearby picked it up and looked through its contents. The doctor turned the page and scoffed, saying, impressive analytical and observational skills for her age. It's well detailed and organized, even listing some weaknesses. And apparently an All Might fan to boot. All for One turned to the doctor and mute his end. With joy, eagerness, and hope for the future, he gazed at the girl through the screen and asked, "Is she now?" "I will grant Tamura this, he's doing exactly what I taught him to do. Seeing potential where others see none. And even if she fails to hold up to his expectations, she could still be used in other ways." Behind the doctor, the old villain gestured. The doctor laughed without looking. As the faint lights barely glowed off the vats behind him, all filled with his experimental Nomu, he put on his mask and said, "Yes, a potential test subject." "Indeed." All for One unmuted himself and grinned. "I see. Well done, young Tamura." Despite being blind, he was able to see the vision he desired and sense Tamura's smile. "Have Kurogiri send her to me." When Izumi heard that, he stopped writing. "Huh, you really mean?" Her thought was interrupted when a warp gate opened next to her. Unprepared for the extreme cold, she swallowed and entered the portal. She could just make out a single figure sitting in a chair with multiple tubes attached to him as she peered around the dimly lit room. "Hello, my dear, come." Izumi approached cautiously so she could get a clear view of the person she was facing. The man exuded a sense of menace, his face was deformed, and the top half of it was heavily scarred. She sucked it up and went on even though she could hardly stand to get closer. "You're the one. You can give me a quirk." He glanced at, or rather felt, the girl by his side and said, "I can." "Now then, tell me, what kind of quirk would you like?" "Oh, I get a choice. Well, my mom can lift small objects and pull them towards her, and I'm told my dad can breathe fire, so something close to that would make the most sense. Maybe the ability to throw fire, some type of telekinesis or pyrokinesis." There was a laugh from All for One. He extended his hand and placed it on Izumi's head, saying, "How limited. But I understand. We don't want anyone questioning it too much. I have just the thing. Now hold still, this will sting a bit." She thought of years of mistreatment and suffering, all due to Kachan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'm used to a bit of pain, I can handle it." "Good." He started to transfer the quirk after being pleased with her response and the pained and hateful expression that briefly appeared in her eyes. Izumi was fine, though she appeared to twitch a little, balling her fists and closing her eyes. The villain took his hand away in a matter of seconds. "There, you should return tomorrow to train with your new quirk." She didn't feel all that different. "Huh, that's it." However, she sensed something that had not existed before. Her eyes started to well up with tears as she said, "Thank you." Izumi thought for a moment, wiping away the tear, "Thank you for giving me a chance. In life, nothing was free. What do you want in return?" He continued, sensing her perplexed expression, "All I ask is loyalty. As you might guess, someone who can give quirks out isn't something that would be ignored. I'm already in quite the state, as you can see. It would be quite taxing and troublesome if word got out. I'd prefer to stick to the shadows. Your silence on the matter is enough. I look forward to seeing how you use your new gift." Izumi bowed her head. She grinned and said, "Thank you again. I won't disappoint you." "I'm sure you won't. Now then, it's getting late. Kurogiri, bring her back. And have Tamura take her home." The doctor emerged from the shadows after Izumi entered the warp gate and the screen was switched off. "I'm curious, what quirk did you give her?" "I gave her Saturn's old quirk, considering he no longer needs it." "Wasn't he one of your best elites?" "Yes. His quirk was perfect. No. Attracting small objects and breathing fire, it should look all too natural with her." He recalled the idiot too vividly from his heyday. Unlike him, she seems far less ambitious. The doctor couldn't contain his laughter as he glanced at one of the tanks filled with Nomu. "Even if she does follow suit, I'll get something out of her. Isn't that right, former elite?" Somewhere else, Izumi and Tamura strolled through the dimly lit streets, her apartment now in sight. "Thanks again, Shigaraki. If you hadn't done this, then..." "Don't. I don't wanna hear your mushy dialogue. Just remember not to use it yet." There was silence as the two walked on. "Well, considering I don't know how to, that's kind of a given." However, there was still something bothering her, and she didn't want to endure this awkward silence for very long. He didn't say, "Hey." She only received a shrug when she asked, "Can I ask you a question? You don't seem to like heroes that much. Why is that?" "I already said it. Heroes are nothing but hypocrites. And the rest of society acts like they can do no wrong. All they do ogle their shiny society, while the rest of us slip through the cracks. No one ever cares to look there, and so people like us go forgotten. Either because you're quirkless, or because you have a dangerous quirk, nobody gives a damn. They're all content to just look away and say a hero will help. It's nauseating. Izumi mentally noted his peculiarity for later, intrigued but a little frightened. So then, why help me? I want to be a hero too. Yeah, and, unlike those other pretentious losers, you have something important. You've suffered at the bottom of this so-called golden society. You'll make a real change. She grinned broadly and said, yeah, I guess you're right. I'll do my best. All Tamura could do was roll his eyes. Well, this is where we stop. I'll see you tomorrow. Pushing his hands into his hoodie, Tamura headed back to the bar. Yeah, you'll make a real change all right. I'm going to enjoy watching you be twisted into All Might's demise. Azumi's mother welcomed her as she entered her apartment. She went to her room after dinner, helped with the dishes, and jotted down a brief note about Tamura in her notebook. I can see why people would be scared. I've heard about some who are shunned for having a powerful quirk, but there are plenty of heroes with really strong quirks. What makes them so different? Izumi began to nod off. She closed her notebook and changed into her pajamas before collapsing onto her bed and disappearing. She didn't realize how much it drained her to get a quirk. After classes the following day, Izumi couldn't wait to return and find out more about her new peculiarity. A certain blonde boy noticed something. For effect, he made a little explosion and slapped her desk. The hell are you so giddy about, Usagi? He appeared prepared for another, saying, Kachan, don't destroy the desk. Izumi returned to his question in an attempt to defuse the situation. She was unable to tell him. Well, you see, I remembered what the man had said. He wanted her to keep quiet. I'm going to do my best to catch up. She was thrown to the ground by another explosion, so it didn't seem like the right response. She tried to apologize, but it only made him more irate. The hell did you just say? You're nothing, understand? You always have been, you always will be. It doesn't matter how hard you try, I'll always come out on top. He continued his tirade for a little while longer. She gave up and began to walk away, which infuriated him as well. You're not going anywhere. As if she needed his approval, she said, please Kachan, I promised my mom I'd study. We both still have to pass one last test. Even if I don't make it into UA, I still have to study. Why was she making fun of him? She was no longer required to submit to him. She was still afraid of him, though. The fact that she had a quirk that she was unable to use yet did not erase the years of his torture. At that, Bakugo appeared to relax a bit. You damn nerd, just stay out of my way. Izumi headed to the bar and texted her mother that she would be studying at the library once more. Once more, Kurogiri warped her to the location where the man was waiting. Ah, I see you've returned. Your dedication will be what determines how well you master this quirk, as well as your mind. Come, I've had a special room set aside for your training. I'm ready. I'm sorry, what should I call you? Just call me master, like young Tamura does. I taught him, as I will now teach you. Izumi was shown to a tiny room with a heater in the corner. Okay then, master, I'm ready to begin. I haven't used it yet, like you said, so I'm not sure where to start. 3 bowls of water were placed on a table. Izumi followed instructions and felt the temperature rise. Here we are. The quirk I gave you is a perfect fit for your heritage. Go ahead, approach the heater and turn it to max. Seeing her bewilderment, he grinned and said, good. Now we wait. Trust me, it's necessary to demonstrate your new quirk. While we wait, tell me, what are your plans for the future now that you have a quirk? Oh, well, I want to be a hero. I plan on taking UA's entrance exam. Are you now? The girl was much more suited to the quirk she had been given, but he had already managed to get a plant into UA. She may even be able to win All Might over and win his trust with the correct training. Maybe even become a candidate to inherit his peculiarity. Then we've only a few months to make sure you're ready. Be sure to come by regularly. You can set a time and place with Kurogiri later. Will it be easy? I've never used a quirk before, so. Everyone laughed. When the temperature in the room was comfortable, he went on, it will come as naturally as breathing. You aren't the first, you know. Now then, from where you are, absorb the heat. Just hold out your hand and will it to happen. Your quirk will do the rest. Izumi followed the instructions, and to her amazement, it came naturally to her. She thought, wow, so this is a quirk. As the temperature in the room began to drop, Izumi put down her hand and said, "See. You can stop now." Izumi followed the instructions once more, flinching back as the water felt like ice. "Next, place your hand in the coldest bowl of water." "Not that one." Startled, she reached into a different bowl, which was somehow even colder. "Now, let it out." "What do you mean? Will the heat to leave your body?" As she did so, she saw that the water started to turn from refrigerator cold to lukewarm. It also felt warmer in the room. "Is that all? I can just transfer heat." All for One leaned forward onto his knuckles and said, "Come now, my dear, we are just getting started. These are simply the basics. I will be training you for the next few months, until you can take the UA entrance exam. Your quirk is thermal energy conversion, though it's quite the mouthful. How about something shorter? What shall we call your new quirk?" Izumi paused to reflect. She had the ability to convert heat by absorbing and releasing it. "How about combustion?" As he entered Izumi's training, the doctor remarked, "I see she's making good progress." They already had a system down after just a few days. The physician had been periodically visiting All for One and his most recent pupil. He would give the girl that much because she was intelligent. She was already using her quirk for purposes other than using a heater. The doctor brought the man some tea and spoke quietly so she wouldn't hear him while she was trying to concentrate on her right arm. "She's almost where Satin was, though her approach is still inefficient." "Indeed. But look closer, doctor. She's grasped how to use this quirk far more quickly. With minimal interference. She's far smarter than Satin was by this point." All for One sipped on his tea. "I believe we can move on to the next stage of her training now." Izumi aimed her right arm at the wall while holding it with her left. She was covered in tiny scorch marks. She felt the absorbed heat build up around her palm as she pushed outward. And it exploded in her face once more as she let it go. The girl appeared irritated as she swatted at the air and coughed. "But, why? Why isn't this working like I think it should? You're headed in the right direction, all you need to do is practice. We'll be testing your combat capability soon, so do prepare yourself." "My combat capability, huh? I know I'll have to use it to fight, but..." All for One took another sip of his tea and said, "You will need to learn, my dear. But fighting isn't just about brute strength. You have a tactical mind, use it to your advantage. UA's entrance exam is flawed. It gives an advantage to those with combat-oriented quirks, or at least ones that can be used to do damage. We'll begin combat training next week, so you have time to recover and think. Remember, don't use your quirk outside of this room, unless you're absolutely certain you're alone." Izumi was starting to run out of excuses, so she hated having to lie to her mother in this way. Right, despite having only one friend, she had shifted to claiming to be hanging out with them because she could only use studying so often. It would be beneficial for her to spend some time at home. After bidding Izumi farewell, the villain turned to the doctor and grinned slightly. "Now then, I believe Kurogiri is ready to send you back to the usual spot. Do be well, doctor. I need you to prepare our secret weapon." The doctor asked, shocked. "Are you certain? It's not exactly equipped to be a training dummy. On the contrary, its regenerative abilities make it the perfect sandbag. She will learn to fight for her life, and to use her quirk on others. I believe putting her through her paces will heighten her focus. She's still afraid for now, and I aim to rectify that." The following day, sitting in her room, Izumi considered how she could make use of her peculiarity. She didn't realize how versatile combustion was. She had spent the last week investigating methods for utilizing and controlling thermal energy. Recalling her first day, she discovered that she could draw heat from almost anything, including surfaces, objects, and the surrounding air. She had her fan on to keep the room cool in case she unintentionally absorbed and released too much, igniting a fire, in order to avoid any quirk-related mishaps. In relation to that, Izumi went to the kitchen and switched on the stove. She took off the lid of one of the burners, turned it up to high, and watched the flame grow. She put her hand over the fire and said, "All right, if I'm right, this won't hurt. I just have to slowly, gently." It wasn't too bad. It felt warm but didn't burn her skin. Okay, step 1 accomplished. Now for step 2. She started to absorb the heat from the flame, observing its gradual decrease until it vanished. However, she could still hear the gas, so she heated her palm until the gas ignited. Success. She was very happy that her mother was currently shopping. She went back to her room to write more about her quirk after shutting off the burner and covering it up again. Strangeness. Burning. Thermal energy can be absorbed and released by the user. It has some heat resistance and can absorb heat from almost any source. If I could create fire, maybe. No, I wouldn't specifically need fire, just heat. And yet, I can't figure out how to shoot it. In an attempt to base her attack on Endeavor's quirk, she had researched it. Endeavor's Flashfire Fist was a good place to start, but she found it difficult to use. But all it does is blow up in my face. What gives? Am I not gathering enough heat? She asked. Arg, this is getting me nowhere. Izumi decided to take a minute to rest and prepared to take a shower. Her mother had already come back and begun preparing dinner when she emerged. Izumi dear, why did it smell like gas when I walked into the kitchen? Oh, I was just heating myself a little snack. That's all. Inko was just relieved that her daughter was okay. Well, just be careful, okay? Oh, and before I forget, we're having your favorite tonight. She had been out late, but not late enough, because she had been busy all week. Perhaps it was only that stage. After school, lately, Bakugo had become increasingly agitated. He felt as though Usagi was avoiding him. Not today, though, whether she wanted to or not, she was accompanying him to the arcade. He refused to accept no as an answer. He ran to her desk as soon as the bell rang. The sudden noise made her wince. Hey, Usagi, she exclaimed, you're hanging out with me today, got it? Okay, I get it, you don't have to yell. That wasn't a question. Now come on, I don't want to wait in line. Recently, Izumi appeared less shy. He thought it was good, but lately she had been acting much too boldly toward him, vanishing around the same alleyway and avoiding him in some way. She had to be aware of her identity, where she was supposed to be. Like every other lesson he attempted to impart to her, he was going to make sure of that, even if it meant beating it into her. Even though school had just ended, the arcade appeared to be fairly open when I arrived. More for him, whatever. She still had some admiration for Bakugo, even though she didn't want to acknowledge it. He achieved everything he set out to do. He did what he said he was going to do, easily beating a child's high score. Although she detested the way he treated her, she had to give him credit because he was the epitome of success. As she watched him make a mistake in the maze and be ambushed by one of the ghosts, she muttered to herself, if only he chose to be more heroic. What was that Usagi? Damn, he would have kicked that ghost's ass if he hadn't been trying to watch her. In an attempt to improve her reflexes, Izumi tried playing some games. Sorry, just muttering to myself again. She would need to be nimble if she was going to be training for battle. She attempted one of those snipe-inspired shooter games, but every time she was too concerned about hitting a civilian, the bad guys would get her. Not a single stage had been won by her. Ha, you suck at this. Watch a pro. Naturally, Bakugo simply took the fictitious gun from her grasp and started shooting. You make it look so easy. That's because I'm better than you. Would this actually help her reflexes get ready? Merely observing from the sidelines while standing there, Bakugo merely grunted when he asked, can I, grab player 2? Izumi joined him for the second mission, picking up the second gun. Bakugo made aiming seem simple, saying, just don't slow me down. And shoot the damn villains when they show up. Without a doubt, she would need to acquire that ability in order to combat a villain. Hey, stick to your side of the screen. You're the one who shot one of mine. Bastard was in the middle, so he was mine. It was nice, but Izumi pouted some more. Simply hanging out and being friends. It seemed to be from before they acquired their peculiarities. Without pausing to consider her options, she was able to strike 2 villains in a row. Perhaps this was a wise decision after all. When the following week arrived, Izumi was dressed lightly for the gym by All for One. He snapped his fingers, and a large bird monster with its brain protruding entered the room. Remember what I told you, we'll be starting combat training from now on. You've got a decent grasp on your quirk, now let's see you use it. What is that? This, my dear, is what happens when things go wrong. Those who were too weak to handle the quirk they were given. Or those who got greedy, asking for more quirks. The good doctor has done all he can, but as you can see, the results are not so appealing. Izumi looked horrified and said, that used to be a person. Is that something she would actually be fighting? Come now, it's their own fault. And besides, as it stands, it's nothing more than a living doll, a tool that can only act when commanded. You can hardly say it's alive. This was not legal. What on earth did she consent to? But All for One leaned to one side of his chair and said, "No buts. You need to learn, and this is the most effective way." He snapped his fingers, and the Nomu attacked, advancing to seize her. "Don't worry, this Nomu has been instructed to act as your punching bag. It will only throw basic attacks your way, and it can more than take a little punishment. One of its quirks is regeneration, so feel free to use every trick you can think of." Izumi moved back and sideways to get some distance, sidestepping the grapple. A thin layer of ice formed on the floor as she put her hand on it and started to absorb heat. The creature lunged at her again, grabbing her and throwing her against the wall, but not enough to cause her to slip. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult, but that will be remembered. She attempted to absorb more heat from the atmosphere, moving so quickly that she nearly caused a minor hurricane. Izumi was so taken aback by this small realization that she failed to notice the Nomu as it seized her once more, flinging her up and behind it, where she hit the ground hard. Don't get distracted by your own power, Izumi. And some advice, don't move so predictably. Use the unorthodox. While Izumi was down there, she absorbed additional heat from the floor, which the Nomu used to kick her across the floor. Damn, that hurt even though it was holding back. Izumi avoided another grab and put her hand on the Nomu's shoulder, covering it with a thin layer of ice using her quirk. It smacked her away and broke right away. She had accumulated more heat this time, though, and she was confident she could pull it off. She raised her right hand and directed all of the heat she had collected into it while using the other to steady it. A wave of heat shot out of her arm, knocking the Nomu off balance. Gather it into one place, as hot as I can, and then release. Izumi celebrated during this time. I did it. I finally got it to work. All for One appeared pleased as they said, pay attention to your opponent. It won't stay down for long. This girl had already accomplished what Saturn had been trying to figure out for a whole month. Neither of them would have preferred how one-sided the remainder of the fight had been. However, this had been a commendable initial effort and a useful indicator of her areas for improvement. Izumi lay there, battered and bruised, but not in a particularly noticeable way. Did I do well? Only then would the real training start. I'd say you performed admirably for your first ever fight, although you're still holding yourself back. Over these next few months, I will erase all trace of fear in you. Azumi's training had gone rather smoothly over the past 2 months. She was gaining speed and using her quirk to discover new paths. Izumi wasn't particularly pleased that All for One had been making her training more challenging in order to match. Frustrated by her current circumstances, she sat on her bed. Leaning back, she collapsed onto her back and gazed at the ceiling. It feels like I'm getting slower. I know I've improved. I'm lasting longer, but doesn't that just mean I'm taking longer to lose? She said. I get that he wants me to get over my fears, but how is being thrown around supposed to help? She let out a deep breath. Sometimes it had gotten so bad that her mother was on the verge of realizing. She had to pretend that she had begun studying self-defense. Her mother hadn't been particularly thrilled about that, either. From the other side of the door came Inko's voice. Izumi, dinner's almost ready. Izumi got to her feet and walked languidly to the door. She couldn't bring herself to despise her master for being strict with her or even her mother for worrying. Unlike everyone else, he at least recognized something in her. Coming was the thing that irritated her the most. She was striving to improve herself, become more trustworthy, be a hero, and follow her childhood ambition. Her mother, however, failed to notice that. Similar to when they discovered she was quirkless back then, she didn't support her, and continued to think she was. Inko had already set the table and set her daughter's plate in front of Izumi before she had even managed to drag herself to it. More than usual, she was anxious. Izumi had been spending less time at home, arriving later, and possibly were seen not even discussing it with her. The intelligent and aspirational girl she had brought up was no longer the same person seated across from her at the table. Normally, Izumi would be so forthright about it, but she had been avoiding her. There was a brief pause before Inko finally spoke. Izumi, she needed to find out the truth. Are you all right? With her mouth half full of rice, Izumi asked her mother inquisitively, MMF. She gulped it down and drank some water to wash it down. What do you mean? Inko looked down and said, Sweetie, I'm worried about you. You've been staying out so late. And when you do come home you're exhausted. Your grades are still good, but I know you've been hiding injuries from me. I told you I'm fine, it's just some training so I can get into UA. No training is worth it if you keep getting hurt. You're quirkless, Izumi. Are you really certain you want to take the entrance exam? Inko asked her daughter, her eyes welling with tears. If it's going to cause you to be harmed, then I wish you'd forget it. You're a smart girl, you could easily go anywhere else. Please, give you. Izumi tightened her grip on her chopsticks and said, don't. Her eyes grew wide. Not once more. She couldn't bear to hear this from her mother once more. She was about to cry herself and said, please don't say it. Why did it always end up like this? Please don't say you're sorry, or that I should give up. Why? Why can't you support my dreams? I want to support you, in any way I can. But I can't stand watching you suffer. You're such a bright girl. Why don't you just live a normal happy life? Izumi stood up from her chair, her hands slamming against the table as she began to cry uncontrollably. Why don't you just have some faith in me? For once, just once, please stop treating me like a useless failure, she exclaimed, breathing heavily and feeling angry at herself for yelling at her mother. After saying, I'm sorry, Mom. Please just leave me alone, she practically ran back into her room and slammed it on the door. Izumi. Inko tried calling out to her daughter after she recovered from her shock at the outburst, but she received no response. She could hear Izumi sobbing, a little muffled, probably by her pillow, as she walked slowly to the door. Now, all she could do was return to the table to tidy up while sniffling and hanging her head low. I'm sorry, Izumi. Izumi hardly spoke to her mother the following day. Inko wanted to try to support her and Izumi wanted to make amends, but neither of them knew what to say. Not after last night's events. Izumi was plagued by this gloom the entire time she was in school. Everyone took notice of something. She was now grateful that Bakugo did not bully her, even though he did not attempt to console her. When she reached the bar through Kurogiri's warp gate, it didn't end there. More than anything, Shigaraki was irritated. Great, as if things weren't already shitty enough. Her over-optimistic attitude wasn't exactly his favorite, but this was worse. What are you moping about? Is it really necessary for her to tell him? She didn't think he really gave a damn. She did, however, want someone to pay attention. I got into a fight with my mom yesterday. So what? Was his blunt reply. That's it. That's what I'm. Kurogiri said, everyone has bad days. The master is waiting for you. Try to channel your grievances into your training. Kurogiri made a rare but welcome effort to cheer her up, and Izumi smiled weakly. He nodded before dismissing her, and she said, thanks for that. All for one could sense her mixed feelings when she arrived. Not feeling up to it today. He anticipated her response. Throughout her training, she had been unwavering in her resolve to pursue her dream, even if he suggested a different course for her to take. No, I'm fine. I'm tired of everyone telling me to give up and putting me down. My mom isn't excited about our self-defense training, and she said after taking a deep breath. I sort of snapped at her last night, even though I didn't mean to. Is that all? Tell me, Izumi, what is the difference between a master and a student? She didn't want to think about it too much at the moment. I don't get it. The answer is simple. A master has made countless mistakes to get where they are. Hours of training, hard work, and experience all come together to make us who we are. A student on the other hand is new, and doesn't know the feeling of failure yet. Everyone makes mistakes, even those of us who have been in the game the longest. What does any of that have to do with me and my mom? The same thing can apply to regrets, or the amount of breads you've eaten in your life. It's pointless to dwell on them, and while it's good to learn from your mistakes, do not let them drag you down. This is but one of many challenges in life. Coming to terms with your regrets, learning from them, and moving past them are all things you must learn. Yeah, well, guess I'm still coming to terms with it. I want to make up with her, but I don't know what to say. You'll have plenty of time to think about that after your training. Today we will focus on building your stamina and agility, seeing as your mind is already quite sharp. Oh, there's one more thing. I'll be having finals soon, so I won't be able to attend training for a bit. Everyone grinned. That's fine. As long as you continue to do light drills on your own, nothing of value should be lost. Izumi gave a nod and nearly laughed to herself. These people had believed in her, even though she had been told her life was hopeless. That was sufficient justification for her to overcome her slump. She wanted to try out some new tricks, but that could wait. All for One had decided to highlight her strengths because she was more petite than muscular. Combustion might be useful, but it wouldn't win her a full-on fight. For the time being, he would have Nomu attack her while she concentrated more on defense because she was better at avoiding enemy attacks. She was still thrown around a little, but she did okay. Izumi could see that her reflexes were getting better as she learned Nomu's reach and how long it took to throw a punch before being told to speed up once more. It was surprisingly quick for a creature this size. Nevertheless, it appeared that being able to move her body to avoid being struck was exactly what she needed to sharpen her focus. She requested that Kurogiri drop her off nearer to home after training so that her mother wouldn't have to worry as much. Angrily, Shigaraki scratched at his neck. "How much longer is this going to take, master?" The voice of All for One calmly reassured him from the TV. "Patience, young Tamura. All she needs is one big push. Since this was your plan, tell me, what would be the best way to push her over the edge?" He kicked the stool next to him, causing it to splinter but not break. "I don't know. Maybe force her to." "No. Damn it," he said. At that moment, a thought struck him. "I don't know. I don't get how she can still be so attached to heroes. What have they ever done?" After regaining his composure, Tamura let his arms drop to his sides. He put his father's hand on his face and grinned menacingly, saying, "That's just it. They've done nothing. She just needs to see that." On his side of the screen, All for One grinned gloomily. "Good Tamura, good, I've taught you well." A few days later, Izumi simply approached her mother and said, "I'm sorry, Mom." Before clumsily assisting her with the dishes, she hadn't thought of anything noteworthy. Nevertheless, seeing her little girl come back to her calmed Inko. Maybe lately she had been overreacting. At last, it seemed as though things were returning to normal. She smiled brightly as she left for school the following day. Did Izumi have finals today? Perhaps it was just nerves or stress. As a reward for all of her hard work, Inko had decided to prepare her favorite dish today. She went to buy fresh pork after taking stock of the ingredients in the cabinets. She also bought a shortcake and some fresh strawberries from the store. She saw a man with a blonde-green jagged mohawk approach her floor on her way back to the apartment. She opened the door to her apartment and said, "I've never seen him before. I hope he's not as dangerous as he looks." As she shut the door behind her, a foot was thrust through. Electricity was pushed into Inko's system, and the next thing she knew, she felt something stab her back. Izumi stretched her arms and lower back as she reclined in her chair. Finally, it's over. She was surprised to learn how much more she actually knew. She was concerned that she wasn't studying enough between the quirk training and the combat. "Guess I made it through." Bakugo slung his bag over his shoulder and was about to leave when he met Izumi's eyes. Yeah, can it ya damn nerd." "What?" "Nothing." She wanted to talk to him, but she also wanted to visit her mother. It was better to spend time with her than to put up with Bakugo's incessant ego. "I guess I'll be seeing you at UA then." "Piss off. You'll never get into UA." "Oh, I don't know about that. I've been working hard." She immediately put some of her training to use as Bakugo appeared prepared to throw a right hook at her. Misdirection was essential when facing an adversary with greater physical strength. However, she discovered an additional secret method. Wait before anything else. Bakugo paused for a minute, just long enough for her to throw a sheet of paper in his face before scurrying away. For a brief moment, stunned by her foolish but successful rouse, Bakugo seized the paper and burned it to ashes. "Where the fuck do you think you're going, you stupid rabbit?" Since she didn't want to deal with him at the moment, Izumi dodged and swerved her way through the crowded sidewalks and floors. Unfortunately, Bakugo was able to get around the crowd and essentially get away with his quirk. She hurried to a narrow alley, making a small detour along the way. Izumi saw smoke rising in the distance after a few near misses. "That's kind of close." She accelerated, her heart racing as she began to panic. The closer she got, the more she could hear sirens. "Please, please, 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 please be okay." Izumi skidded to a stop as he turned the corner. Outside the burning apartment, a group of civilians had gathered around the police officers. In a panic, she frantically searched the area for her mother but was unsuccessful. The first responders stopped her as she attempted to worm her way through the crowd. "Hey, watch it, kid, it's dangerous." Izumi felt like yelling at him. "No shit," she pondered. "My mother, I don't see my mother. Why is everyone just standing around?" Bakugo turned the corner and caught up at last, putting aside his rage for the time being. "Usagi," he exclaimed as he hurried to her, shoving aside some strangers. What's going on? The officer looked at her pityingly. Izumi nodded and said, just relax. Do you live here? I see. Please stay back. We don't know what caused the fire, but we suspect it was an accident from what we could gather from the tenants. Izumi looked over at Bakugo. She was in a panic and Bakugo could only put his hands on her shoulders as she screamed, Kachan, my mother. I don't see Mom. Get a hold of yourself, just let the pros do their thing. Advantages. What advantages? Everyone was just waiting for someone else to come help, and the pros were nowhere to be seen. Izumi heard people in the crowd ask, wait, where are the heroes? Hey yeah, where are the heroes? I heard there was a gang villain attack downtown. Most of the pros have got their hands full. What about All Might? He probably skipped town months ago after apprehending that sludge villain. Did you really expect him to stay? To calm the crowd, a first responder extended his hands. Everyone, we have things under control for now. We've closed off the area and are securing the perimeter. Please step back and wait for the pros to arrive. What Izumi was hearing was unbelievable. Were they merely going to wait there? While her mom was most likely still inside. No, she wasn't going to lose her because they had just reconciled. Not in this manner. However, what were they able to do? How could she? She didn't want to watch from the sidelines, but who would if she didn't do anything? Izumi noticed that the emergency exit was still open as she looked around. She just needed to reach the third floor. Usagi. Izumi pushed Bakugo away and dashed for the emergency exit. He couldn't use his quirk to catch her because of the throng of people surrounding him. Damn it, get out of my way. Grateful that her quirk gave her some heat resistance, she hurried in and up the stairs, trying to stay low to avoid breathing in too much smoke. She hurried to her apartment after arriving at the third floor, only to discover that the door had burned off its hinges. She knocked it aside and started yelling. The roaring flames were her only response to the question, Mom. Are you in here? Izumi saw her mother lying on the floor as she made her way to the kitchen. Mom. She rushed over and pressed her ear to her mom's chest, breathing still. Izumi lifted her mother onto her back, relieved, only to have some rubble fall in her way. She frantically searched for a different path, assessing her options, and said, damn it, I don't have time for this. She didn't want to risk keeping her mother in here any longer than necessary, though, because that was the quickest way out. Fortunately, nobody else was around, so Izumi chose to absorb the heat from the air using her quirk. The entrance exploded outward as she fired a heatwave at the debris with one arm aimed at it. She didn't care, though, and left. The stairs nearly collapsed under the additional weight, and she almost fell down them. Izumi didn't want to take any chances, so she just prayed and hurried down, fortunately finding herself in the first responder's arms. They brought the two to an ambulance and fire truck and gave them both new oxygen. With her heart thumping in her ears, Izumi could hardly hear what they were saying, but she could tell by the looks she was receiving. That was dangerous, kid. Do you have any idea of what could have happened? She received a lecture. She was, of course. They only criticize her because she is the only person here who has the guts to save a life. She saw the heroes arrive and said, help has finally arrived. They finally appear after she saved her mother. Backdraft started using his quirk to douse the flames, and eventually the fire began to go out. Guess you had things under control here. Thanks. We'll handle what's left. What about downtown? All Might's got it all taken care of. All Might, was he still present? He was where? Why hadn't he arrived earlier? Why was no one dispatched to assist? Izumi was lectured while Inko was loaded onto an ambulance. Izumi was worried while carrying her because she hadn't regained consciousness and was twitching a little, but he dismissed it. She finally got to visit her mother at the hospital after about 30 minutes, accompanied by Katsuki and his mother. A nurse left the room where she was detained. Miss Midoriya, she asked, nodding. I see. We're doing everything we can, but I have some bad news. Yes, it could be worse, but your mother seems to be in a coma. She wasn't able to arrive in time. She is currently in a vegetative state. The doctor himself said she's unlikely to ever recover. While Katsuki attempted to console his friend in his own way, Mitsuki put her hand to her mouth, worried about both Izumi and her best friend. However, he was unprepared for what he witnessed. With eyes that made him think of a dead fish, Izumi had fallen to her knees. He was at a loss for words, but he wanted to say something to her. Despite all of his talking, he felt helpless because all he could do was stand there. And it infuriated him. Izumi could only hear the sound of glass breaking as the nurse carried on speaking. How did this occur? I have a peculiarity. I've received training. Why, then, more shattered glass. Why damn it. Izumi's tears blended with the sound of glass shattering as the scene turned dark. Izumi spent the night in the hospital. Feeling sorry for her, the nurse checked her for injuries and found her a room next to Inko's. She was taken to the police station and released the following day. For what seemed like hours, the detective in front of her had been interrogating her. The man with the cat's face sighed. Although the investigation turned up important evidence, he didn't want to put any pressure on her at a time when she appeared to be about to lose it. Now, Miss Midoriya, we've discovered that this was an electrical fire. Are you certain no one in that apartment had any kind of relative or friend with an electric or lightning-based quirk? They had already reviewed the residence's quirk registry and obtained testimonies from everyone else, but they had found nothing. He sighed once more when Izumi shook her head. She hadn't had a good night's sleep. All she could do was stare blankly into sunken, dull eyes with bags under them. Even so, what did they want from her? What could she possibly have for them, considering that she wasn't there prior to the fire? And the questions were beginning to sound the same. She had not succeeded. She was unable to save her mother, and now she was unable to assist the police in identifying the culprit. She felt so helpless and frail. In the midst of the sorrow and hopelessness, she began to harbor resentment. Another officer knocked on the door without waiting for a response. She placed the file on the table, gave Izumi a pitying look, and walked away, saying, "Sorry to interrupt Detective Tamagawa, but we managed to pull some records. I've compiled a list of potential suspects based on what little we got from the others." The detective opened the file and started arranging the pictures in front of Izumi. "Do you recognize any of the people in these photos?" When she looked at them, she couldn't really identify any of them. Until she glimpsed the seventh picture. His face looked familiar as he picked it up. Her voice was hardly audible above a whisper. "This guy kind of reminds me of our neighbor, though a lot younger. What was his name again? Mr. Toto, something, Rai something or other. Was it Toto Raijingeki?" Izumi nodded feebly. "Yeah, that was it. We never really interacted much. Sometimes he'd open his window and yell at us for playing around when I was younger. Sansa would give anything to have Tsukauchi's quirk at this moment. None of the tenants had that name." "Are you sure?" "Most likely, he was away interacting with All Might. There was a past between the two. Where had he been at this time?" Well, I overheard someone else call him that. So I assumed. An alias. Officer Yuan, please call Mr. Ren back here. And can someone please get a hold of Tsukauchi? He's better at interrogations than anyone else. Thank you, Miss Midoriya. Maybe we can finally bust an old gang member." Izumi was given permission to leave and began to walk. They had previously stated that she could find a new apartment and that they would cover the costs for a while, at least until she was able to support herself. However, her only goal was to escape everything. She had no specific destination in mind. Although she wasn't dead, her mother could as well have been. There was little to no chance of recovery, according to even the doctors. She would never be able to communicate with her in any way. Her mother was unable to reassure her that everything would be all right, or even express her pride in her. Izumi struck the closest wall with her fist. Anything to divert her attention from this thought. She would have to settle for her aching hand. Observing her surroundings, she found that the bar wasn't too far away. Would going even be worthwhile? Shigaraki wouldn't give a damn. Nor would her master. Additionally, Izumi shook her head and carried on walking after Kachan. Although it wasn't ideal, she preferred her master to the police in catching the criminal. She wanted to tell him something. She noticed someone else entering the room without a formal greeting. A man with tinted glasses, white or gray hair, a crooked smile, and a lit cigar. "Oh, what have we here? Don't you know it's dangerous to just walk into a bar, little lady?" Given that Shigaraki was nowhere to be seen, it appears that he was speaking to Kurogiri. "Pay her no mind, Jiren. She is." He paused as Shigaraki emerged from a muddy portal. He appeared to be in a good mood and said, "Just do what we asked." After getting a drink at the bar, he said, "And Izumi, master's waiting for you. He's got something important for you." There were too many questions. Izumi didn't feel like asking, and she didn't have the energy. The sight of All for One greeted her after she was warped. "Ah, there you are. How convenient. I was hoping to continue your training, but it seems fate has other plans. My condolences. You already know, aside from you, there isn't exactly much I can do but keep an eye out." So yes, I know about what happened yesterday. All for One raised an eyebrow that said, then, I guess that makes things easier. I need to ask you something. Oh, then by all means, you guys are villains, right? His smile faded as that caught him off guard. And what gave you that impression? I figured it out after seeing that Nomu, I just thought it'd be better to keep my mouth shut. But that's not important. Being a villain, you can acquire someone, right? He put his poker face back on and said, I can. The course didn't need to be altered, but he hadn't anticipated her realizing this quickly. Then, can you bring someone here? I've got a lot of things to say to him. Izumi started to describe the man, who was muscular, had a green blonde jagged mohawk, wore denim and sunglasses. Of course, as long as it is within my power to do so. Ah, I know of him. A small-time criminal, a gang member if I recall correctly. He goes by the moniker Tastefist. I need to talk to him. Is that all? I don't care how, just please, bring him here. All for One had not anticipated her requesting assistance. Very well then, I can have him brought to you by the end of the day. However, he sensed it. The growing animosity he intended to instill in her has already taken hold. She nodded and was twisted back, saying, why don't you wait at the bar for now? While I see what I can do. My, what an interesting girl. It seems we'll have to hold our guest here just a bit longer. After a few hours, Izumi picked at the food that Kurogiri had prepared while sitting at the bar. She wasn't really hungry, and she was thinking about what she would say and do when she saw him. Though she swiftly banished them, a few wandering thoughts turned toward teaching him a lesson, and they continued to recur. Finally finished or bored with his video game, Shigaraki descended the stairs. He sat down directly beside her and switched on the television. As the news anchor spoke, a picture of a burning building appeared in the bottom corner of the screen, with the words, "Heroes save civilians from burning alive, no casualties," scrolling at the bottom. In other news, just yesterday a gang of villains attacked downtown. The heroes fought the members of a small-time gang, going by the name of the Mods, who used their motorcycles to lead the heroes in circles. Luckily, All Might appeared on the scene to save the day, stopping these villains before any serious damage could be done. Shigaraki laughed. Figures. It doesn't matter to them that someone gets put into a coma, no one died, so it's a success. Hypocrites. Izumi clenched his fist. They were indifferent. Furthermore, the heroes didn't appear until after the fact. She began to mutter, it's not fair. They didn't do anything. I did. And Mom wasn't even saved. Shigaraki grinned as Izumi frowned, saying, yeah, someone should show them that this society isn't as golden as they think. It was too simple. Kurogiri switched off the television. He then opened a warp gate behind the two teenagers and said, the master is ready for you now. Izumi hurried to her feet and moved through the warp, while Shigaraki walked calmly. On the opposite side, in front of the training room door, was All for One. He opened the door without saying anything, revealing the Nomu securing the man she had been contemplating for hours. His face was obviously bruised from being gagged. As requested, Tastefist, now, what will you do? Unsure of where to begin, she simply stared at him for a minute. She eventually raised her voice. Master, you can take quirks as well as give them, right? I can. Izumi gave a nod. Then, please take his quirk away. With a cunning grin, All for One moved toward the now writhing prisoner. As you wish. He began the procedure by putting his hand on Tastefist's face, which made the criminal scream into his gag. All for One stepped aside to allow Izumi to take over after it was finished. Whatever you want to do with him, I will be here for you. Izumi's eyes were empty and dull as she gazed down at the man who had just ruined her life. She walked slowly toward him while maintaining her composure. For now, at least. She practically tore the gag out of his mouth. Why? He asked, just staring up at her in bewilderment and weakness. Why did you do it? Fuck you, bitch. You know who you're messing with. My boys and I are going to. Izumi delivered a quick stomp that smashed his face into the ground and caused some blood to trickle down. Shit, you're serious. Look, I just wanted some money that my old man owed us. We had a heated exchange and one thing led to another. It really was an accident, I swear. Izumi was shocked and took her shoe off his head. That's it. Tastefist glanced at her in an attempt to beg, but he was stopped cold by the sight of her face. She squatted down, grabbed his hair, and made him look into her eyes. It was just for some money. It was an accident, she asked. Her pupils dilated, She heard glass breaking again, and her voice cracked as she asked, "And you expect me to be satisfied with that? Please, I'm sorry. I don't why it means so much to why. Do you know who I am?" She asked, using her free hand to ignite the palm against his scalp and start absorbing heat from the surrounding air. She lowered his head and walked over to the heater, turning it on high. "Do you realize just what you've done? Who you've taken from me? And you don't even care?" she asked. She used her quirk greedily to absorb heat as soon as it began to emerge, not letting it warm up. What do you want from me?" She walked back to Tastefist and put a hand around the top half of his face, saying, "What do I want? I've been wondering that all day. For hours, I've thought about what I'd say, what I'd do. And now that you've answered my questions, I don't have it in me to care anymore. What do I want from you? I want you to suffer, like you made me suffer," she screamed as she instantly ignited her palm with all the heat she had saved up to that point, leaving scars on his face. Behind her, Shigaraki and All for One grinned knowingly. The doctor put down a cup of tea and walked over to the old villain. After another explosion, he almost dropped it all. "Well, someone's been busy. I'm surprised she's still going. Hatred is a powerful motivator. And revenge can be an all-consuming flame. One that grows cold quite easily, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. She can release all the pent-up frustration she wants, but in the end she will never be satisfied. The least she could do is hurry up and realize that. It's been almost a week now." Another explosion echoed through the lab. "I suppose we've done enough waiting. She has to return to society eventually. No doubt her absence from school has caused some ripples to form. Perhaps it's time to step in." All for One could sense the heat coming from the other side as they moved toward the training room. It was like touching a fresh pot of coffee to even turn the doorknob. He entered to find Izumi panting and unkempt, obviously exhausted from her outbursts. The new Nomu was recovering from Izumi's most recent assault further in, up against the wall. "Come now my dear, you should take a break." Before turning to face him, Izumi brushed the perspiration from her forehead and the tangle of green hair out of her line of sight. "But master, I'm not." She dropped her arms limp to her sides and asked, satisfied. "I doubt you will ever feel satisfied with this outcome." She turned around and kicked the new Nomu in the head, saying, "But, damn it. He's getting away with it. Do you recall what I told you the first time you saw a Nomu? They are like living dolls. If your plan was to prolong his suffering, then having him turned into a Nomu for you to wail on will never scratch that itch. He gave up far too quickly. I can't even punish him for what he's done anymore. Sometimes the weak break Izumi. His mind was unable to withstand your fury, so it shut down. Making a Nomu out of him was never going to bring it back. You should make yourself presentable, and use that time to think. Your mind is your greatest weapon, don't let it dull simply because you refuse to accept reality." Izumi knew he was correct, even though his remarks were sharp. She couldn't be content to throw herself at a sandbag that couldn't feel pain, or at least understand it, as frustrating as that was. "Fine, I'll head back to the bar then." "Good, and do be sure to return to school soon. You still want to attend UA, don't you? Is there a point anymore? After what I've done, I can't exactly call myself a hero. Consider it as a way to further your training, or even as reconnaissance if you'd like. Whichever decision you make, I will be here for you." Izumi passed Shigaraki on her way to the shower after entering the bar through Kurogiri's warp gate. She had spent the last week living here. She thought it was better than the streets, but it wasn't exactly a great place to live. Kurogiri was also a surprisingly skilled chef. She let her thoughts wander as she allowed the water to hit her. "Being a hero, I've always wanted it. Nevertheless, in addition to torturing someone, I asked that he be transformed into a Nomu so that I could practice with him, simply because I was upset. Furthermore, I don't even feel bad about it." She hardly recognized herself when she looked in the mirror. She was stared at by a shadow. Perhaps she ought to return to school. Maybe it would distract her from the situation, if nothing else. "Mom, is it really okay?" Izumi ate dinner and finished up before deciding on a plan of action. "Hey, Kurogiri, call master. I've made up my mind." The voice of All for One sounded as the TV was switched on. "Yes. I'll do it. I'll go back, and continue trying to get into UA. They said they'd handle lodging for a bit, so I could try and ask for an apartment near there." "Very well then. I look forward to seeing your continued growth." She turned to Shigaraki and said, "I feel tired. I'm turning in early today. The only response she received was a sneer when she said, "Please don't play video games all night again today. I'll need the sleep." Shigaraki spoke in a somewhat quiet voice once Izumi was out of earshot. So even after all that, she still wants to play hero. What the hell? Patience young Tamura. Yes, she still wishes to go to UA. But she no longer sees herself as a hero. The entrance exam is in a couple more weeks. We will use this time to continue molding her into All Might's demise. TCH, if you say so master. But why let her attend UA? Keep an open mind, young Tamura. Use everything I've taught you. Having multiple plants in UA will only prove to be beneficial. All you need to do is use your pawns wisely. She has been broken down by anger and sadness. She has reason to hate this society, motivation to take part in your goals. And what's more, her loyalty shouldn't be overlooked. The following day, Bakugo was more agitated than normal. Usagi had not appeared once in a full week. To prevent him from losing his temper and attacking any of them, the entire class kept a safe distance from him. However, she finally entered today. The class let out an inward sigh of relief. But when I looked at her, I felt as though a ghost had entered. She didn't acknowledge the class or say anything. The awkward silence was only broken by Bakugo. The hell have you been? He wanted to ask her more, but he detested looking into those doll-like, lifeless eyes. She was someone he had known since childhood. Together, they grew up. But now, when he looked into her eyes, all he saw was a stranger. She answered barely audible above a whisper. Trying to find a place to live while mourning. It's not like she died or anything. Maybe, but you heard the nurse. She'll never recover. Yeah, well, they're all full of it. This was awful. She appeared so withdrawn, far away. He would tear down her barriers and make her confront the truth. However, how? He approached her desk after class and lit his quirk in an attempt to make things return to normal. Hey, Usagi, you're coming with me to the arcade. Izumi just pressed her arm against his, absorbing the heat with her quirk and making the explosions fade. Bakugo was taken aback because he had continued to use his quirk. And why was she behaving so arrogantly? He was so taken aback by what he was hearing that he hardly noticed her pushing his arm away. The fire was hotter, and you don't have to be so bossy. She turned back to him as she walked to the door, saying, "Please, just leave me alone. I've got more catching up to do. Oh, and Kachin, I'll be seeing you at UA." The entire class became rigid. Was Bakugo really just blown off by her? Was this an imposter or was this the same Izumi Midoriya? Bakugo's quirk revealed his anger to everyone as he recovered from his daze. But instead of chasing after her, he simply left in a composed manner. What had they just seen? Bakugo glanced at his hand as he left the school. His main emotion was confusion rather than anger. He made little pops with his quirk once more. He attempted to follow her, but was unsuccessful once she entered an office building or other structure. What the hell was that? She's quirkless. There's no way. She's a useless rabbit that needs someone to save her. If she had a quirk, she'd have used it before now. So what the hell happened? He asked. Izumi was seated inside and given a list of apartments close to UA by the receptionist. These are the locations available within the allotted budget. I'm sorry for what's happened to you. Izumi laughed at her. If I may, you requested an apartment for one. Shouldn't you look for? If a miracle happens, then I can take the couch. As it stands now, room for one is enough. My apologies, miss. I didn't mean to open any wounds. It was painful, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. It's not exactly a touchy subject. This one will do. An excellent choice, miss. I'll need you to sign some papers and then I can send them out. You'll have roughly a couple months of support. Izumi once more ignored her. This girl was a little strange. A few weeks later, the day of the UA entrance exam finally arrived. Izumi had been honing her ability to dodge and think fast when she was outmatched. She was prepared. She must be. She started to notice how much she had changed as she looked in the mirror. Although she had practiced a poker face in her spare time, she still appeared to be a shadow of her former self, with lifeless and dull eyes. Her hair had reached her tailbone, and she was somewhat shorter than average. She would describe herself as average overall, with her bangs somewhat framing her face. She didn't really care as long as no one believed she had been trained by villains or in any way associated with them. She moved to the door where Kurogiri was waiting after inhaling deeply and slowly exhaling. The master sends his regards. You came all the way here just to tell me that. We will continue to use the bar as our base of operations. You will think about it, about the league, correct? Kurogiri nodded before disappearing into his own warp gate, saying, I make no promises. But I have nowhere else to go, pass or fail, so probably. She descended to Japan's best hero academy, pausing at the top of the stairs to admire the view. She felt like a fangirl. At last, she was present. Izumi moved forward, but she stumbled over herself right away. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she swiftly regained her balance and made eye contact with another girl who was reaching out to her. She rubbed the back of her head and grinned sheepishly, saying, I guess you didn't need my help after all. She extended her other hand for a handshake and said, it's bad luck to fall right before a big exam. I'm Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Izumi gave the girl a look. A rounded-faced brunette, rather plain. Does she need to bother? My name's Izumi Midoriya. Likewise. She gave Ochako a gentle handshake. We might as well comply for the time being. Izumi grinned to herself as Ochako jogged ahead, saying, anyway, good luck. I hope we can both attend UA as friends. She was pleasant. Izumi made her way inside and sighed to herself when she realized who she was sitting next to. Perhaps it would be a good idea to make some new friends while I'm here. Bakugo gave a frustrated click of his tongue. What do you want, Usagi? For starters, it'd be great if you could stop calling me that. The weak and useless rabbit died when she failed to save her mother. Don't act like you've changed at all. Cope all you want, but you'll always be Usagi. She wanted to strike him. She kept her cool and was about to answer when Present Mike took the stage to start his presentation and the lights went out. She squealed with pleasure on the inside before realizing Bakugo was correct. Not much had changed about her. Even after the heroes let her and her mother down, it was difficult to resist becoming a giddy fangirl. She started muttering unconsciously during the presentation, which Bakugo was by now accustomed to ignoring. However, one student lacked the patience and practice. You, the boy exclaimed, startling Izumi out of her reverie. You've been muttering non-stop all this time. It's distracting. How annoying. Sorry, it's a habit. The boy lectured her briefly before taking his seat again. For the most part, she ignored him. Lastly, Present Mike carried on with his talk. Izumi had continued to mentally record the robots and the point system. Master was correct. They do give combat-oriented quirks an unfair advantage. She frowned in her head. What a farce. In the monitoring room, the UA employees started to take their seats. The last person to enter was Principal Nezu and his visitor. A man in a plain yellow suit, pale, gaunt, and sickly looking, with sunken eyes, spiky blonde hair, and a smile. Everyone, this is Toshinori Yagi. All Might. As I've already informed you, he'll be starting as a new teacher this year. While he won't be on the panel of judges, I did want him to come see our newest potential students. Hello. It's nice to be working with you all. Nezu leaned closer to All Might and whispered, come now, no need to be so stiff. I know you haven't chosen a successor yet, so what better way than to observe them now? Yeah, although Sir Night-Eye has already recommended Mirio, it'll be nice to keep my options open. The written portion of the exam just finished a bit ago, and the students are getting ready for their practical. In the interim, as she approached Area B's gates, Izumi stretched and looked around, feeling a little let down that she had missed the chance to purchase some specially made equipment. The sleeves would be an issue, but her green tracksuit was fine, albeit a little worn in some places. When Present Mike caught everyone's attention, she began rolling them up. Alright, get started. The crowd of heroes to be stood in stunned silence, an opportunity that Izumi gladly took to get ahead of her competition. Present Mike looked around. Well, what are you waiting for? There are no warnings in real life. Go, go, go. Everyone snapped out of their shock at that point and started charging into the fictitious urban area. Izumi, fortunately, had planned ahead and had already stored a good amount of heat during the written exam. Gazing at the horde of villain bots in front of her, she raised her arm and aimed at them. With so many, did she really need to aim? She fired off a heat wave and instantly destroyed a few bots before absorbing the heat she had just expended. She had to hurry up because she was already at a disadvantage because she had to gather heat before releasing it, and competing against multiple people who could use their quirks without any setup wasn't her strong suit. She ran up to a three-pointer and started superheating her palm before thrusting it into the bot's face, saying, "Heat explosion." The moment she made contact, the bot's head and a good chunk of its torso were blown to bits. She had seen the glasses-wearing boy from before take one down with a quick kick. He must have a speed quirk. It was fortunate that she had rehearsed her theories on that Nomu. Taking a cue from Bakugo was the right thing to do, even though she lacked the heat to match his quirk. The thought of him becoming a hero, with his personality, like the heroes who failed to save her mother, who opted to be ostentatious and show off, earning a paycheck by fighting villains rather than saving lives. She took a moment to look around at the others, and they weren't any better. They fought over each other like kids, complaining about kill-stealing with complete disregard for everyone else. Some were even calling out their points as if this were some sort of game. Shigaraki's words came to mind, and he was right. Hero society was wrong. Being here, surrounded by glory-hungry, egotistical, wannabes who just wanted a fat paycheck and some fame, sickened her. She used her quirk to melt the head of another bot and quickly absorb more heat, frowning as hate and rage welled up inside of her, but she snapped back to reality when she felt the ground start to shake. Izumi hadn't bothered to keep track herself. As she turned to run away, a sharp cry of pain cut through the chaos, causing her to turn around and search for the source. Sure enough, someone had gotten caught under some rubble. Izumi considered leaving, but it was that girl from before. Everyone stopped as they saw a giant robot rise up, the zero-pointer, an obstacle to be avoided instead of fighting directly. It was big, but beyond that, it wasn't much more than the others. It was best to ignore it. Izumi hadn't been able to catch everyone's quirks, but she had seen Ochako's floating objects and villain bots, so why wasn't she doing so now? Was her quirk causing her queasiness? Perhaps it was overuse. She remembered the times All for One had tested her limits of what she could absorb, and it felt like she would have died of heat stroke, with blurred vision and labored breathing. Ochako's face looked pale and sickly, and it also twisted in pain as she struggled to pull free. Ochako had been nice to her, and even though her assistance wasn't required, she was prepared and willing to help her when she tripped. She shook her head, realizing that now was not the time to analyze quirks. She had to act. She glanced at the others, who were running as President Mike had suggested. Were they really going to ignore someone who needed help? The zero-pointer was drawing near swiftly. It's bad luck to fall down right before a big exam. Izumi hurried ahead, causing Tenya to pause and turn around. What is she doing? Was she not paying attention? He asked himself as he saw Ochako. How had he missed her? He was so focused on passing that he was about to leave someone in need. That's not what his brother would do. He'd be helping everyone, like a real hero. Izumi started attempting to lift the debris as soon as she arrived at Ochako. Hey, you okay? However, it weighed too much. Yes, I did but my leg. I believe it to be broken. What could she do? Damn it, she growled in frustration. Is no one else going to help her? If she tried blasting it or blowing it up, it would hurt the very person she was trying to save. Thrusting both hands in the air, she began absorbing heat at a rapid rate, causing a hurricane to form. That combined with her shouting got everyone's attention. Too bad the hurricane wasn't strong enough to lift the rocks. Well, is it the role of a hero to watch from the sidelines? Can't you see that she needs assistance? The hero's decision to choose fame and glory over a burning building was no different from this. How infuriating. With a single kick, Tenya ran over and smashed the debris, shocking Izumi, who bowed and said, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. The hurricane has now stopped. I assumed you weren't serious about this. However, you're correct. I'll get her to safety, he said, picking up Ochako before turning to go. A hero's duty is to save lives. Let's go. Then he hurried back to the crowd and headed for the entrance, hoping to persuade the staff to give her a treatment. Good, at least someone listened. Izumi now focused on the zero-pointer. Since no one else was in danger, she could have easily run as the boy had suggested, but her instinct told her to stall it, slow it down enough so that everyone could escape safely. With her quirk, it would be easy, but she would be crushed if she got close enough to touch it. If only there was a better time to test this, damn. She hadn't used it much, but this thing was made of metal, just like the other villain bots, so all she needed to do was conduct the heat through something else. However, there wasn't enough time. She could not afford to waste heat, so she thought about just blasting it with a heat wave. Whatever. If she failed, she could simply run. She held out both arms, one to absorb the heat and one to fire it, and blasted a heat wave at the tread joints of the zero-pointer. It appeared that she wasn't alone because another student added, Don't worry Mon Amy, I'll help. A blonde boy shot a laser at the joints from his belt in an attempt to weaken or destroy them. The giant robot leaned to one side as the zero-pointer fell, its enormous size and weight crushing the now weakened and disproportioned tread. Others soon joined in, though it seemed they were more interested in looking cool than actually helping. Izumi didn't care. As long as the zero-pointer was incapacitated, that's all she wanted right now. Before she could finish, everyone left because they didn't want to stay. Izumi arrived at the entrance winded, seeing that her sleeves had burned off, leaving her arms mostly exposed, her tracksuit torn and singed in some places, covered in dust and dirt, but she was fine, her arms tingling a little, but that was all there was to do now. Either she scored enough points to pass or she didn't. After seeing that demonstration of everything wrong with Hero Society, she couldn't bring herself to care anymore. As abruptly as it had begun, a buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exam. After searching the area for Tenya and Ochako, she was able to capture them with Recovery Girl. After removing her lips from Ochako's leg, she turned to face other people in need of her assistance, leaving Izumi to follow the two. You okay? Yes, I'll be alright. Thank you both for saving me. Tenya held up his hand as though to stop her, pushing his glasses up and saying, Don't thank me, I don't deserve it. He turned to Izumi and bowed once more before saying, And you? I was so focused on passing the exam that I didn't realize you were in danger until she went back for you. Thank you for reminding me of my purpose for being here, and the definition of heroism. Permit me to properly introduce myself. What's your name? He asked, extending his hand to shake hers. My name is Tenya Iida. I'm Izumi Midoriya. Izumi was perplexed as to why he was now friendly with her. She reverted to her old habits and awkwardly accepted the handshake. Ochako joined in the handshake and said, And my name's Ochako Uraraka. We should all be friends. I agree. At UA, I hope to see you both, as fellow students. What was she getting herself into? Friends. Was it really okay for her to make friends? After all, she was technically here as a spy, so perhaps they could help her hide. Why yeah. Izumi's lips curled slightly upward. She felt sorry for them, but there was also a part of her that was glad these people wanted her as a friend. While the teachers were discussing the students' performances in the staff room, Might was mentally repeating what he had seen and heard. Nezu, what was that girl's name? Well, you mean the girl who was in charge, right? She went by Izumi Midoriya, I think. Why are you asking? She acted recklessly by attacking the Zero Bot. She was courageous, though, and only attacked the tread, allowing everyone to leave in safety. However, what caught my attention the most was what she said. She has a kind heart and didn't hesitate to assist someone in need, even if it meant failing the test. Yes, I am aware of that. However, keep in mind that you are not here to comment on the outcomes. I wouldn't be concerned about her future here because she already received a passing grade. Additionally, you have other tasks to complete. Another job. All Might blinked, perplexed. Yes, I told you who would be delivering the message to them, didn't I? A few weeks later. I'm here, booyah, as a projection right now. Oh, Izumi stumbled backwards onto the couch, gawking at the projection. All Might himself was giving her the test results. What the? You may be wondering why I'm here to give you the results of your test. The solution. This year, I will begin teaching at UA. Why you're kidding. Will All Might impart knowledge? Me, she was having a hard time controlling her inner fangirl at the moment. Well, let me get right to the point because it looks like I have a lot of these to do. With a total of 21 villain points, young Izumi Midoriya, your combat prowess is roughly in the middle. But, by rescuing another student from the Zero Bot, you demonstrated incredible bravery, heart, and mettle. You even considered stopping it from pursuing everyone to safety. You have been given an extra 50 rescue points for this. You've passed. Congratulations. And welcome to your academic hero. It would be an understatement to say that she was still thrilled to be here, to attend UA as she'd always dreamed of. She was just as excited on the inside as she had been during the entrance exam, but here she was, walking up the stairs and staring in awe at the building in front of her, now in the UA uniform, and it still didn't feel real. Izumi stifled a yawn as she entered the school of her dreams, having arrived a little early to explore and become acquainted with the premises. Unfortunately, UA was so large that she barely had time to explore the first floor. As soon as she opened the door to Class 1A, she heard Iida reprimand Bakugo for mistreating the desk. He stopped to smile at her and said, "Oh, Miss Midoriya." He then approached her in a nearly robotic manner. "Hello, Iida, congratulations on making it in. And you as well. He made robotic hand gestures as well. I still find your performance during the exam to have been a shining example of heroics. Oh, yes, he was still first, but Bakugo was furious that she had come so close to his score and finished second. And what kind of performance was that? Bakugo sneered at her. She went back to assist a fellow student who was in danger after spotting her. In order to prevent the zero-pointer from pursuing, she even organized a number of people against it. I doubt anyone would have noticed if it weren't for her actions. She reminded me of the real purpose of a hero. Iida adjusted his glasses as if to highlight a point. You could learn from her example. Is that accurate? She had help. Of course she did, but second place. It still didn't add up. I was aware that you couldn't succeed on your own. It was too early to deal with his ego, so Izumi rolled her eyes. Fortunately, she was suddenly embraced from behind by a new distraction. I knew you'd make it. Out there, you were incredible. Oh, hi, Uraraka, nice to see you too. This was far too much attention for her liking. She was starting to slip back into her old awkward habits. Pull yourself together, everyone's looking at you. She must have been impressive, but the expression in her eyes reminded him a bit too much of his father. Todoroki acknowledged Izumi from the back of the classroom. It was the first day, and class had not even begun, but here she was, being praised by some classmates. What a hottie. Mineta wiped his mouth, eyeing her up and down. She's gotta be at least a C cup. She may appear aloof and cold, but I'm sure she has a very sensitive side. Such vulgar behavior. Yaoyorozu had her hands folded over her desk, not particularly pleased with the behavior from some of her classmates. Still, she too eyed Izumi, partially with curiosity, but also a little envious. If you're here to play with friends, then I suggest going somewhere else. As the class turned to face the door, they noticed a caterpillar. Aizawa got up, unzipped his sleeping bag, and entered the classroom. My name is Shota Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher will be me. I understand that this is abrupt, but please change in the locker room and take these uniforms. Hurry up, and I'll see you on the field. After about 8 minutes, everyone had changed and gathered on the field. Later than Aizawa would have liked, but he wasn't going to expel them yet. All right, it's time for a test of quirk assessment. Ochako was the first in the startled class to say, but we'll miss orientation. Time cannot be wasted on meaningless rituals. Unlike other universities, UA does not adhere to tradition. I am free to manage my class as I see fit. You've spent the majority of your life taking standardized tests, but you've never had the opportunity to use your peculiarities during a physical examination. The nation continues to act as though everyone is equal, which keeps the powerful from succeeding. Izumi clenched her fist, knowing better than anyone that UA would be different, but the entrance exam had already shown her that she was mistaken to let Bakugo in because of his strength, and she was fuming inside. This is not logical. The Ministry of Education will eventually discover. Bakugo, you'll go first because you scored the highest on the exam, he said, holding a ball. What was your farthest softball throw in junior high? About 67 meters, I think. Enter the circle, use your quirk to toss the ball, and observe the significant difference. Anything goes as long as you remain in the circle. I'll add a little heat to my pitch and drop their jaws, Bakugo said as he reared his hand back and threw, releasing a massive explosion that sent the ball flying while yelling, "Die." Each of you needs to know your maximum capabilities, Aizawa said as the ball landed after a few seconds. It's the most logical method of figuring out your potential as a hero, he said, turning to reveal a distance of 705.2 meters. The class began chatting among themselves, mostly in shock or admiring banter, but Aizawa's stern glare put an end to it. So you think this is all fun and games? He said. Fools. There will be 8 tests for you to compete in. They should be inspired by the fact that the person who finishes last will be expelled right away. Ochako spoke up once more, and while Aizawa was giving some sort of lecture, Izumi couldn't help but feel sick. Her quirk wasn't exactly going to help in most physical exams, and if she were expelled simply because she came in last to know, she couldn't entertain those thoughts. Besides, what he was saying made sense. Villains and other calamities didn't care about fairness. The world, this society, was rotten. She had been left on the sidelines for years, abandoned by her only friend, made to endure his abuse, and then had her mother. Nothing in her life had been fair. Show me that your being here isn't a mistake, Aizawa said, bringing Izumi back to reality as he was wrapping up his speech. Midoriya comes next. Without using your quirk, how far did you throw? Roughly, she said, pausing, a little embarrassed, turning her head to the side and speaking softly, 25 meters or so. It seemed that everyone could still hear her. When Izumi finally took her place in the circle, Bakugo grinned and said, well, this ought to be good. He had no idea how she managed to do it, but she was going to demonstrate to everyone how helpless she truly was. How much time can I spend getting ready? Whatever you need, just don't take forever. Izumi nodded, crouching down and raising her hand above the ground. Since the sun was beating down on the dirt, absorbing heat from the ground should provide her with a decent amount. A thin layer of ice formed on the ground, almost invisible and fading quickly, but it was enough for Todoroki to notice. If the ball could withstand Bakugo's quirk, her weaker heat explosion shouldn't destroy it, but would this much heat be enough? She raised her hand to suck up some more heat from the air, just to be safe. Aizawa's brow twitched, almost said she didn't need to raise her hand. Bakugo's eyes widened and his face turned white. What the hell, since when could she pull this crap? He asked himself a number of questions. Had she been lying to him for all these years? Was she making fun of him in private? What about quirk accidents? Had she simply kept them to herself? Why hadn't she used it until now? Izumi eventually adopted a pitcher's stance after a few seconds had passed and she was satisfied with the amount of heat she had collected. She held the ball with the tips of her fingers rather than a firm grasp and started to throw, letting go of it a little early and igniting her palm. She smacked the ball with a heat explosion and sent it flying, but she wasn't done yet. She quickly recovered from her throw and took aim at the ball, adjusting her arm up and down, guessing the angle and rate of descent, firing a heatwave, catching the ball just before it began to fall and sending it a little further. When it finally hit the ground and Aizawa stopped the timer, it read 607.8 meters. Izumi had hoped for a little better after the preparation work she did, but overall, it was a respectable first attempt, though it appeared that someone might disagree given that Bakugo began charging up to her, saying, "Stupid Usagi." His hands were popping with explosions, and his voice was a low growl. "You bitch, you've had a quirk since when the fuck?" Izumi gritted her teeth and said, "I told you to stop calling me that." She was no longer a scared little rabbit and was ready to start absorbing his explosions when Aizawa's eyes brightened and his hair began to float. "That's sufficient, you too." Azumi's fingers twitched as he put an end to Bakugo's little outburst by wrapping him in his bindings. Settle down. If only she had a pencil in her notebook right now. Erasure quirk. Then that means. She noticed goggles concealed beneath the covers, and when she tried her own trick, it didn't work either, which could only indicate that she was Eraserhead. A hero who works only at night and avoids the media like the plague. At the moment, her inner fangirl was yelling, and she was determined to stop it. He waited for Bakugo to calm down a little before letting him go, saying, "My hero work is none of your concern. Now if this little drama is over, get back in line and wait for the rest of the tests." Damn it. Bakugo clenched his fists and walked back in line, sneering at Izumi. After Izumi followed suit, he whispered to her, "Why didn't you tell me? We've been friends since kindergarten, right? Are you aware of the peculiarities of my parents? Just that Auntie Inko's quirk let her lift small objects. My father was able to breathe fire. I've been punishing myself for my foolishness. Having the ability to raise fire, or something like that. Prior to that fire, I had never tried. It just sort of happened because I was so desperate to save her. Unlike you, I am unable to produce heat on my own. You don't need any setup to use your quirk. However, my quirk necessitates a specific sequence of actions. I'm fortunate that I never experienced a quirk accident. Izumi spent hours yesterday crafting that brief narrative. Hopefully, it was sufficient." "Yeah, bullshit, no luck. You would have flaunted your quirk if you had one. You wouldn't have remained silent about it, I'm sure. Whatever you want to believe, Kachan." Bakugo persisted in his attempt to probe, but she ignored him. He was intelligent, despite his actions, and he needed precise control for a quirk like his. Everyone in this room has been using quirks since they were at least 4 years old, except for her. Uraraka's throw interrupted her train of thought, and Aizawa turned the timer to display the infinity symbol. The rest of the tests went about as well as Izumi had anticipated. She couldn't really match Bakugo's quirk or its versatility, even using a heat explosion to propel herself during the 50-meter dash. Her grip strength was pretty pitiful, clocking in at 56. Side-to-side jumps were another failure for her. Though she was impressed by that little boy with purple hair, even her long jump was disappointing. Frustrated with her performance thus far, Izumi would have to channel that energy into her sit-ups, allowing her thoughts to wander. I've only had combustion for about 10 months, and the most training I did was just me taking out my anger on that bastard. Everyone else has such amazing quirks, and it's easy to see how much they've honed their skills. Hey, how are you? Izumi hesitated, and Uraraka gave her a slightly worried glance. The expression on your face. You simply appear to be in pain. Oh, nothing at all, it's just a bad memory, she said, continuing her sit-ups. Ochako Uraraka, you're far too perceptive. How can you empathize with others so easily? No, I just let my guard down. I have to keep a cool exterior. The long-distance run and toe touches were another low point for her, but at least her stamina held out. When Mr. Aizawa showed everyone their scores, Izumi was a little relieved that she hadn't placed last, but being in the bottom 10 was a serious blow to her confidence. Mineta broke down in tears, saying, "No, I'm going to be expelled. How am I going to look at all the women now?" Izumi desired to punt this individual. The majority of the class gasped in confusion and mild anger as Aizawa put the list away and said, "Oh, and I was lying about sending anyone home. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all. Wasn't it obvious?" Yaoyorozu asked, glancing at her classmates with a hint of frustration. "I apologize. I suppose I ought to have said something." Izumi was emotionally and physically exhausted at the end of the school day, and she was so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she didn't notice Iida until he spoke up. "I was a little concerned about Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, but I trust the school's judgment," she said. "In Japan, UA is among the best. Nevertheless, lying is blatantly immoral." "You're telling me?" Izumi didn't like that little prank, even though she was lying. "I knew I wasn't very physically capable, but that was just sad. What am I lacking, since I am aware that I can perform better?" "Hey, are the two of you heading to the station?" Uraraka ran down the stairs and yelled, "I'll be with you guys." "Oh, Infinite Girl, Uraraka was your name, correct?" "Yes, Uraraka Ochako. Let's see, Iida is your name, and you're Usagi Midoriya." "Please don't call me that," she said, threatening to kill him. "Izumi Midoriya is here. Since we were young children, Kachan has referred to me as Usagi." "Ah, that's so cute. It's an insult," and Uraraka recoiled slightly at her scathing tone. "I hate it. I'm being called weak, useless, and a stupid pet that needs to be protected. That name will never appeal to me. Not since he became a tormentor instead of a friend. I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay. How could you have?" She didn't need to, but something about Iida and Uraraka made her feel like an old Izumi, and she wasn't sure how to react to that. "Well, if nothing else, I wanted to stop by the hospital anyway," she said as the three of them continued talking on their way to Tatooine Station. Izumi waved to her two new friends as she walked from Tatooine Station to the hospital. She finally made it to her mother's room after checking in with the front desk. She appeared content in bed, and her heart rate and breathing were steady. Izumi grabbed her hand, pulled up a chair on the side, and sat down. "Hey Mom, it's been a while. I passed the entrance exam, I'm a UA student now. I got second place. Kachan got first place, of course. And get this, I actually made two friends. I think they're both pretty nice. Iida's kind of a stick in the mud, but he's kind and serious about school. And Uraraka's, she reminds me of myself a little bit. She's got a big heart." Izumi took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and tried not to cry as she went on. "I wish you could meet them. I wish I didn't have to lie to them. It's pathetic. I'm pathetic. I'd already given up on being a hero, a good person, and I've already crossed the line. There's no going back for me. I can't just quit and reform. And now, after everything I've done, I'm starting to regret my decisions. All just because someone was nice to me. But I can't go back. A promise is a promise, no matter what, right? You probably didn't mean it literally, or think I'd make a promise to the wrong people, but even so. I'm stuck." Izumi talked to her mother about the exam and her first day for a while longer. An hour or so later, she wrapped up and gave her a forehead kiss. She started walking out of the hospital and toward the bar. By the time she arrived, it was already dark outside. Kurogiri knocked on the door, opened it, and let her in. Shigaraki hardly acknowledged her when she looked in the mirror. "What do you want now? Don't tell me you've been kicked out already." He nodded and switched the television to sound only, saying, "No, nothing like that. I actually have some good news to share." Kurogiri, can you call master? Izumi pulled out her notebook and sat in front of the television, jotting down her observations about her classmates' peculiarities. The voice of All for One was as authoritative as ever. Ah, Izumi, to what do I owe the pleasure? My homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, had us do a quirk assessment today. But unfortunately most of the tests were physical. I was hoping to train more and build up my physique, but that's not the only reason I'm here. I noticed All Might peeking around the corner, watching us during our tests. He's teaching at UA now. As that's so, quite fortunate. However, weeks prior, he had already received that information from his other source. However, it never hurts to know for sure. Azumi's personal observation of him, there should be sufficient proof. He is likely looking to train a successor. He is strong, but a rare few can win the battle against time. He's aging, and his tenure as the symbol of peace is nearing its inevitable end. Tell me, are there any probable candidates you saw in class? That depends. Kachan's strong, an absolute combat monster, but he's the worst person to pick. He'd make a far better villain, with his personality. Then there are those who got in through recommendations. Yaoyorozu's quirk is impressive, and she's smart, but she's lacking in many ways. Todoroki's quirk is impressive too, although he seems to be holding back. Just a theory on my part, but I think there's more to his quirk than just ice. And he's got incredible control. No one else in my class seems all that impressive in terms of quirks, but... Shigaraki scratched at his neck angrily, saying, "TCH. Quit rambling and just get to the point already. As I was saying, there's two students who I think have the heart of a hero. Iida, he's by the book but has upstanding morals. And Uraraka, who reminds me of myself from months ago. Overly kind and optimistic. We seem to be getting along well, and I think that they've got a decent shot based on personality alone. But he could also choose someone from the second or third years, or even Class B. I'll continue to monitor everyone's progress and give my reports. Once a week, or even monthly. Whichever is more." Izumi bit her tongue as Shigaraki made a fist and pounded it hard against the top of her head. "You're starting to mumble again. It's annoying. Just send a report when there's something important." The screen made All for One laugh. Those few months were worth it because of the resentments and grudges Izumi was accumulating. Hatred was such a strong incentive. "I will have Kurogiri pick up your notebook from time to time. That should be enough to keep me in the loop. For now, simply play the part of the studious hero course student. That is all I ask of you for now. As you wish. As for building up your strength, you needn't come to me. Simple strength training should do just fine. UA's hero course should provide ample resources in that regard. Take your time, and study All Might closely. He may be a fool, but he's currently the most powerful hero in the world. Just don't get in the way. This quest has already taken forever. I don't need you to make the final boss any harder. When the time comes, you are to stay out of the way, Izumi. Unless you intend on exposing yourself so soon. No, whatever the League needs me to do. I made my choice already." All for One gave a knowing smile. He ended the call and turned to face the doctor, saying, "Good. Things are about to get interesting." "Indeed, but I gotta say, is it really wise to give Shigaraki all of this manpower? The Nomu should be more than enough." "I have my doubts, doctor, but the boy must learn through experience. Trial and error are the best teachers for him to grow right now. He is my chosen successor. I will provide him the necessary resources, but I will not coddle him. You will see, doctor. The day he realizes his true potential will be one to remember." He sipped on his tea, gazing at the Nomu vats. "How is your latest project coming along?" "Wonderfully. I don't even think she realizes what's happened. Either because she's willingly blind or just ignorant. But it'll need more time before it's fully ready. All worthwhile things do." The following day, UA's curriculum was impressive. Although some of the classes were less engaging than others, they were all standard. Izumi found it easy to listen to Present Mike teach English, but she also felt the same way as the majority of her peers. This was really dull. She was able to eat food prepared by Lunch Rush, at least during lunch. However, everyone had been looking forward to the class for a long time. Hero training. Izumi might have been as thrilled as her classmates. The mere idea that All Might would be teaching them today created a great deal of excitement. When the door finally flew open, everyone was chatting in their individual friend groups. "I am," the students exclaimed, holding their breath. It was this, coming through the door like a normal person. They all gave him a puzzled look at the dull entrance. Still, he was dressed in the Silver Age suit, and this was the All Might. Izumi had to pinch herself to maintain her composure and refrain from gushing. He pushed a button on a remote control, causing the wall to open up and reveal briefcases. Today you'll be doing a mock battle. I'll explain more once you arrive at the urban training area. And of course, you'll be wearing these. All Might then departed as abruptly as he had arrived, but the class was still a hive of activity. Hero costumes. The designs you've submitted have been brought to life thanks to our support department. Get geared up, and I'll see you there. Uraraka appeared a little sheepish in the changing room. Wow, I wasn't exactly going for the skin-tight look. It's kind of embarrassing. Izumi turned to face the other girls and said, "Yeah, I know what you mean." When she looked at her own costume, her face couldn't help but flush. Everyone's put a lot of thought into their hero costumes. Some with more form or function. Seriously, I said I wanted it to be open in areas to help keep me cool, but this is ridiculous. In addition to being form-fitting, it felt much more revealing than she had anticipated. A blue one-piece leotard that clung to her upper body but turned into a loincloth along the hips was her hero costume. It also included knee-length boots the same color as the dress, a ragged brownish-red cape, and big metal arm guards to help her concentrate her heat wave attack. She attempted to hide in her cape despite the fact that only her shoulders, sides, back, and portions of her thighs were visible. The cape was the only thing preventing her from being as risque copyright as Midnight at the moment, though she must admit that she only thought it would help her look cool. How is this even legal? Guess we both should have been more specific. I hope they at least made this material heat resistant. Wearing a hero costume that was just as revealing as Izumi's, Yaoyorozu approached the two. From what I've seen of your quirk, you can manipulate the weather, right? I need my skin to be relatively exposed in order to create anything. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly were you going for? Not quite. I can absorb and release heat. In short, it's thermal energy conversion. Think of it like a meter from a video game. My body stores the heat I absorb, and I can release it in a few ways, but I can also overheat. I wanted to stay cool, not this. Oh, I see. In that case, I'd say your outfit is mostly functional. But why the cape? I don't want to talk about it. We should just go. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can get some adjustments. Mineta tried to process everything as the girls entered place. Man, the hero course really is the best. He stood with Kaminari. Yeah, check out Yaoyorozu and Midoriya. She looks so bashful. Izumi gave both of them a death glare. Bakugo grinned. You look like a scared little rabbit. Izumi said, gritting his teeth, not. Now, with a box in hand, All Might said, I see everyone has finally arrived. You'll be split up into teams of two. One pair will be playing the villains, while the other pair will play the heroes. The villain teams will be given a super weapon to guard. You'll be given a few minutes to hide the weapon in this building, on any floor and in any room of your choice. Heroes, you'll be given a communication device, and everyone will be given some capture tape. You'll have a total of 15 minutes to locate and secure the weapon. If the villains can keep you from touching it, or capture you, then they win. If the heroes secure the weapon, or the villains, then they win. Now let's see who's teaming up with who. Izumi was genuinely happy to be paired with Uraraka as everyone began to pull from the box. The two girls gave each other a high five. Iida was paired with Bakugo in the meantime. After each person had a partner, they were paired off against another team at random. Izumi grinned ominously, and Bakugo grinned. First, their teams were competing. Izumi wanted to knock Bakugo down a peg, but Bakugo was prepared to blow him to pieces. He became enraged when she said his name in a tone that was almost like a sing-along. Looks like you'll be a villain, Kachan. How fitting. Shut your mouth, Usagi. I'll destroy you in round face by myself. Getting into character already, Bakugo bounded off at that. For once, she had the opportunity to tease him. She was satisfied, even though it was petty. The loudspeaker erupted with All Might's voice. All right, villain team, begin your preparations. Izumi began absorbing as much heat as she could from the surroundings while Bakugo and Iida entered the building to get ready. She would need every advantage she could get, but it wouldn't be much. Alright, Uraraka, we should prepare too. Yeah, where do you think they'll put the weapon? Knowing Kachan, the top floor. Looking down on others is what he does. And it's a trope for a reason, right? I've got nothing better, so let's go with that. Izumi shifted to a warmer area and began to absorb more heat, causing some ice patches to form and quickly disperse. Can you use your quirk to get us up there? If you can, we could probably take them by surprise. Well, the heavier the object, the more of a toll it takes on me. Overusing my quirk can cause me to hurl. But I should be able to make us light enough. You just need to get us high enough to pull ourselves onto the roof. Even if it's a little short, that's fine. I'm willing to bet Kachan will be patrolling the area, leaving Iida to guard the weapon. He wants a fight, and while I want to deflate his ego, I know taking him on directly is a losing battle. Even if we worked together, he'd beat us both. So we avoid him, but wouldn't Iida call for help? Probably, but didn't you notice? His quirk, those pipes on his legs, they're metal. His costume is also probably metal. If I can get a hold of him, I can turn that armor into a smoldering coffin. Isn't that a bit dark? Izumi kept mumbling until All Might's voice came through the loudspeaker once more. I couldn't think of anything else, okay. Besides, I doubt it'll get that bad. But even beyond that, I can't imagine a suit of armor makes for comfortable wear in extreme heat. Even if I don't grab him, he'll still be overheated, or something like that. Alright heroes, time's up. Begin. I know it's not much, but I believe we can do this. Let's win. Uraraka used her quirk to float the two of them up to a window. Bakugo and Iida hadn't looked for entrances to the building because this one had been left open. The narrow corridors had multiple blind spots, making them ideal for ambush. Izumi was certain that Bakugo was prowling the hallways, most likely attempting a surprise attack. She was uneasy because they hadn't seen him yet and hadn't even heard anyone. She inhaled deeply and exhaled gradually. She had learned this lesson from All for One as well. Flashback. Tell me Izumi, what do you think is a villain's greatest asset? Izumi narrowly escaped the Nomu's attack before using her special ability to produce a tiny heat explosion that caused a hole in the monster and left its arm dangling from its body. During battle, she had grown accustomed to his interrogation and learned to maintain her focus while keeping an open mind. She avoided another Nomu attack, saying, I don't know. I would guess secrecy. Heroes don't make the first move, they have to wait for a villain to strike. They have no way of knowing when or where a villain will appear, or how strong they are, or even what kind of traps may have been set. The Nomu punched her again, and she swung around, blasting it with a heatwave. So many unknowns. So my answer is secrecy. You're close. It's the fear and anticipation that keep them wary. The psychological battle is equally as important as being armed with knowledge. Wear down their nerves and exhaust their resolve before combat has begun. What about heroes who show no fear? Kachan, for example. Such individuals are usually reckless and aggressive, or even overly cautious. Keep a level head and take advantage of your knowledge. You've spent years analyzing heroes, have you not? If a hero were to ambush you, what would you do? Assuming you know the hero in question. The flashback has ended. Remain composed. I'm dealing with Kachan here. He'll initiate contact. Iida is the issue. I only caught a glimpse of him fighting during the entrance exam. Azumi's instincts took over as they were about to turn a corner, and she quickly grabbed Uraraka and dove out of the way. If Uraraka can hit him with her zero gravity, he should be immobilized long enough to get the weapon. Bakugo's powerful blast sent debris flying in all directions just in time. He frowned at Izumi, and his quirk made his hand pop. Usagi, you're dead, he exclaimed, pausing to consider who he was staring at. His thoughts strayed to a far-off recollection. Izumi was being trash-talked by a punk. He therefore gave him a lesson. Izumi, however, had the audacity to confront him and stand up for the brat. She resembled a scared little rabbit. He therefore made an effort to instruct her as well. However, he saw the person in front of him as the memory of his childhood friend faded. She was calculating, cold, and had an unwarranted ruthlessness in her eyes. The image before him was flawed in every way. Bakugo launched a wide right hook at the two once more. Catching it as if it were nothing, Izumi quickly changed his body, lifted him over her shoulder, and landed him back first, knocking the wind out of him. She persisted. She brought him closer to the wall and gave him a hard knee to the head while she still had his arm. Bakugo instinctively blasted himself a few feet away and began inhaling sharply. Who was he fighting, anyway? How? We've known each other for how long? I've been watching you all this time. I wasn't just observing the pro heroes, I was taking notes on you too. The notebook you scorched and tossed away, it had plenty of you in there as well. And you always start a fight with a wide right hook. If you want to win Kachan, then you'll have to come up with some new tricks. Anger twisted Bakugo's face. Of all people, how dare she denigrate him? You bitch, you think you're better than me now? Only one way to find out. Uraraka, go, I'll handle Kachan. Uraraka acted without hesitation. She desired to be far from the growing hostility between them. Izumi seized the chance to sprint past Bakugo without any opposition while he was gritting his teeth and concentrating only on her. Hopefully, you're aware of what you're doing. Bakugo became enraged. He had never seen the girl he had grown up with so brazen. Before and after that day, she would never have even considered challenging him. Nevertheless, she was encouraging him. She hadn't even made use of her quirk yet. Was she laughing at him, making fun of him? After all these years, was she really acting weak? She was annoying him, but it didn't add up. Ready to put his boot in her face, he lunged at her once more, using his quirk to propel himself forward. She blocked his kick to the side of her head. His kick had more force than she had expected, but fortunately she had wrapped a piece of capture tape around his leg. You always did have an ego problem. She was right when she said, knowing him, he'll try to get out of this by attacking me. Unfortunately, he got away. I'm not getting anywhere with this. I must move. She ran around the corner before Bakugo could attack her once more. I just need to buy Uraraka sometime, it doesn't matter where. All Might was relieved to be back in the monitoring room. Those two were fighting like crazy. They have to have a past. Man, Bakugo's nuts. Look at him, he's acting like a real villain. All Might hoped that this was not a real attempt to kill her, but rather a simple act or even a way to vent some bottled-up rage. As he watched the video feed, he saw Bakugo with a frown on his face, aimlessly searching for her. With the weapon in hand, Uraraka appeared to have located the right room, which was now empty except for the phony bomb. Just as young Midoriya is anticipating Bakugo's attacks, young Iida cleared the room, leaving him with plenty of space to move around while depriving his opponent of objects to use her quirk on. As the other students discussed the fight, Todoroki felt uneasy about something. At least not like him, Midoriya didn't appear to be the kind of person who harbors resentment. However, her eyes made him think of himself and the animosity he had for Endeavor. It appeared to him that she detested Bakugo nearly as much. He vaguely recalled hearing those two speak during the quirk assessment test, but he wasn't really paying much attention to the others. Based on his expressions and behavior, Bakugo also appeared to feel the same way. What might have transpired between those two? If only they had sound. Bakugo crashed through a second door into a room that was empty. He didn't understand this. Not too long ago, she was a bug, just a scared little rabbit in need of his protection. Damn it, stop hiding you damn coward and face me. She was his best friend and sidekick even as children. She followed him wherever he went. He didn't feel this angry even when she extended her hand to him after he fell off that foolish log, staring at him as though he were smaller than her. He had to remind her of who she was and where she belonged. Confident that she had lost him for the time being, Izumi had paused to catch her breath. When Uraraka was contacted, it appeared that she was in a difficult situation with Iida, but at least they were now on the same floor. After saying, "Okay, I'm on my way," she heard Bakugo yelling, referring to her as a coward. Her cool attitude vanished in an instant, to be replaced by anger and hatred. That jerk. He cannot accuse me of being a coward. Keep Iida busy. I've got a score to settle. Not after everything he's done. Wait, you can't be serious. What about did she hang up? For a brief moment, Iida went out of character to show sympathy for the girl. However, he didn't think Midoriya was a competitive person. He then laughed like a corny, mustache-twirling villain, making Uraraka laugh once more. No matter. If Bakugo keeps her busy until time runs out, then I shouldn't complain. All part of our evil scheme. Izumi and Bakugo met only one floor below. He was eager to test both of his charged gauntlets on her. Izumi appeared to be as distressed as he was. What? Finally decide to stop running, you damn rabbit. I'm going to make you eat those words, you damn fake. Bakugo recoiled a little. When did she start speaking that way? And accusing him of being a fraud. He lifted his right arm and pointed it at her, saying, "Oh, you're in for it now." Pulling it back slightly, he revealed a pin. You know how my quirk works by now, right? So tell me, ya damn nerd, what do you think these gauntlets do? He said. His peculiarity and gauntlets made Izumi nervous, even though she wanted to clock him. Why did he need to be astute on top of everything else? You ignite your sweat, so I take it that you've been storing up. This wasn't good. She was somewhat resistant to heat, but could she withstand his full blast? No, she shouldn't have been pushing her limits right now. There was only one option for her. The speakers carried All Might's voice. Stop, young Bakugo, you'll kill her. Not if she dodges. Izumi immediately dove down the adjacent hallway and wrapped her cape around herself as Bakugo pulled the pin. She heard the devastation caused by his assault, and when it subsided, she observed the fallout. As Bakugo began to monologue, her mouth fell open. The more sweat I build up, the bigger the blast. Damn, these things are awesome. Well, what's the matter, Usagi? Too scared to make a move? Young Bakugo, if you release that attack again, your team will lose automatically. You're supposed to be protecting your stronghold, not destroying it. All Might gasped inwardly. At least he won't do that again because of that. However, his pupils might be correct. He may have to put an end to this before someone is harmed. Izumi made the decision to call Uraraka and devise a strategy while her opponent was momentarily distracted. She learned the general location of Iida and the weapon by whispering in a low voice. And she wasn't that far from being under the building's schematics, if she remembered them correctly. She considered a number of options, ranging from demolishing the floor beneath Iida to eliminating him completely. However, the argument with All Might appeared to be coming to an end, so they only had time to quickly agree on a plan. Although Bakugo didn't like it, he was powerless to stop it. All he would need to do would be to remind her of the lesson from their childhood. He launched himself forward, but instead of striking her directly, he veered off course and blasted her in the back. Although she wasn't entirely ready, she had quick reflexes. Before the explosion grew too large, she absorbed the heat with her quirk. Nevertheless, he refused to stop. He would not allow her to reflect. He eventually got her arm behind her back after a brief, one-sided beating. See, I'll always be better than you. You're nothing compared to me. Damn it. Izumi didn't want to rely on this, but she had no choice. It will hurt, but it's better than losing. Both of them heard a clear popping sound as she moved. For a brief moment, Bakugo was stunned, but she only needed to touch his chin with her knee. Bakugo stumbled back, and if his world hadn't been spinning, he would have given in to her. He had to take a knee because he was unable to remain upright. He was numb and his ears were ringing, but he made himself remain conscious. Izumi, meanwhile, took hold of her arm and slammed it against a wall, causing it to pop back into position. She pulled out her capture tape and wrapped it around his wrists, saying, "All the years of your abuse, and the training I went through just to try and catch up. I've built up a bit of a pain tolerance. But that still hurt way worse than I thought. But hey, it's as the saying goes. Just grit your teeth and bear it. I'm pretty sure you were the one who said that to me." She needed to move quickly now that she was finished here. There was not much time left, and she had to assist Uraraka. The room with the weapon was around here, or so she'd been told. After receiving confirmation, she raised her hands and directed all of her remaining heat toward them, forming a heatwave big enough to engulf and possibly suspend an opponent. "Uraraka, is he by the window?" she asked. "Not much left in me. You better make it count." At first, Iida was a little perplexed. What had she just asked Midoriya to confirm? He didn't have to wait long to find out because a blast of heat was headed straight for him as he felt the ground beneath him give way. Although he was shielded by his armor, the attack was sufficient to maintain his focus. Uraraka launched herself into action, lightening herself and leaping onto the weapon while he was preoccupied with Izumi's attack, which was admittedly brief. Weapon secured. No, the weapon. The floor collapsed as the heatwave subsided. Izumi just managed to dodge an Iida that was falling, allowing him to collide with the ground. Later on, she would have to apologize to him. The buzzer then went off. The allotted time had passed. The intensity of the first match stunned All Might and the students, but he was unable to look on indefinitely. The hero team wins. Bakugo wouldn't have stayed down for very long, so perhaps she shouldn't have taken the time to tie him up. That was still far too close for comfort. Izumi staggered a little before catching herself on the wall after taking a single step in the direction of the exit. She didn't realize how much damage she had sustained. At least she had prevailed. He was beaten by her. And that was sufficient to make her smile. All Might spoke to the class after everyone had been returned to the monitoring room. He was not a good teacher. Despite the results, I'd say the MVP of this match is young Iida. He went on despite Asui's perplexity. Yaoyorozu raised her hand and initiated her explanation, saying, "A valid question. Why didn't I pick one of them? Anyone wanna guess?" In her analyses, she was undoubtedly far more thorough than he was. He felt a little envious. Izumi frowned as he looked down. Yaoyorozu was correct. She and Bakugo had put their grudge match ahead of taking the task seriously. Additionally, her quirk was still ineffectively used. It was a painful reality, but since she had it for less than a year, it wasn't shocking. And it was a narrow victory for her. He would have prevailed if only a few things had gone differently. However, she concurred with the sentiment. Iida was deserving of the commendation. As Yaoyorozu completed her review, All Might cleared his throat. "Right, you missed a little. Iida could have relaxed a bit. But other than that, you were spot on. Now then, let's continue." The next few battles caught Izumi's attention. Especially Todoroki's peculiarity was astounding. She had previously been correct about him. Not just ice, but heat, too. He may have been even more accurate and in control than Bakugo. At her side, a finger twitched. Now if only she had her notebook. No wonder he got in on recommendations. The eccentricities of everyone else were equally remarkable. The only person left behind was her. Izumi saw Bakugo simply walk out at the end of the school day. No bluster, no insults, not even rage. It didn't matter, anyway. She was about to leave herself after finishing her notes on everyone's peculiarities when Uraraka resumed speaking to her. She couldn't hold it against her. However, that upbeat optimism made her stomach turn. She sensed that someone other than Mineta was observing her. She turned to see Todoroki standing beside her desk. "Need something?" He looked into her eyes for a moment, trying to find the answers he was looking for. However, she had already redone her mask of cool indifference. He himself wore a mask all the time. "What was up between you and Bakugo?" Izumi dismissed his eerie gaze. "It's complicated." Behind Todoroki, the pink girl with the acid quirk appeared. "Ooh, a secret crush. Oh, by the way, I'm Mina Ashido. And my name's Suyu Asui, but you can just call me Sue." Fantastic. Her classmates were all beginning to become friends with her. "Before you go any further with the thought, no. It's not a crush. We just hate each other. Have for a long time now. You were right, Yaoyorozu, about us holding a grudge. You can just say we're rivals and drop this. I really don't want to talk about it." They didn't give up the idea. Izumi let out a sigh. "I guess this is going to be my life from now on." I said no. Izumi didn't believe anyone would vote for her when Aizawa instructed them to choose a class representative. Nevertheless, she had received 2 votes as opposed to Yaoyorozu's 3, and she believed she knew who had cast those votes. "I'm not cut out for this position." With a half-full mouth, Uraraka spoke. "That's not true. It's thanks to you that we managed to win in the end." Iida nodded his head. "Indeed. And your performance during the entrance exam shows you can take charge. You were the one inspiring everyone to act as heroes." "Sure, but I messed up. It's like Yaoyorozu said during the review, I chose to fight Kachan instead of complete the task at hand. And our victory was sloppy. I thought a double heatwave would be cool, but I didn't account for the amount of heat it would take up. I'm lucky I shot anything. And what if you had moved Iida? What if I shot too wide and hit the weapon? I didn't even consider its proximity to you." "Okay, I think we get it. You're starting to mutter a lot." Izumi muttered an expletive. "Sorry, bad habit. Besides, I'm not a leader. I don't want to lead. Even as the class rep's secretary. Even though I got 0 votes, I can't argue with the method I chose. And I don't regret voting for you either." "Oh, Iida, you were the other vote for her." Izumi cocked her head sideways. "Yeah, well, had I known Yaoyorozu would have gotten 2 votes anyway, I would have voted for you instead, Iida. Both of you have a good head on your shoulders. I'm resigning the first chance I get." Any more discussion was cut off when the alarm went off. What did a level 3 mean? Fortunately for Izumi, Iida asked the third-year student next to him because she was equally perplexed. It appears that someone overcame the obstacles. The 3 friends were swept up and separated as the entire cafeteria rushed towards the exit like a tidal wave. Iida was pressed up against the window and could see clearly who was outside. He didn't like being pressed up against the window. "Wait, it's just the press. Everyone please calm down. It's ONL." He looked around the throng and saw Uraraka, then the exit sign. Taking advantage of the situation, he was able to approach her. "Uraraka, use your quirk on me. Make me float." She obeyed him even though she wasn't entirely sure where he was going. Using his quirk, he pushed himself toward the exit by pulling up his pant legs. He must have looked hilarious, but at least he could capture everyone's interest here. Everyone, calm down. You're all safe, it's just the press. Izumi was impressed. In addition to his handling of the matter, Iida simply demonstrated her correctness. He was a much better option than she was. Her fellow students in the crowd appeared to concur. By the time classes resumed and the class representative was ready to discuss assigning roles, Izumi briefly interrupted her. Hey, Yaoyorozu, sorry to interrupt, but I'm resigning as secretary. Yaoyorozu appeared surprised, and the class was half shocked. No offense, but I don't want any kind of leadership role. You and Iida would be better. Yeah, Iida was pretty manly when he stepped up earlier. If Midoriya vouches for him then I'm cool with it. Aizawa let out a sigh. I don't care who you pick to be class rep, just do it before I'm done with my nap. By this point, Izumi had become somewhat accustomed to her teacher's uniqueness. Even so, she was still troubled by it. However, the majority of the class agreed on Iida and Yaoyorozu, so she felt relieved. However, it appeared that they preferred him to her as the class representative. Iida felt sorry for the girl, but she accepted it. Izumi still believed she would perform well, and she had received more votes, but it appeared that the other students were supporting emergency exit Iida. At that, she had to suppress a chuckle. Izumi's day went on as usual after the class representative issue was settled. She was traveling to see her mother at the hospital. Since her last visit, a lot seemed to have happened. She wanted to hear her mother's pride in her and celebrate with her. She received silence in return, as usual. After saying her goodbyes, she realized she had forgotten something when she arrived home just after 7 o'clock. The following day, Aizawa flashed a card in front of his class while standing in front of them. Today you'll be doing rescue training. All Might, myself, and another pro hero will each be tutoring you at a specialized facility. You can change into your hero costumes or not, just know they might get in the way. Izumi was looking forward to the training in rescue. After all, this was what heroes did. However, she became a little pale when her costume was mentioned. It would undoubtedly be helpful if she were in a fiery situation. However, the designer was the gym uniform an alternative. She debated with herself for a while before putting on her hero costume and leaving the locker room. Yes, it was awkward, but it was also the best option. That was something she had to keep telling herself. Asui started a conversation while Iida pouted on the bus over his seating arrangements. So Midoriya, your quirk sucks up heat, right? I wanted to ask this after your fight with Bakugo, but can you put out a fire? She recalled her attempt to save her mother. Oh, yeah, I can, but not if it's too big. Just like I did with Kachan's quirk, I can prevent ignition to a certain degree, but I've never tried with anything much bigger than a stovetop. Or a burning beam. She had successfully extinguished the burning debris that had fallen in front of her, but it was still smoldering. Man, I wish I had a flashy quirk like you and Bakugo. My hardening is strong, but it doesn't stand out much. My naval laser sparkles bright like a star. Yeah, too bad it gives you tummy aches. Not fantastic. Everyone turned to face Izumi, whose eyes were shadowed by her bangs as she looked down. Being a hero isn't about being flashy. However, the message was conveyed by her tone. Everyone shrank back except Bakugo. We're supposed to save lives, not showboat. Hey, Midoriya, I didn't mean it like that. The abrupt change even alarmed Kirishima a little. Just making small talk. Izumi sighed, partly as self-criticism for her outburst. Slow down. Sorry, it's just a sore spot for me. Ignore me. Pull yourself together. Bakugo knew her better, even though she might have been trying to hide it. She underwent a significant transformation after that day, when she dashed into the burning apartment to save Auntie Inko while the professionals were occupied with battling villains. She kept it a secret from the others, but he was aware of her current emotions. And that she was on the verge of losing her temper with these losers. She undoubtedly still harbored resentment toward those pros. The remainder of the bus ride was more pleasurable after the depressing atmosphere subsided, and they eventually reached their destination. One of, if not the greatest rescue heroes of the modern era, met them when they entered. 13. The Space Hero. Along with Izumi, who made an unsuccessful attempt to nerd out with another enthusiast, Uraraka was going into full fangirl mode. 13 provided a brief overview of the establishment, which she referred to as the USJ. along with a warning, discussing the risks associated with their peculiarities and how they can be used both to harm and to benefit. Because of Bakugo and her training against the Nomu, Izumi was no stranger in that sense. She looked around, but All Might was nowhere to be seen. Did Mr. Aizawa not mention that he would be present? Did he really intend to make a grand entrance? The lights flickered and 13 seemed to be whispering something to Mr. Aizawa. The fountain stuttering as well. Shigaraki entered the familiar purple haze that had spread out in the middle of the USJ along with a number of anonymous thugs. Last but not least, that Nomu. She instinctively took a step back to get ready to fight when she saw it, but this wasn't training. Naturally, Aizawa was the first to respond, donning his goggles and yelling at everyone. 13. Protect the students. Everyone else stay back. This is real. They're real villains, exclaimed Aizawa, hurling himself down the stairs and into combat. The small-time thugs began to fall like flies. Despite the size of the group, Eraserhead was an expert. He obviously knew more than one trick. If Izumi weren't distracted by her own thoughts, she would be impressed. Why in the world were they in this place? Before anything else happened, she was expected to gather information. Even though she had only been in UA for a week or so, this was still a prime opportunity to attack. If they were going to move so quickly, what use did sending her serve? Furthermore, why didn't they alert her? She was startled out of her reverie by Ida's yell. Now is not the time to analyze, come on. He was correct. She was also instructed to keep out of the way. She had nothing to gain by remaining. It doesn't matter if Shigaraki was apprehended. He could easily get the two of them away as long as Kurogiri was present. Furthermore, the Nomu was merely a living doll. It could only roar like a beast and not even speak. However, Kurogiri interrupted her once more. He looked around the class and noticed Izumi in the back. Hello. I hope you don't mind that we've brought guests. Apologies for inviting ourselves over. We are the League of Villains. It was okay to let her go, but everyone else was the issue. All of them had to stay here. We have come for the death of All Might. Where is he? Izumi attempted to communicate by moving her mouth silently. We haven't seen him either, even though he was supposed to be here. 13 seems to know something. Before she could tell him anything more, Bakugo and Kirishima launched themselves into combat, blocking 13's path. Be wary of her black hole quirk. However, Kurogiri quickly reformed himself because he was mostly composed of mist, and Izumi went on. I would suggest that some students be used as meat shields. His mist enveloped the group as he said, My, how reckless you students are. I will not let you escape. I'll split you apart, so that my comrades can kill you. Iida was stunned by what he saw, but he managed to grab a few of his classmates and escape the dome. The majority of the class was warped away by Kurogiri, but some were left to thwart 13's eccentricity. She shivered as she felt that familiar cold warp envelop her and drop her. Prior to UA, she was accustomed to it, but it appeared that she was growing less tolerant. How irritating. What location am I? At the very least, Kurogiri could have twisted her outside. However, that might have been too dangerous and could have exposed her. However, the heat made it obvious where she had been sent, so she didn't need to look too closely. Her gaze met a sea of burning, collapsed buildings. At least I'll have an advantage here. Not far from where she landed, she could hear fighting. Additionally, a number of thugs had already gathered around her. To put it mildly, a colorful bunch. The first to speak was one of them, a man dressed in metal and with blackened fingers. Finally some action, and what a looker too. Another man with a flame for a head, or maybe one that was covered, said, Careful Flint. Remember that Shigaraki told us not to underestimate them because of their age. Pay attention to her quirk. He appeared to be the group's smarter member. The first, who is now called Flint, made a tongue click. Eat it, Wick, this one's mine. Hey, we're all supposed to jump her. What does it matter which of us gets the killing blow? Yeah, I just want to see a hero student's face twist in agony. Izumi rolled her eyes. Was this Shigaraki's best effort? These squabbles were childish, and they were barely coordinated. It gave her enough time to absorb some heat, at least. Although they were foolish, they were helpful. Furthermore, it appears that no one disclosed her identity to them. She needed to let off some steam, and she might as well use these grunts as an example. Flint took the initiative and swung his fingers against the metal of his body, igniting them as he sprang for her. He attempted to get up for good measure, but she easily sidestepped him at the last second and slammed his face into the ground, stomping his head back down. Izumi looked languidly at the others, assessing what she could see. The others appeared to be fairly normal, with the exception of the flame-headed guy. Did they all have peculiarities related to fire? There's only one way to know. Who's next? The heteromorph villain with lizard-like features ran at her and said, "Arrogant bitch. You'll pay for that." But he wasn't charging her like the other one. He spit fire out of his mouth as soon as he got close enough. Azumi's hand reached through the flames, taking in everything she could before her hand was thrust down his throat. There. That ought to fry her. If only she could research their quirks more thoroughly. Interesting. So your quirk lets you breath fire like a dragon. But only if you can heat it fast enough. She punched him in the throat and pulled her arm out for the time being, then gave him a hard boot to the head to end his life. A woman picked up some smashed rubble and poured it into her arm, saying, "What the hell is she made of?" She completely ignored Slag's quirk. She grinned and aimed it like a cannon at Izumi. "Let's see how you handle this." Without even giving the thug a chance to shoot, Izumi just fired a heatwave at her. Kurogiri and Shigaraki had picked formidable opponents for her, so she had to give them credit. In fact, she was beginning to enjoy herself. A tiny bit. This is the experience of fighting a weaker person. I could become like Kachan if I'm not careful. And I'm not going to be like him. It appears that these villains were also slow to catch on. Damn it, I can't get a read on her quirk. How can she be invincible and fire beams? What's the connection? Izumi would undoubtedly take advantage of this. The woman fired the debris, but it was now molten hot and moving quickly. "Hey, don't count me out yet, you brat," she exclaimed. The fact that Izumi had just flung herself at Wick and grabbed his burning face with one hand was unfortunate for her. Sucking in the heat of his flames, Izumi swiftly extinguished the fire to reveal a plain sniveling man. About what I expected. She ignited her other hand and used a heat explosion to slap him to the ground, removing him from the fight. "I'm curious about your quirk. Are you made of fire or just covered in it? Let's find out." Out of my way, launch. Watch how a real villain handles things. A fresh appearance. This man was dressed in white pants with some wrapping around his stomach and a white trench coat with spikes on his shoulders. Without using his hands, he lit a cigarette that was in his mouth. He held up his fist and ignited it similarly, saying, "Nice to meet ya. I can respect a strong opponent. But you're just a little girl. My manly fist will crush yours." "I see. Planning to use brute force since your quirks have no effect. Don't worry, I'm a nice enough guy. I'll bury whatever remains." With his right fist held back, he charged at her and delivered a powerful, direct blow to her face, which Izumi managed to capture. Not a smart move. With the intention of pushing her back, he applied even more fire to his fist. Rather, she stood her ground and extinguished his flames entirely. "You're kidding." "No, I'm not." It was preferable to just remove him with her bare hands because he had a flame quirk. It's easier said than done. However, Ojiro swooped in and gave Izumi a forceful tail smack just as he was about to move. "You all right, Midoriya?" "I'm fine, but thanks. He's tough, but you can beat him. Just watch out for his fire. I'll take on the gunner." "Damn, Vulcan." The others failed. "I noticed. Kid's got a good hook, I'll give him that." Vulcan stood up, cracked his neck, and took a large drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it completely. "I'll have to bring out my ultimate move." "But the girl cancelled your attack." "This ain't as small, and maybe if you attack too, we'd be done already." "I was loading up, asshole. I'm ready to fire when you are." Izumi interrupted their conversation with a casual remark, "That won't be necessary." She had placed herself in the middle of the two bad guys. She considered letting one shoot her partner, but this was taking too long. Izumi focused heat on both villains by thrusting both of her arms out to the side. Double heatwave. She held her position for as long as she could while simultaneously blasting the two. This went much better than when she tried it on Iida. Launch's head struck the wreckage of a building after she was flung back. Like a rag doll, her body slumped to the ground. Vulcan had raised his arms in defense, demonstrating his ability to withstand heat. Izumi wasted no time in hurrying him as she turned to face him. Ojiro trailed behind, but he carried on the battle after being startled. After taking a few hard hits and some jagged kicks, the thug was rendered unconscious by their onslaught. "Man, am I glad you ended up here. Goes to show those villains have no idea what our quirks are." Izumi began to walk but abruptly stopped, saying, "Yeah, I suppose you're right. But now's not the time. Come on, we'd better get out of here. Hey, do you know where the exit is?" The two eventually left the fire hazard area after what seemed like an eternity. Izumi seized the chance to take in as much as she could without going overboard, giving her much-needed ammunition. Both the main entrance and the shipwreck area were clearly visible from their position. Eraserhead was still hanging on because she could still hear fighting coming from the square. She worried about him in part. His eccentricity and typical strategies were inappropriate for protracted conflicts and large gatherings. The Nomu came next. Look Midoriya, if we follow this path it'll take us right to where that mist guy is. Oh, right, listen Ojiro, you go on ahead. I want to check the shipwreck zone before heading out. I can help you, both in a fight and to carry anyone if need be. You don't have to do everything yourself. She really didn't want him to get involved, so she said, I suppose you're right. But are you sure? But she would at least be helpful if she could keep him away from Shigaraki. What is there to question? It's a hero's job to save people, and those villains weren't all that tough anyway. The mist guy, that muscular bird monster, and the one covered in hands are probably the big guns. The two had only taken a few steps before they ran into Asui and Mineta. Well, he was smart enough to realize the real threat, but if he thinks they're comparable at all then he's got another thing coming. Come on then, let's try to avoid fighting for now. Guess we won't have to go to the shipwreck zone after all. Mineta was forcefully dropped to the ground by the frog girl. Hey Midoriya and Ojiro, glad you're safe. Izumi was unwilling to even inquire. So you were sent to the shipwreck. Ojiro, looks like you were right. They don't know our quirks. Mineta got up and wiped the blood from his forehead. There were some villains in the water. Nothing my sticky balls couldn't handle, but man that was scary. Yeah, he was actually kind of cool back there. Ribbit. If there's no one else there besides villains then let's get going. Eraserhead is a pro, he'll pull through. We'd only get in the way and slow him down if we tried to help, even if we only took out a grunt or two. I don't like it, but I agree with Midoriya. I'm still worried about that mist guy. Izumi hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't they simply be in the way there as well if they went to the entrance? What was going on with Kurogiri, she wondered. This was not really a good response. She either led them to Shigaraki and the Nomu, which would be equivalent to walking them to their deaths, or she led them to Kurogiri and let them escape. Deaths she didn't want to think about. Despite all that, I still want to check on Mr. Aizawa. I'm not expecting you to follow me. Are you crazy Midoriya? You'll be killed. You saw that brain guy, he'd snap you like a twig. I know, she had personally witnessed Nomu's abilities. That's why I'm only going to take a peek. I won't be far behind. Then I'll go with you. My frog quirk lets me do whatever a frog can do, so I can get us out of there with a quick leap. Why did some of the pros need to be more heroic than these students? There's less chance of being spotted if it's just one of us. Even so, you shouldn't go there, either of you. I'm with Ojiro, let's just go. And besides, you were adamant about not getting involved, but now you want to go scout. What's up Midoriya? She had been irresponsible, damn it. Ojiro was beginning to doubt her now, or at least her intentions. She needed to come up with something. I'm worried about our teacher. He's an ambusher, excelling at surprise attacks and stealth. Not a head-to-head battle. Those villains must have some kind of plan. You heard what the Mist villain said, they're here to kill All Might. And they're confident enough to attack the USJ, during a class lead by pros. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Aizawa's in trouble. But like you said, we'd only get in his way. She hoped that would buy her some more time. That's why I only want to take a peek. One look, in and out, just to surveil the situation. And if I'm caught, then at least I'll be caught alone. She began walking toward the square after saying, look, I'm not arguing about it anymore. I'm going. I won't be far behind. The remaining 3 pupils were taken aback. Although Midoriya could occasionally be just as stubborn as Bakugo, this was a radical change. Something didn't add up, but Ojiro didn't want to ask. Hey, do you guys think she has a vendetta against one of those villains? Ribbit. It's possible, but something's clearly not right. I'm going with her. Asui trailed behind Izumi as Ojiro picked up Mineta and ran towards the entrance, saying, but Sue, no, I won't argue with you. Both of you, come back safely. Izumi's mind was racing as she headed to check on the fight. Idiot, they will now believe that something is definitely up. Why was I in a panic? How come I had to go open my big mouth? She stuck her head out and saw Eraserhead's elbow, which was cracked and bleeding, exposing its muscles, in Shigaraki's hand. Damn it, Shigaraki, if I had time to prepare a convincing lie, I wouldn't be in this mess. He had apparently already figured it out. As more thugs attempted to exploit his vulnerability, he retreated, his arm dropping limp to his side. He still thrashed them, much to Izumi's surprise. However, she could tell by his appearance that he was at his breaking point. Aizawa sensed a menacing aura behind him and attempted to activate his quirk as he turned, but Nomu had already broken his goggles and smashed his face into the ground. You know you really are cool, Eraserhead. But you got one thing wrong. I'm not the final boss. He is. Nomu proceeded to slam him against the floor, shattering his nose and splattering blood all around him. Meet the bio-engineered anti-symbol of peace. But you can just call him Nomu. Izumi was aware of the outcome. Nomu had regeneration, shock absorption, and extraordinary strength. Erasure wouldn't stop him, either, because his strength wasn't a quirk. Mr. Aizawa lost the moment he was caught by it. Nevertheless, nothing had prepared her for what she was witnessing, even with all of that knowledge, training, and experiences to date. Before anything came out of her mouth, she had to duck down and cover it. Izumi was startled when Asui whispered to her, "I know how you feel. It's a gruesome sight." Satisfied, Izumi practically whispered back, "Sue, what the hell are you doing here? I told you to go with the others. You said you'd only take a glance, right? Let's hurry and go before they spot us." Izumi inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. It was not time to get frightened. Shigaraki's voice interrupted the two as they began to creep towards the entrance, saying, "Fine, you guys were right. Happy. I regret coming here. Well, what do we have here? A couple students who came for their teacher. Not very smart." Kurogiri twisted beside Shigaraki before Asui or Izumi could respond. "Kurogiri, did you kill 13? 13 has been incapacitated, but I was unable to scatter all the students, and one of them got away. Backup will arrive shortly. We'd best get going." Izumi found it hard to believe. Were they able to escape the warp gate of Kurogiri? Iida was the only one who might have been quick enough to escape. She wished she could exhale in relief. Knowing Shigaraki, though, he would have one of his outbursts. Already, he was using both hands to scratch his neck. He turned back to Asui and Izumi as they began to feel hopeful once more. "You fool, if you weren't our way in and out of here, damn it. We were so close. If we get swarmed by pros, we're done for. Time to go home." He hurried over to Asui and said, "But before we do, let's give All Might a little present." He reached out to turn her into dust. Neither of them could respond in time, and Izumi had no stomach to watch. "I apologize, Sue. I'm to blame for this. I was followed here by you." Shigaraki grunted in frustration when nothing happened as his hand closed around Asui's face. "You really are so damn cool, Eraserhead." He turned to see the expert staring at him with an obvious quirk. A tiny pool of blood formed as the Nomu slammed his head into the ground once more. "Now then, where were we?" Shigaraki looked at Izumi, who should have been out of the way, and said, "Wait." With a hint of annoyance. What the hell was she doing? Killing us won't accomplish anything. We'd be more useful as hostages. Instead of negotiating, she ought to use this chance to run. "Sue, get out of here." Instead, she blurted out the first thing that came to mind because her mind had gone blank and she had forgotten all of her notes and strategies. "That mist guy, he said you were here to kill All Might. And now you're running away. He'll be here soon. Why not just let her live?" Uncertain whether or not this was her acting, Shigaraki wondered what he was hearing. In any case, it didn't really matter to him. "I don't feel like going back to the title screen. And hurting All Might's pride is a decent consolation prize. I do whatever I want, when I want. I don't need any other reason, and Eraserhead can't save you this time." It was this. She had not succeeded. No one could be saved by her. What was the point of her attempt? What was the purpose? Why was she doing all of this when she had only known Asui for a week? Before she was flung to safety, Izumi was too preoccupied to notice a tongue wrap around her waist. "Wait, Sue." The entrance doors suddenly blew open. A furious All Might appeared out of the dust, his characteristic smile replaced by a severe frown. He tore off the tie, obviously impatient, and said, "It's okay now, students. Because I am here. Look at that, our game gotta continue." After taking it all in, All Might chastised himself for sleeping while villains attacked the others. I was worried when my calls to Aizawa and 13 couldn't go through, and happened upon young Iida on my way here. Your villainy ends here. He quickly killed the last few thugs and saved Aizawa. He turned to face Izumi and Asui, moving them to a more secure distance while striking Shigaraki hard and giving Aizawa to the two pupils. I'm sorry Aizawa, I should have been here. Izumi, still in shock, glanced at Sue and then at All Might. At last, he had arrived. All this time, where had he been? She knew he was active because she had seen the news stories before school. What caused the delay? She decided it didn't matter at the moment and shook her head. You two get Aizawa to safety. There's still time. I'll handle these villains. It was annoying. She was completely worthless. There was not much time for her to spy on Ua. She was unable to assist in this assault. She was so helpless. The frog girl, eager to escape the villains herself, didn't need to be reminded twice. How pathetic. All I can do is get out of the way. Come on Sue, let's just go. While Aizawa was being carried away by the two students, All Might prepared to fight. Ready to give the hand villain a Carolina smash, he threw himself at him, but the brain creature blocked him entirely unharmed. He tried everything, but this thing just ignored it. Fortunately for him, the villain began boasting and gave him the beatdown. He moved behind the hideous villain and suplexed it, creating a massive dust cloud as he did so after evading another grab. Regretfully, he sensed its hands piercing his sides. Damn, dirty trick. While the other two babbled about how they planned to murder All Might, Nomu dug into his left side and drew blood. The beast was gradually drawing him in, and he was unable to break free. He might have been in trouble if not for an unexpected ice burst covering its arm. All Might was able to pull free from the ice-trapped arm. Indeed, Todoroki was present. One of your thugs told me how you were planning to kill All Might. But he'd never fall to the likes of you. Bakugo's hand caught Kurogiri's neck brace just as he was about to move, knocking him to the ground. Finally got you this time, you smoky bastard. Looks like you've got a real body under there after all. Kirishima did the same, jabbing Shigaraki a few times as he retreated. Izumi looked around to see what was making all the noise. Those idiots. They'll only get in All Might's way. Shigaraki gave his neck a scratch. The plan was not working out. Kids these days really are amazing, aren't they? Kurogiri, how could you let this happen? In order to prevent himself from moving, Bakugo made tiny pops along his neck brace. Careful smoky bastard, any sudden moves and they'll have to piece you back together for weeks. Not very heroic sounding. Shigaraki turned to face Nomu, looking strangely composed but a little irritated. You heroes are all the same. Violence is perfectly fine when you do it. Nomu. The creature pulled itself up, its side disintegrating, as if the ice hadn't been there at all, only to quickly grow back its lost limbs. We'll need our warp gate back. Get him. Bakugo's body was transformed into a fine red mist by the Nomu with lightning speed. Izumi stood with Sue, watching with her mouth hanging open. What the devil? He was mine to kill, Shigaraki, she said, but her rage was short-lived because she could see Bakugo with Kirishima and Todoroki. With his arms raised to deflect the blow, All Might stood where Bakugo had been. They're just kids, and you didn't hold back. He was threatening my comrade, what else was I supposed to do? It's not like they're angels anyway. Each and every one of you heroes stand there and judge which violence is heroic and which is villainous. It's not fair. Don't try to sound noble. You're only doing this because you feel like it. It's 4 against 3, you're outnumbered. With a slight cough and steam beginning to escape his body, All Might said, no, stay back. Todoroki prepared to freeze the bird guy once more by assuming a combat stance. You'd be in trouble earlier if I hadn't helped. He raised his fist back and gave his students a thumbs up, saying, and I thank you. But this is different. Watch how an old pro handles it. Shigaraki ran toward the 3 students, arms ready to rot whoever stood in his way first. HMPH. Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him. Let's clear this level and go home already. Heads up. Looks like we're fighting after all. All Might practically glided ahead of the 3 as they squared up. He was confronted by Nomu, and they began to trade blows. Everyone else flew as each punch sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Weren't you listening? One of his quirks is shock absorption. Yeah, what about it? Izumi handed her teacher to the others and watched in disbelief from the top of the stairs. Even though she was aware of All Might's strength, she could still feel the force of their blow. Since she was old enough to use the computer, she had seen the videos and watched them almost religiously. However, it was truly amazing to see him in person. Even though Nomu was specially designed to kill him, his strength was too great. In a matter of seconds, he sent the Nomu flying through the roof, reduced to nothing more than a speck in the distance, shattering her understanding of what limits meant. What the? Did he punch the shock absorption right out of it? Just how strong is he? All Might, nearly out of time, turned to his students after dealing with Nomu. Placing his fist against his chest, he gave them his signature smile and said, "I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out." He turned to the other 2 villains and wiped some blood from the corner of his mouth before saying, "But today it took more than 300. Surrender, villains. We all want to end this quickly." Shigaraki angrily scratched at his neck, saying, "He cheated. He isn't weaker at all. Was I lied to? Do not lose faith, Tamura Shigaraki. We may have lost Nomu, but if we work together we can kill him. Look, our minions are getting up, and the children are frozen in fear. Now may be our only chance." From her position, Izumi was unable to hear what they were saying, but Shigaraki appeared to gather himself. That moron. They can't keep up with All Might's speed. If he fights now, she realized. All Might was just standing there, not attacking. He could have already put an end to this. Why hasn't he, then? He must have been more exhausted from the altercation with Nomu than she had assumed. Shigaraki has most likely already noticed. But his power was insane, even when weakened. The odds were stacked against them. Izumi was jolted back to reality by the sound of gunfire and the footsteps that followed. Riding on Vlad King's shoulder, Principal Nezu declared, "The cavalry has arrived." A dazzling array of professionals stood in front of her, offering the other students hope. Izumi, though, was more torn. Izumi just followed the rest of the class while the pros did their thing. Her black hole quirk allowed her to hear 13. In her condition, she realized what was going on when she turned to see Kurogiri with Shigaraki half out of the warp. She continued to walk, knowing they would get away without her assistance. The police had already begun collecting statements from everyone while they waited outside. Izumi let out a sigh. What a waste of time. That evening, Shigaraki kicked a nearby stool, which Kurogiri caught, saying, "What the hell was that? You were supposed to stay out of the way, but instead you blew it. Give me one reason not to kill you here and now." Izumi thought he would be upset, but instead he was acting like a bitter loser. She would be called for this, of course. Do you want the full analyses or the short version? Because if you'd take a step back, you'd see that this wasn't a total failure. The teenager trembled with rage, wanting to kill something, and the girl in front of him was making him even more angry. "Why you?" he asked. He remained with his hands, though. "For the time being. Give me a short answer." "All right. In short, you didn't have enough resources or manpower. Relying on a bunch of no-name thugs was a mistake, even if they were just cannon fodder. Eraserhead took out most of them, All Might only rubbed salt in the wound. On top of that, Nomu was strong, but also mindless. You can't rely on a moving punching bag to think on the fly. If it could think at all. And finally, you didn't account for All Might to push beyond his limits. Nobody, not even his students, was expecting him to show that much power. I said give me a short answer. Huffing at being cut off, she went on, "Believe me, this is the short answer." There was also the factor of the class, quirks. Kurogiri sent a student with a frog quirk to the shipwreck zone, and Todoroki to the landslide zone where he had free range to use his big area attacks. If you had waited for my report I could have given you a full rundown on everyone's quirks. You acted too quickly. On his end, All for One grinned. The girl raised some really good points. Perhaps Shigaraki would reach even higher heights if he paid attention to her knowledge and counsel. Izumi was his idea, and it was working, even though he wanted Shigaraki to learn on his own. Heed her advice, young Tamura. The battle may have been lost, but you gained valuable experience. Learn from this, and use everything you learn to your advantage. But Master, All Might wasn't weaker at all. Shigaraki gave Izumi an expectant glare and said, "That's not true. You saw how fast he moved. If he were in his prime, you'd be in a cell right now. I have some theories, but the fact is that he's weakening. He didn't attack because he couldn't. If the pros hadn't arrived, you and Kurogiri might have actually succeeded. If you had used his warp and your decay right then, you would have had him. My apologies, Tamura Shigaraki. A lapse in judgment on my part." Shigaraki sat at the bar and downed his drink angrily, saying, "Whatever. Now what do we do? Since you're so full of bright ideas, what's your plan? Izumi paused to reflect. Exactly. She didn't have one. She just planned to keep watching, but after that. Bide your time. Study your opponents. The UA Sports Festival will be held soon. Assuming they don't cancel the event for safety, you can watch it all from here. Until you've built up your strength, just lay low. And let me do my job. School had been cancelled for the following day. Izumi trained most of the time. She had to train with the Nomu she had that scumbag transformed into because the original Nomu she trained with was now in police custody. She throttled it well, but as usual, she didn't feel satisfied. Even hitting it like a training dummy didn't make a difference. He would never experience the pain, no matter how much harm she could cause. She felt sympathy for him somewhere inside of her, which infuriated her even more. She was busy turning Nomu's insides to charcoal when the doctor entered and took her hand out of its stomach. I see you're as lively as ever. Though it seems you're even more motivated since the attack. I have to do better. I thought of Shigaraki about to destroy Sue. It would become an issue because she had been truly concerned for the girl. Izumi was aware that she needed to suppress those emotions and avoid becoming overly intimate with anyone. If not, she would be a liability in addition to being a hindrance. My own weakness hindered the mission, even if I technically wasn't part of it. I see. What do you intend to do about that? Nothing much I can do. Just try to bury and crush my old self even more, I guess. Unless you have a better idea. Izumi knew the doctor didn't care, but he held his chin as though he was thinking. He had an answer already. Perhaps. But until it comes to that, I wish you luck. TCH. I needed to work on my quirk more anyway. At UA, today, every student in the class had a lot of energy. Izumi was uninterested in fame or wealth, so she couldn't really relate. She shook her head at her hero costume. Not important right now, she said, turning to face her classmates, who were all engaged in their own discussions. It was all disgusting, some about getting noticed, some about being on TV. At last, a pertinent question was posed. Hey, who do you think is going to be teaching us? Good question. Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital, so he probably won't. Aizawa was heavily bandaged when the door slid open, seemingly at the same moment. Morning class. He started to break the news to the class after the initial shock subsided. Don't get too comfortable, your fight's not over yet. He sighed and walked up to the front, giving them a little panic in the process. The sports festival. Everyone cheered at that. Izumi let her mind wander while Aizawa was explaining. As anticipated, the festival will continue despite increased security. It's an excellent chance to observe how adept they are at their peculiarities. Oh, as well as pupils from other classes. I should also start considering the hero agency I want to work for. Who among them will even be interested in me? Everyone began discussing the sports festival once more after Aizawa dismissed the class and Smintas began teaching his course. In particular, Uraraka appeared to be very excited. Izumi was beginning to feel uneasy about it. She couldn't resist asking as she, Uraraka, and Iida strolled down the hallway. Hey, Uraraka, mind if I ask you something? Sure. Go ahead. What made you decide to become a hero? Iida had previously shared his motivations with them, and Izumi had her own. She wanted to know. However, given Uraraka, it was most likely done purely for the benefit of others. Well, actually, for the money. Izumi came to a complete stop, her mouth hanging open and her eyes wide. Come again. I know it sounds selfish and all, especially compared to you and Iida. But I want to earn lots of money. Iida raised his eyeglasses. There's nothing wrong with wanting to support yourself. Your well-being is important after all. Uraraka began discussing her parents' financial circumstances. Izumi exhaled with relief. She therefore wishes to make life easier for her parents. In a technical sense, to assist others. You surprised me, but yeah, that makes sense. After class the following day, a crowd of students gathered outside 1A. Some were uneasy, but Bakugo just approached them. They're here to scout the competition, moron. We're the class that survived a villain attack, of course they wanna see us for themselves. Now that you've seen what a future pro looks like, beat it you shitty extras. The majority of the students shouted together. Bakugo. He was running his mouth, as if things weren't already awful. A child with purple hair approached the front and said, I wondered what class 1A was like. He had bags under his eyes and appeared exhausted. He immediately threw Bakugo's attitude back in his face. I heard they were impressive, but you just seem like an ass. Behind Bakugo, Izumi gave a nod. Truth. Everyone else in the class was afraid he would lose it. The boy continued. Bakugo appeared prepared to attack the man, but he didn't stop with him. Is everyone in the hero course this delusional or just you? He asked. He went on. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. Izumi was silently incensed. How dare he include me with Kachan? I'm not that fake at all. Anyway, I came to make a declaration of war. If you don't bring your A game, then I'll steal your seat right out from under you. To the surprise of the whole class, Bakugo simply grunted and continued. Kaminari shouted at him. Hang on, you gotta say something. It's because of you they all hate us now. Bakugo turned his head to look back. These people don't matter. What matters is that I beat them. Izumi approached the boy who had declared war while Kirishima and a few other guys were praising Bakugo's departure. She began to wave as she left, saying, I guess you're not entirely wrong, but it's mostly Kachan. Don't worry, he is an ass. I'll let the teachers decide who does and doesn't belong in the hero course. I don't know anything about you, but already you'd make better hero material than him. You trying to start something Usagi? Not my name. Given how much training everyone was doing, the days passed quickly. The day of the sports festival had come before she knew it. Todoroki entered Class 1A's waiting area and approached Izumi directly. Hey Midoriya. Yeah, strange, as if they had anything to discuss. With the same mask on, Todoroki met her gaze. He was curious about the purpose of her mask and whether she resembled him in any way. It's like the other student said, everyone will be gunning for us. I'm only saying this because I think we're alike, but I won't be going easy on you. Especially since he's watching. Izumi wondered if Todoroki was talking about All Might or his father or something. In any case, you say we're alike, how so? She was clearly resentful of Bakugo, but was that really it? Your eyes. I see the same eyes looking back at me every time I look in the mirror. Like his eyes, hers concealed a deep-seated resentment. A calm Fa section aide concealed a silent rage and hatred. He was aware of the cause of his own enmity and suffering, but what about her? Don't hold back Midoriya. She looked into Todoroki's eyes and understood what he meant when he said, I didn't plan on it. He acted spitefully because he detested something or someone. However, she was certain that she also noticed a trace of pain. It appears that he is carrying his own burdens. In an attempt to defuse the situation before it became even more tense, Kirishima butted in. Hey guys, chill, what's with everyone declaring war? Todoroki and Izumi both spoke simultaneously. They looked at one another again, stunned that they were in agreement, and then decided to part ways. We're not here to make friends. Ashido pushed Uraraka and put her hand to her mouth. Ooh, I think I smell romance. Izumi rolled her eyes. Wow, Ashido is spewing bullshit once more. How did it get to this point? It's called a rivalry. I'll be aiming for the top spot as well. Present Mike was energizing the class as they took the field while working the audience. She was almost uncomfortable because there were more spectators than she had expected. She assumed it was a show, but they were treating it like such. Indeed, Aizawa likened it to the Olympics. The umpire for the first years took center stage after bringing in classes A through K, including the business course students, which shocked Izumi. Midnight, the R-rated hero, in her costume. Mineta gave a sharp thumbs up, and it was evident that some of the audience was enthralled. Iida placed his hands on his hips. Is that really appropriate attire for a high school? After Midnight started outlining the situation, Bakugo was soon called upon to make the student pledge. He did what Class 1A feared he would do, of course. Izumi face-palmed as Iida began to chastise him, saying, So, I just want to say, I'm gonna win. At last, the event's randomization was displayed on the screen. Midnight appeared to be having fun as she asked, the first event. What could it be? She raised her crop when it stopped. And the first event is an obstacle course. Students to the gate. Something as basic as an obstacle course, but Izumi eyed the gate right away. The gate was rather small for this many students. So the gate itself is the first barrier. What do they want to see who takes the initiative? She didn't have much time to consider it because everyone was crammed into the narrow gate and the lights were counting down, indicating that they should begin. We're wedged, damn it. If nothing else, this will be a good chance to get some heat. Todoroki took the lead and used his ice to freeze most of the students in place after Midnight clarified that they could use their quirks however they pleased. However, fewer people were caught in it than he would have liked. Not only did the majority of his classmates pass, but a surprisingly high number of students from other courses did too. Just as Mineta was about to use a special move, a metal claw unexpectedly swatted him away. A number of zero-point robots blocked their way, causing everyone to stop. Present Mike didn't take long to discuss them. Todoroki, meanwhile, felt somewhat let down. As the zero-pointers began to attack, he used his quirk to send a huge blast of cold air upward, freezing them while off balance. I wish they'd made things a little harder. Especially since dear old dad is watching. They landed on people behind him exactly as he had intended. Izumi asked, "You didn't think it'd be that easy, did you, Todoroki?" As the ice that was forming around her began to melt, I stocked up before the festival. And again in the gate. All things considered, I figured either you or Kachan would take first place, so I'd need every advantage I could get. Isn't that against the rules? If you hadn't noticed, I tend to bend the rules a lot. And if anyone asks, I just used my quirk before school and didn't have a chance to vent the heat. She had the same stamina and agility as him, but he was obviously more athletic. Bakugo was flying over the zero-pointers behind Izumi, and the two could hear him yelling at them. Todoroki had to give his classmates credit for their prompt responses. As Eraserhead had mentioned, they had personally witnessed and engaged in combat with actual villains. No one in Class 1A hesitated. Todoroki sped up because he didn't want to lose and was just as capable as his peers. He used a small amount of fire to propel himself, but he soon stopped. Izumi observed how he restrained himself. They had to deal with the next challenge first, but she'd log that away for later. A sizable gorge with pathways made of rope. Shit, she saw Todoroki skate over the ropes with ease using his ice, but she would have to cross by hand. Although she didn't fear falling or losing her hold, she was unable to simply walk the tightrope, giving Todoroki the upper hand. By the time she was halfway through, the other students had already caught up, and she could see Bakugo's explosions flying over her head. While Uraraka and a few other students were considering their pathing, Sue knelt down and jumped onto the rope. "This is a great chance to show off what I can do." Another girl, a fully prepared student from the support course, began to rave about her babies and rant. Izumi shuddered at the thought of that, but she had to give the girl credit because grappling hooks and hover shoes made the task appear simple. Even though she had a gut feeling that the girl was cheating, she felt that calling her out on it would be hypocritical given what she had done. Furthermore, she had no right to object if the judges permitted it. Izumi rushed forward while Present Mike discussed the third obstacle while the others made their own way across. "A minefield. I'll be able to catch up." While in the lead, Todoroki will not freeze the entire minefield. "The person I'm most concerned about is Kachan. He will win number one if he flies over everything. However, since I know him, he will simply attack Todoroki, giving me the necessary time." When she finally reached the minefield, she saw a number of students crossing already. And before them all stood Bakugo and Todoroki, who seemed to be fighting it out while dodging the mines. She might be able to sprint through if she were farther ahead. However, they were too far away. Izumi took aim at the minefield, deliberately making sure to get as close to the ground as she could, and close enough to those two as well. No choice. Sorry everyone else. She was aware that she would be paving the way for others, but she didn't care as long as she placed first or in the top 5. She detonated all of the mines in a row while firing a heatwave, sending some students flying and creating widespread confusion. Now that the path was clear, she sprang ahead, attempting to cover as much ground as she could. The stadium reverberated with Present Mike's voice. "Whoa, check out Izumi Midoriya from Class 1A. In one fell swoop she blasted her competition to the side. But will it be enough?" Aizawa let out a sigh. "That was stupid and reckless. And why am I here? Damn it Usagi, you're not beating me." Bakugo bounced back fast and leapt forward using his quirk. Unfortunately, she used her quirk to set off another mine, and he ran straight into it. She needed to deal with him, even though it slowed her down. Fortunately, it was still sufficient to blow him back and cause him inconvenience. Not to be deterred, Todoroki chose to ice the minefield with his quirk. There's no use worrying about the others, they will catch up. Izumi looked ahead as Bakugo and Todoroki pursued her. The mines were closer together the farther she went, and her attack had not yet reached the other side. If she relied only on her skill, she would not be able to surpass those two, even with her keen mind and eyes. However, she didn't include the minefield's end primarily to slow them down. I have to move them out of my way. Izumi ignited her palm and triggered a heat explosion, setting off multiple mines that detonated and propelled her farther ahead. I hope this works. I'm glad I can withstand some heat. Izumi maintained her momentum and ran frantically to the finish line after tumbling forward and regaining her footing. Sadly, the other two were more difficult to get rid of. To catch up to her, they threw everything they owned at the wall. Present Mike got up, grabbed the microphone, and placed his boot on the table. Unbelievable. Class 1A is on fire. Eraserhead, just what are you teaching them? This isn't on me. This is a result of their hard work. Present Mike said, you heard it here first folks, Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. In spite of Aizawa's objections. And the first one back to the arena is Izumi Midoriya. The energy and excitement of the crowd, along with her own labored breathing, caused her to feel dizzy. It was this. Everybody was staring at her. She had never experienced this sensation in her chest before. She felt happy for the first time in a long time. Very pleased. The audience cheered her on as she triumphantly threw her fist into the air. To his own annoyance, Todoroki had entered slightly behind her, and Bakugo was directly behind him. She could hear some people whispering about her in the meantime, despite the excitement. The students in the business course. They had good points, she guessed, but something about promoting herself just didn't seem right. She wasn't here to follow in the footsteps of the heroes who merely grinned for the camera and got paid. The reason she was here was not to be a hero. She worked as a spy. A plant to gather data. Was it really necessary to come in the first place? Her moment of joy vanished as did her smile. The sports festival went on regardless of her feelings. In the air, Midnight cracked her crop. Alright, let's see what the next event is. Will your dreams come true, or will it all come crashing down around you? The suspense is torture. Your next event is this. The monitor displayed a battle between cavalry. Midnight went into detail, but the guidelines were fairly straightforward. However, it was her statement regarding point values that caused Izumi to perspire. Since our placement determines the points, I will have the most. She practically froze when it was revealed that the top spot had 10 million points overall. Everyone will be aiming for me specifically. Oh, screw me. A battle of the cavalry. The guidelines were fairly straightforward. Similar to the obstacle course, they were free to use their peculiarities however they pleased, but intentionally causing a team to fall was not permitted. The teams were divided between a rider and 3 horses, and the headbands represented the total of each member's points. Additionally, she only needed to wait 20 minutes, with 15 minutes to assemble a team. But the rules weren't the issue for Izumi. Everyone would be out to get her because of her 10 million points. However, her options were limited by the teamwork component. As she had expected, the majority of the students stayed in groups within their own classes. Ojiro was the first person Izumi approached, and she was flatly turned down. She was rejected even by Sue. And here I thought we'd bonded a bit at the USJ, guess I was wrong. Fortunately, Uraraka approached her. Hey, wanna team up? Her quirk would be helpful for mobility. Oh, Uraraka, perfect. Yeah, to be honest, I was hoping to team up with you anyway. She was searching for Iida when she saw him standing next to Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. He's probably already on a team, but I might as well try. She went up to him, pulled him aside, and started explaining her strategy for playing keep away. He thought of his older brother and pushed his glasses up, saying, a solid plan, but I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. If I continue to follow you, I'll remain behind you. Please take no offense, but I'll be following in Bakugo's and Todoroki's footsteps. During the sports festival, we're rivals. I will defeat you, and bring honor to the Iida family name. He departed to return to his teammates with Todoroki. Unaware of the girl approaching her, she started muttering to herself, damn, there goes my plan. Without Iida, we'll be much slower. And with him on Todoroki's team, the odds just got worse. Although his left side, that is, until she got directly in her face. Hey, you're the first place person. That means all eyes are on you. Let's team up. I want to use your fame to showcase my babies. This girl, no subtlety at all I see. Nevertheless, Izumi recalled seeing her using equipment in the gorge. That might be helpful. Who are you? She pulled out a jetpack and said, oh, I'm Mei Hatsume from the support course. I've made sure to pack all sorts of babies to show off to potential clients. I even have this. They began conversing while Uraraka was being wheeled around. About a minute later, Izumi brought herself back to the present. Great, so far it's me, Uraraka, and Hatsume. We'll need a strong front. That was going to be Iida, but he's with Todoroki. Ojiro turned me down already, and so did Sue. We'll need good omnidirectional coverage, so with that in mind, I think I know who our fourth is. Izumi was lucky not to be scouted yet and looked for Tokiyami in the crowd. The buzzer sounded to indicate that everyone's 15 minutes were up after the formation was assembled and Hatsume's equipment was set up. All eyes were on Izumi's 10 million points as Present Mike announced the countdown. Because of the others, more now. Begin. As anticipated, most of the teams began to approach Izumi. Okay, here they come. They instantly sank into the ground due to a peculiarity from a student she didn't recognize, probably from 1B. She couldn't wait that long, though she hoped to delay a bit more and avoid them at the last second. In order to activate the jetpack and fly over everyone, she pressed the button. Most of the others were easily cleared, thanks to Uraraka's zero gravity. Bakugo took to the skies with his quirk, attempting to attack Izumi and steal her points. Damn it, Usagi, get back here! He exclaimed. She easily parried his attack, using her own skills to deflect him and her quirk to absorb his explosion. He wasn't going to slow down, though. He re-propelled himself and attempted to swipe at the 10 million, but Tokiyami's dark shadow stopped him this time. I expected as much, but seriously. Is that even allowed? Technically he didn't touch the ground, so the judges are giving the all clear. Bakugo was pulled back to his horses by Zero using his tape. Another student took advantage of their lack of vigilance to steal his headband. Izumi huffed as the 1B student monologued. Throwing the first event and doing just enough to be in the next 42 was a clever strategy. From the middle, they also had a good view of everyone's peculiarities. It was true that she was jealous. I'll need to remember that for later. If Shigaraki and Kurogiri haven't already figured that out, I have something to tell them. Sadly, Uraraka's foot became lodged in a purple ball. Izumi could not quite place it, but it looked vaguely familiar. She could also hear Minetta's voice approaching, as Shoji was drawing nearer. Clever. And Sue too. That's not good. Minetta's balls continued to fly in their direction while they were pinned. She would simply try to burn them if she had the chance, but time was of the essence. Sorry Hatsume, but your baby is probably going to be damaged. Izumi pushed the button once more to blast off in spite of her objections. Their landing was more scuffed because the bottom of the boot ripped off. She could see Bakugo pursuing that 1B student as she looked around. He had successfully swiped a number of headbands, and based on the scoreboard, he was aiming for Class 1A. Her fist was clenched. If she weren't so preoccupied with avoiding him, she would also pursue him. And Todoroki's team appeared out of nowhere. Todoroki raised his right arm and exhaled cold air as he said, Midoriya. We finally caught up to you. Yaoyorozu, make us something strong. Izumi glanced from Todoroki's group to the others. Many of them were still pursuing her. Additionally, Kaminari was their main issue given what Tokiyami said about his dark shadow. They can hold out as long as they remain on Todoroki's left side. There was no way to escape Kaminari's electricity in the remaining 6 minutes. Her peculiarity didn't help either. Quickly, move back. With her right arm digging into the ground, Yaoyorozu formed a sort of stick. Todoroki took a cover from her and wrapped it around everyone except Kaminari, who gave an indiscriminate shock. The other teams were stunned, but most of it was blocked by dark shadow. Todoroki then applied his ice, freezing them in place as he ran it down the stick. In the process, he even stole their headbands. Eraserhead spoke after Present Mike's commentary. More people avoided his attack in the gate, so he made sure they couldn't move this time. He's evolving his strategy. Izumi attempted to use the jetpack once more, but it appears that Kaminari's electricity shorted it out. Shit, it's malfunctioning. Hatsume added, my baby. In a distressed tone. Iida's speed gradually began to close the distance as the team continued to retreat, and soon they were back to the edge. They were essentially trapped in this tiny corner by the wall that Todoroki's ice formed. Now that dark shadow was required, she didn't want to use her quirk. She couldn't just throw the headband up to divert attention or have a dark shadow take it away because it had to remain in place. Considering what Shoji and the others had done, it appeared to be acceptable as long as she stayed off the ground. Tokiyami, have dark shadow pull me up. What's your plan? If I stand on dark shadow while he keeps me in the air, Todoroki will have a much harder time getting my headband. And he can move me back down or side to side, allowing me to maintain mobility. With Iida's speed, they'll catch up in no time. So have Dark Shadow keep me away from them. And if Kaminari uses his electricity again. Dark Shadow was almost destroyed in the last attack. Even now it's weakened. They don't know that though. And as long as I cover Dark Shadow, that should provide enough shade. We have less than 60 seconds left. Tokiyami, who knows what they've been hiding in reserve. This is risky, but it's the best I've got right now. Hurry. Tokiyami gave in and allowed Dark Shadow to carry Iida into the air as she assumed his running stance. At that moment, Iida's Recipro burst, and Todoroki's team zipped past. They were still in the running because they had failed to capture Izumi's headband. Looks like you were right, Midoriya. Iida muttered a curse. Damn. I'd been saving that as a surprise. But also because it stalls my engines for a bit. We don't have time to wait on my recovery. So for the last 30 seconds I can only run at a normal person's speed. Todoroki glanced up at Izumi before turning to face his father, who had been observing from the stands. He was more disappointed in himself than anything else. Don't worry about it, Iida. We still have plenty of points. Even if we can't move quickly, as long as we keep our points safe we'll win. He had vowed to outdo Izumi and declared war on her. But what chance did he have of getting her headband with so little time left? His blood boiled when he saw his father sneer at him. He put out a tiny flame that was flickering on his left side. He wouldn't use it, even if it meant finishing second. Bakugo, meanwhile, had Ashido melt Todoroki's ice wall a little before exploding through it after completely destroying Monoma's team and stealing all of their points. It was easier for him to see Izumi lifted in the air. I've got you now. I'll be the undisputed champion. Now die. Shit. Dark Shadow move. She was left with little option as Bakugo shot through the air. She either dodges Bakugo's approach, sacrifices him to keep him at bay, or confronts him directly and runs the risk of losing her headband. There was a drawback to each of her options. She could lose the points to Todoroki if she was lowered. If Bakugo couldn't reach her before then, she would lose Dark Shadow, fall to the ground, and be disqualified if her teammates couldn't catch her. And her chances would only be jeopardized if she met him in the air. Tokiyami. Bakugo extended his hand as the Dark Shadow attempted to avoid the light as he flew closer, and the buzzer sounded. Izumi let out a sigh of relief as Bakugo collapsed onto his face. Izumi fell to the ground as Tokiyami drew the Dark Shadow in. That was a smart call back there. Did you know Iida could do that? She turned to Bakugo, who was pounding his fist on the ground like a baby, and said, no. I just assumed they had a trump card to play and pulled that plan out of, you know. I completely thought Kacchan would be occupied for longer. If there was even a second longer, he'd have gotten the headband. If it weren't so pitiful, it would be amusing. The timing was pure luck. Nothing more. To Eraserhead's dismay, Present Mike began promoting the top 4 teams. Now let's check out the 4 teams that will be making it to the final round. In first place is Team Midoriya, who barely managed to keep her headband safe with gear and quick thinking. Next we have Team Todoroki, with a pulse-pounding close call, but no dice. In third we have Team Tetsutsu. What? Team Shinso. When did they come back from the dead? And in fourth place is Team Bakugo, whose relentless drive lead him to crush Team Monoma's tactics. Damn it. Now then, let's have ourselves a little lunch break. Get up, stretch your legs, go to the stalls. Come on, Eraserhead, let's grab a bite to eat. I'm taking a nap. Todoroki pulled Izumi aside as everyone else left the stadium to participate in the celebration. I want to talk to you. Got a sec? Fantastic. What did he want now? I might as well. He glanced at his left hand before turning to face her as he led Izumi to the staff-only entrance. One icy mask after another, he simply gazed at her. He eventually decided on a decent enough starter. My father is the hero Endeavor. He's the number 2 hero, so I'm sure you've heard of him. Had he really brought her here to tell her about his ancestry? Yeah, I know about him. I studied a few of his fights while trying to get a better grasp on my quirk and how to use it. What about him? Todoroki had fire, but he only used ice, whereas Endeavor had a fire quirk. She had pondered that. He's an ambitious man, always aiming for the top. But he's never been able to beat All Might. That's why he's raising me, to usurp All Might for him. That's just sick. His fist clenched as he raised his other hand, reaching for his mother's memory. I know, but, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? It used to be seen as just an ordinary arranged marriage, especially in the beginning. My father has a lot of money from his accomplishments to throw around. He bought my mother's family's approval, and used her for her quirk. In every memory I have of my mother, she's crying. She called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling hot water on my face. Izumi gave a gasp. He got that scar as a result. Her own animosity increased as she learned more about Endeavor. He was just another phony hero who was only interested in fame and glory. Furthermore, Todoroki wanted to win without his fire half just to get even with him because he was such a big piece of shit. Todoroki started to leave after saying what he had wanted, but Izumi called out to him. Hang on. He glanced back just enough to meet her gaze. What is it? Izumi wanted to be careful what she said. She didn't want to ask this casually because it was a sensitive topic for her, but she had to know. She could see his back stiffen and his face harden. If you can't say it, I understand. You can just ignore me and forget I asked. But Todoroki, if you don't mind me asking, what did happen to your mother? She said. Even though it was brief, she saw it. She noticed the same expression in his eyes as she did when she looked in the mirror. Loss. After giving it some thought, he considered walking away without responding, but something about her made him feel compelled to do so. Some sort of sympathy, kinship, or similar feeling. With a question of his own that needed to be answered, he turned to face her fully and said, she was placed in a mental institute. She doesn't receive any visitors. What about you? What about your mom? Although Izumi anticipated it, she was not more ready for it. It felt as though Todoroki had simply twisted the knife, and the wound was still fresh. We lived in an apartment together. But around 10 months ago, a little less than that, it caught fire. She was inside. Todoroki didn't like the direction this was taking. He was uncomfortable with the way she used the past tense when speaking about her. You don't have to continue. I'm sorry I asked. No, it's only fair, she said, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. She couldn't contain herself. Her fists clenched and her eyes lowered. On my way home from school I noticed the sirens the closer I got. And when I got home, you know what I saw, she said. Todoroki could only see her frown because her bangs obscured her eyes. The police, the firefighters, everyone was just standing around, saying a hero would help. A hero would solve this problem for them, instead of doing their jobs. And where were the heroes? What were they doing? Fighting villains downtown, and looking good for their fans. They chose to stay there and deal with the incident that would give them more screen time. Even Backdraft stayed to help deal with the gang villain attack. And the cherry on top, All Might was there. He showed up and dealt with them. Then, and only then, did the heroes show up. Midoriya, you don't. Todoroki noticed wet stains on the floor and drops still streaming from her face. So I run into the apartment. I try to save her. I'm the only one who gives a damn enough to help. And what happens? I fail, she exclaimed. I wasn't good enough. I couldn't save her. If someone, anyone, would have gone to save her sooner, maybe she would have been okay. But as it stands, she's comatose. And the doctors say she'll never recover, she said, wiping her eyes and taking a few ragged, deep breaths to try to calm herself. I shouldn't have asked. How pathetic. She did remind him of his mother. No, you were holding that in. It's not healthy. Holding everything inside until it finally reaches a breaking point. He did not wish for that to occur once more. You shouldn't push yourself to shoulder that alone. I've seen firsthand what keeping it in like that will do to someone. Izumi finally composed herself after a minute or two, saying, I'm the one who brought it up. I riled myself up. It's not your fault. Now that he could see the pain she was concealing behind her mask, Todoroki wished he hadn't. My mother held it in like you are. She put up with my father's abuse and kept her true feelings locked away. I overheard her talking with her family over the phone. She was far past her limits. Midoriya, don't let the same thing happen to you. It's fine. It's clearly not. Whining and crying about it isn't going to solve anything. It's just a waste of time. Now, I'm going to go get something to eat. You should do the same. Remember Todoroki, we're still rivals. I'm going to use everything I can to overcome your ice. Even if I'm doomed from the start. Even if you freeze me solid, I won't relent. So I suggest you do the same. She then left him to think about other things. Bakugo emerged from the corner. Yeah, I was there when it happened. Bakugo. She had been changing even before then, but that really sent her over the edge. All her bravado, that calm and collected look, it's all a facade. She's trying to fool herself, lying until she really believes it, or at least so everyone else believes it. What you saw was the real Usagi. He appeared unusually gloomy. No tough talk, no guff. Todoroki could understand why he took this seriously. Just hit her with everything you've got. Otherwise it'll be an insult, to both of us. Heaving and with wild eyes, Izumi gripped the sink's sides. She was left to think on her own. Damn it, how could I have allowed myself to become so uncontrollable? Not to mention in front of Todoroki. I believed that my breakdown was already over. I should feel better. She interrupted herself by turning on the cold water and splattering it in her face. Just relax. I should be getting ready with this time. I'll need every edge I can get if Todoroki only uses his ice. She shook her head and splashed cold water on her face once more before switching it to hot only and starting to absorb heat. Izumi eventually entered the arena where Smintos had set up a stage for their battle after what seemed like hours. Midnight emerged with a box after joining the others. We'll be drawing lots to determine who will be facing who. Ojiro held up his hand slowly. He lowered it when Midnight gave him the all-clear, then spoke in an apprehensive voice. Everyone was shocked when he said, "I'd like to withdraw." Despite his classmates' encouraging words, he had already made up his mind. "I don't even remember how I got here. I know it's a big opportunity, but I don't deserve to be here if I was just a puppet during the cavalry battle. Also, why are the girls dressed like that?" When Izumi finally turned to look, she saw that some of the girls in her class were dressed as cheerleaders. What have I missed? Anyway, this is just as much about my pride. I can't move forward like this. So I'm withdrawing. For the same reasons, a different student of this one from class boss stepped forward and withdrew as well. Izumi scanned her surroundings for any hint as to which team they belonged to. Only the purple-haired boy who had previously declared war on them was turning away. General Studies student Hitoshi Shinso. Somehow, his team finished third. Midnight licked her lips and snapped her crop, saying, "You boys are so naïve." She went on, even though it seemed like everyone else in the group was thinking the same thing. "That really turns me on. You're withdrawn. We'll have to move 2 students from the 5th place team up then." An orange-haired girl raised her voice. Her teammates nodded in agreement, and Tetsu shed a few manly tears. "Actually, our team spent most of the cavalry battle stuck in ice. I think it should go to someone who was actively taking part, like Tetsu's team. Is that all right with you girls?" she said. Tetsu and Shiozaki were ultimately selected to move on to the next round. Izumi noticed that Todoroki was in the bracket next to hers as the opponents were chosen. She was also engaged in combat with Shinso. On his way out, he had moved behind her. As she opened her mouth to answer him, Ojiro's tail covered it. "Izumi Midoriya, that's you right. Don't say a word to him Midoriya." Shinso grinned and turned to leave. Ojiro brought Midoriya to the waiting area to share his thoughts on Shinso's peculiarity. While the recreational activities continued, others either relaxed or prepared in their own ways. When the time came for the one-on-one fights, Izumi had a strategy. She concluded that she simply needed to keep quiet after speaking with Ojiro. "I hope that's sufficient. While getting ready for Todoroki, just stop talking and knock him out of the ring." Shinso gave her a look and started making fun of her as they entered the field. He even referred to Ojiro as a foolish monkey for his pride-driven withdrawal. Despite her desire to lay him out flat, she maintained her composure. She would only give him a frown while raising both of her hands, causing heat to pour into her body like a hurricane. He became desperate when he realized she wasn't falling for the ruse. "Come on, say something." How was she told by that monkey? Even so, all he received from her was a glare and a frown. "I'm kind of jealous of you. You were blessed with a heroic quirk." Shinso's fists clenched. "You were blessed with a quirk that lets you achieve your dreams." Eraserhead gazed at the papers he was holding. During the break, he had obtained the information about each competitor in the last round, primarily for his own curiosity but also to determine whether anyone here ought to be transferred to the hero course. This just proves how flawed the entrance exam is. Shinso applied for the hero course, but even though his quirk is strong, the practical exam uses faux villains. It favors those with physically strong and flashy quirks. He applied for general studies as well in anticipation. As he closed his eyes, he recalled the first day he had made everyone complete a quirk assessment. Midoriya did not perform poorly. Even without their peculiarities, She was better than him in every aspect, even though she wasn't particularly good at any of them. Additionally, this match is all but certain because she is free to use her quirk as long as she doesn't respond to him. She was pleased with the quantity of heat she had collected after a few minutes and a discernible chill in the air. It was time to launch an offensive. She had had enough of his complaining. She was somewhat moved by his brief speech about being endowed with a heroic quirk, but like everyone else at the moment, he was her enemy. Izumi just charged at Shinso, attempting to push him out of the rectangular arena, preferring to save the heat for Todoroki. Shinso made every effort to get her to speak, but it was ineffective, and he was approaching the brink. He gave her a powerful right hook to the face, saying, "Damn it, just fall already." But she hardly slowed down. She disoriented him by sending her heel into his head with the momentum of her body's turn. Izumi took advantage of the situation to seize him, hoist him onto her shoulders, and then toss him out of bounds. Damn it, I was unable to do anything. She gave me the impression that I was a complete jerk. Izumi turned to face Shinso, who was now orienting himself. After midnight sounded the match. If I wasn't told about your quirk beforehand, you definitely would have won. I'm not saying this to patronize you, I mean it when I say you have a strong quirk. If the entrance exam didn't discriminate between bold, flashy quirks and more utilitarian quirks, I have no doubt you'd be in the hero course. TCH, preach all you want, you have a quirk that lets accomplish your goals. Izumi was unable to come up with anything to say to cheer him up. Even without using her quirk on him, she had shut him down completely. She saw his classmates attempting to lift his spirits. However, he was unable to leave an impression on anyone because she denied him the opportunity to use his quirk. Like her, he must have felt helpless when Bakugo harassed her. Izumi turned to face Shinso, who was facing away from her. "I'm not giving up," she exclaimed. "I'm still going to become a hero. And I'll be an even better hero than either of you." Izumi placed her hand on her hip and grinned. "I'd like to see that." All of a sudden, she lost sensation in her body. Her mind seemed to have been overcome by a fog. With a small laugh, Shinso turned slightly to face her. He then let go of his quirk and said, "You know, most people tense up when they talk to me. If you're not careful, someone will take advantage of you. Make sure you don't lose, or you'll make me look bad." Her body went rigid once more. "Ha, didn't plan on it, you're a jerk." Izumi saw Uraraka and Iida waving to her when she arrived at the stands. They had reserved a seat beside Tokiyami for her. "You were amazing out there." She turned to face Ojiro, who gave her the thumbs up, and said, "I had help." After making the same gesture, she sat down and took out a pencil and notebook. Iida was able to view a number of Class 1A entries as well as those from Class B. It was filled with detailed notes about the peculiarities of each person. "You're as studious as ever, I see." In response, she drew a rough sketch of Shinso and noted what she knew about his peculiarity. "Yeah, I don't want to fall behind." TCH, damn nerd. When the next match began, she had just finished Shinso's segment and turned to Siro's page in the hopes that he would demonstrate a new trick. "Your commentary is as helpful as always, Kachan." He moved quickly, swinging Todoroki to the edge and binding him, but Todoroki launched a huge ice attack that poured over the stadium's roof. To keep from getting skewered, she had to recline in her chair. "Holy shit, I didn't know Todoroki was this strong." Half covered in ice, Midnight spoke clearly. "Be honest, Siro, can you move at all?" "Oh, obviously not." The cold made his voice tremble. Todoroki approached him and started to thaw him out with his left hand. "I'm sorry, I overdid it. I was just angry." Izumi couldn't help but notice Todoroki's apparent sadness. If it weren't for Uraraka becoming so close to her and clinging to her like a stuffed animal, she would feel even worse. Uraraka, do you mind? But you're so warm, and the ice is so cold." Present Mike revealed the next two fighters after the ice had been cleared. Izumi had encountered Kaminari in the cavalry battle. He had a peculiarity. She had some respectable notes about him already. However, Shiozaki from Class 1B, his opponent, was particularly intriguing. Izumi was muttering once more without even realizing it. Despite winning the match, she continued to prattling, "She has vines for hair." Could her quirk have something to do with nature? Or are those vines all there is to it? Kaminari was powerless when she wrapped him up because vines didn't conduct electricity, so it couldn't pass through them. She started to mutter, but Uraraka gently interrupted her, and then she heard a grating voice from the side. He continued, but he was cut off and fell behind the wall, only to be replaced by another member of Class B. Wow, I guess he was right about the match ending in 2 seconds. Sorry about him. With a shrug, Izumi focused on the upcoming match. At first glance, Iida seemed to have the advantage over Hatsume. Hatsume was enrolled in a support course, but her devices would cause problems. Iida was also wearing an odd item. It's likely that Hatsume is taking advantage of him if he obtained that from her. Sometimes, she wished she was mistaken. She probably won't even fight, just use him as a prop to show off her equipment to support businesses. 10 minutes or so later, Hatsume went out of bounds. Izumi felt a little sorry for Iida because he appeared to be a fool outside. It was stupid to take Hatsume's story at face value. She must be a good judge of character because she was honest with me while manipulating Iida. I'll need to keep an eye on her. The next few games went exactly as she had anticipated. Ashido didn't realize how athletic she was. She dodged, but as soon as she got close, she won and delivered a forceful uppercut to Aoyama. In the following match, Yaoyorozu was swiftly overpowered by Tokiyami's Dark Shadow, leading to a rapid ring out. Additionally, Hiroshima faced Tetsu, who possessed a similar quirk. "Hey Uraraka, she turned to discover that her seat was empty except for a drink. Izumi assumed she would feel anxious given who she was facing. She might as well go find her since this match was not going to end anytime soon. When Iida entered the second waiting room, Uraraka greeted her with a very unsettling expression. "Hey Iida. Uraraka, what's wrong with your face? I guess I'm not hiding how nervous I am very well huh?" Iida pictured Bakugo and asked, "Well, given your opponent, who could blame you?" Unsettling. At that moment, the door opened, and Izumi entered carrying her notebook. "Hey, figured you'd be here. You're up against Kachan, and like everyone else, he's aiming for the top. He always does. Well, surely Bakugo wouldn't go all out against a girl, right?" Izumi glanced at Iida, her brow quivering. "You wanna run that by me again?" He just kept his mouth shut and turned his head away when he realized he was speaking to the person Bakugo had been bullying for years. Uraraka, meanwhile, was certain that the situation was far worse than she had anticipated, even though she had heard some of it from Izumi. "Yeah, you've known him since kindergarten, right?" Izumi gave a head nod. She surprised Uraraka and Iida by holding out her notebook and saying, "Trust me when I say he won't hold back. But I think he'll take you seriously, and treat you like a real threat. Not maliciously, like he was with me, but as a competitor. That's what I think anyway. Everything I've ever seen, for all the time we've spent together, has been documented in here. You've been good to me, a real friend. If I can return the favor in any way, this would be it." "Hey, that's perfect. You could come up with a way to beat him." Thankful that she had made such wonderful friends, Uraraka grinned at Izumi and Iida. But she simply couldn't. She gave the two the most determined face she could manage and a thumbs up, knowing that she was still shaking. "Thanks, but no. Earlier, during the cavalry battle, I said it was good to team up with friends. But I might have just been relying on you. When Iida said the two of you were rivals, I felt kind of embarrassed. And we're rivals too, so I'll see you in the finals." Izumi grinned. That kind of perseverance was something she had to admire. Izumi couldn't resist saying, "Good luck," even though Uraraka had already departed. "Come on Iida, let's go watch the 8th match." She paused to collect herself when Bakugo and Uraraka entered the ring. All she had to do was wait and see if her plan would work. Bakugo eyed the girl, looking as angry as ever. "Since she spends a lot of time with Usagi, she most likely gave me some advice regarding my peculiarity. It doesn't matter, though. He would give her one chance, though. I just have to win. Hey, pink cheeks, if you're going to quit, do it now." Uraraka braced herself and charged forward as Midnight signaled to begin. With her arms out to touch him, she remained low to the ground and asked, "How's this for an answer?" He was about to deliver a right hook, as one might expect. However, he abruptly changed his mind and detonated an explosion that threw her back and destroyed the ground. He fell after she threw her jacket into the smoke, but his reflexes were too quick, and another blast knocked her back. It was difficult to watch the entire fight. Everyone watched Bakugo's vicious beating. Izumi was the only one who didn't see her plan. When Bakugo was called out by someone in the stands, other spectators joined in and jeered him. Present Mike concurred, but Eraserhead gave his own speech by elbowing him in the face. Izumi had to concur with her instructor. Bakugo was acting out of respect rather than malice. He remained cautious and took her seriously. The meteor shower that had been building was finally released by Uraraka. Izumi agreed with him despite feeling sick because she could hear Monoma on the other end. It was impossible for anyone watching from the stands to miss what she was doing, much less an expert. Hypocritical hack. This society's heroes are corrupt. Only because you were naïve and failed to see the wider picture did you say anything. The only person who should be taken aback in this situation is Kachan. Bakugo raised his guard in anticipation of a huge explosion as soon as he saw the falling debris. The force of Bakugo's quirk knocked Uraraka back as he charged in. Some of her meteor shower flew out of the stadium after he reduced it to pebbles. The strain made his arm tremble. He decided to play it off in the hopes that no one would notice his arm. Damn, that was close. I knew you had something planned. You hang out with that damn nerd after all. Uraraka gave him a terrified glance. Despite her trembling, she clenched her fist and got back up, refusing to give up. That was everything I had. She also had a dream. She intended to earn money and provide a comfortable life for her parents. Bakugo charged at her after noticing that she was not giving up. Time to stop holding back, he said, pausing as Uraraka turned to face him. She tripped and fell flat on her face. It was obvious that her body was at its limit. Nevertheless, she crept in his direction, so he raised his defenses once more. Until Midnight entered and pronounced a knockout. As Uraraka was brought to Recovery Girl, Izumi got up and headed for the waiting area. After the arm wrestling match between Kirishima and Tetsu to break the tie, she was up next. Before confronting Todoroki, she needed to do some more preparation. When she encountered Bakugo on her way there, he accused her right away of giving Uraraka the idea. She clenched her fist and turned to face him contemptuously, saying, "You're wrong. If that fight was harder than you expected, then tell her that. She's the one who thought of that plan, not me. I had no idea, so go and compliment Uraraka." Without uttering another word, she left. She opened the waiting room door, now irritated, to find Uraraka there. She was taken by surprise and was just standing there, trying to form words with her mouth open. Uraraka smiled broadly at her. When her phone rang, she gripped it closer to her chest and said, "Man, I can't believe I lost after all that. Oh well, that just means I have to work even harder. I'll be cheering for you in the next match." Uraraka spoke in a cheerful tone, but Izumi could see it in her eyes. She let out a sigh. She wasn't sure whether it was better to comply or not, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Take it from someone who puts up their own front. You're not fooling me, Uraraka. You don't have to pretend everything's fine with me. I've done that for years, enduring Kachan's bullying. It's okay to be sad. Uraraka hesitated for a moment, but continued to smile. Thanks Midoriya, you really are amazing. But, just let me cheer you on and support you. Izumi laughed. Uraraka was a peculiar one, no doubt. She could hardly hear Uraraka feeling sorry for herself as she stepped outside to give her some space. Alright, I've got some preparations to make anyway. After just a short while of walking, she turned the corner and saw Endeavor. Ah, I was looking for you. What could you want with me? Why is he here right now? Do I need to absorb some of his heat? No, that would most likely only make him angry. I saw you face that other kid in the first round. After the match, he displayed some type of brainwashing quirk. Izumi was taken aback. Why did this guy need to be both strong and intelligent? That aside, it was what you did during the match that caught my attention. You displayed a hurricane for quite some time while he ran his mouth. But you didn't attack with it. And during the preliminaries, you displayed the ability to shoot beams and create explosions. Your quirk is heat-based, correct? He has already figured me out based on the few times he's seen it. It took more energy than she had anticipated, but it was necessary to maintain her composure in front of Endeavor. Damn it, if I'm not careful he might catch onto my ties with Shigaraki. Yes, and his eyes were scrutinizing her. And now you intend to prepare heat beforehand, because Shoto's in a rebellious phase. I wanted to say don't hold back. He will surpass All Might, that's his purpose. This match will be used to see how much training he still needs. Sorry for wasting your time. Izumi was grinning from ear to ear. He'll hold himself back, but if I win while he's only giving it 50%, I won't be satisfied. I will try to get him to come at me with everything. My pride won't allow otherwise. What was she really saying? She didn't have to tell him that it might have been true. As that's so, good. A few minutes later, the second round's opening match began, and Present Mike got the crowd excited. Alright folks, it's time to kick off the second round. He overwhelmed his opponent in the first round and left half the audience frozen. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. And his opponent, her looks are just as cold, but her quirk is all over the place. Also from the hero course, Izumi Midoriya. And now, let the second round begin. After the cavalry battle, Izumi's thoughts drifted to her conversation with Todoroki. To get even with Endeavor, he wanted to win with just his ice. She was on the verge of starting a fight, spitting in Endeavor's face, and telling everyone how poorly he had treated his own son after hearing what he had to say. She would never be able to forgive herself, though. It would be like returning to her former self as a timid, frail, pitiful rabbit in need of defense. It was just as much as fleeing. She wouldn't compromise or take it easy. The two fighters entered the arena on opposing sides and assessed one another. Izumi, however, anticipated a major ice attack. Before the fight, she had prepared just enough to stay upright and be well armed, but not too much. As expected, Todoroki led with a huge surge of ice when Present Mike signaled to start. She remained motionless. It was pleasant, but to be honest, it was too cold. It was worthwhile to store all the heat she had accumulated. However, she couldn't keep enclosing herself in cool ice indefinitely. She blasted herself out of the ice prison just as Midnight was about to ask if she could move. Izumi stepped out of the still melting ice and met Todoroki's eyes. Todoroki responded with more ice, which she just broke through. This won't go like it did with Zero. I can just melt through your ice. And I've got more in the tank still. In a war of attrition, you'll lose. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities too. There's a limit to how much heat I can take, even with my quirk. Kachan's quirk relies on sweating, which the body can only produce so much of. Forcing it to do more taxes the body, and you're no different, are you? Todoroki threw another wave of ice at her, followed immediately by another, but she managed to shatter it with a burst of heat. The heat from her body and the use of her quirk kept her clothes dry even though they were soaked in melted ice water. Damn. Izumi clenched her fist and pointed it at Todoroki as if to declare war on him. If I'm being honest, I could just wait you out. You'll freeze yourself without using your left side to regulate your temperature. But, there's no way I can be satisfied if I win, just because you don't feel like giving it your all. Even if I lose, I'd never be able to forgive you for holding back. I don't need your pity. I don't want it either. He glanced at Endeavor, who was in the stands, and said, I'm not doing this for you. His face was etched with the same frown that he always wore. I already told you I'll win without relying on his quirk. Izumi's forehead quirked. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you needed his permission to use your own damn quirk. She could respect his spite, even get behind it. She had no room to pass judgment, given her own motivations for turning into a villain. To think she was worth only half of his strength, though. More than Endeavor's desire to use his own son, that infuriated her. Everyone else here is giving it their all. All you're doing is spitting in our faces. After grunting in frustration, Todoroki threw another volley of ice at her, making sure it was 3 times as thick. There must be a cap on the amount she can store. However, Todoroki's trembling arm was covered in bits of frost and was beginning to feel numb. He heaped more ice on top of her and said, I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I refuse. I refuse to use his quirk. Did he get her? She didn't break out this time. No, he could see her heatwave bore a hole through the ice as she climbed out of it. Damn it, Todoroki, is this what you want to be as a hero? Someone who only goes halfway, all because of your family drama. Her foot stomped on the remaining ice below her, her face contorted into a raging sneer. Quit screwing around and answer me, Todoroki. What kind of hero do you want to be? His body was still accumulating frost in anticipation of a major ice attack. Stop talking. You have no idea what you're talking about. He threw the ice at her once more, but it was slower and smaller this time. With ease, she sidestepped it and sprinted in his direction. His mind was filled with memories of his mother. When Endeavor's severe training caused him to throw up after just one blow, his mother intervened and received a slap for it. He refused to follow in his footsteps and become a hero. Even as a child, when his mother was so distraught that she threw boiling water in his face and forbade him from playing with his siblings. Even though she did it because of him, his father admitted her to the hospital for it. I won't be someone like him. Izumi's fist struck his stomach, causing him to double back and gasp for air. Then don't be, he said. She refused to stop, though. As she tried to communicate with him, she kept striking him with her fists, feet, and head. It's your quirk, not his. Use it how you want it to be used. She was running low on heat in addition to her pride and desire to assist. It took more than she anticipated to break through so much ice, particularly that final one. She could absorb more heat if he used his fire, or even if she approached him closely enough. Words he had forgotten came back to him. He and his mother were watching an interview with All Might when they discussed how being a hero was a personal decision. Don't you still aspire to be a hero? It's okay to use your power. At that moment, his left half was completely consumed by flames, which melted the frost and gave him new life. Todoroki could hear his father yelling with delight, helping your opponent. Now who's screwing around? But he didn't matter right now. His desire to be a hero was what mattered now. His flames were more impressive than she had anticipated. Hey, say what you want, keep on hating him if you want. But at least I can now walk away from this with my pride intact, no matter the outcome. Still, she was forced to take in what she could. But as his attacks persisted, she was unable to remain near him. Izumi threw both of her hands forward for a double heatwave as Todoroki began preparing for a major attack, this time using ice. The extra heat he was bringing was something she wasn't expecting. In addition, the two were abruptly divided by cement walls. Nevertheless, the ensuing explosion was unavoidable, filling the entire field with smoke and steam as the cold air abruptly expanded so quickly from the two. Present Mike got up from where he had fallen. Man, I can't see a thing. Is the match still going? What's with your student's eraser head? As the scene began to clear, Midnight could just make out Izumi leaning against the wall and raising her crop in Todoroki's direction. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki is the winner. Todoroki didn't think it was quite real yet. He didn't feel bad about using his left side just now. The rest of the world seemed to cease to exist in that instant. His father vanished. He and Izumi were the only ones attempting to become heroes. The sort of hero he aspired to. He was reminded of his mother by her. She was taken to Recovery Girl by the stretcher robots. When she came to, she saw a large, heavy figure standing tall above her. All Might. That's right, I am here, to pay you a visit. It hasn't been that long since your match with young Todoroki, so don't fret. Honestly, you should let the girl rest some more. I've done what I can. Your injuries weren't that bad. You must have just bumped your head, which is getting off lightly seeing as the entire arena had to be remade. Izumi was a little perplexed, but she soon realized what had happened. She had managed to get Todoroki to go all out and take her seriously, even though the back of her head hurt. If nothing else, she achieved her goals. How's Todoroki? Along with his famous smile, All Might gave her the thumbs up. He's doing fine. A change of clothes and he'll be all set. But I came here because I wanted to thank you. For what? For helping him. I'd spoken with Endeavor a bit before the match, and what he said wasn't pleasant. I think what you said to young Todoroki out there freed him a little. From shackles of his own creation, made of hatred and spite. Even though it cost you the match, you still went out of your way to help someone. I'd say that's the essence of being a hero. Thanks, I guess, but it wasn't as selfless as you're making it out to be. I didn't want to win or lose to someone only giving it 50%. And I was low on heat for my quirk anyway. Still, meddling where you don't belong, that's what heroes do. You've got a heroic heart, and that's what counts. Would he have said this to her if she had been able to prevent him from leaving that day? Back then, it was definitely something she needed to hear. But now, following all of her previous experiences. Damn it. Hey All Might, can I ask you a question? I asked him, but I wish I hadn't babbled like a fool. Sure thing. Fire away. Izumi swallowed. Was this really what she was going to do? Did this have to be done? I had a friend, she was quirkless but still wanted to be a hero. Her whole life, she was put down and told to give up, no one believed in her. I think I know already, but do you think she could have become a hero? All Might rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, It would be irresponsible of me to say yes. Villains have all sorts of dangerous quirks, so fighting them wouldn't be an option. I would say she'd be better off joining the police, or becoming a doctor. Not as glamorous, but still vital jobs. Equally as important as being a hero. It's a stinging truth, but it's for her own good. She assumed he would say that. However, the pain persisted. Yeah, that's what everyone else said too. Just, not as nicely. I see. How unfortunate. But if you can, Pass along those words. Encourage her to stay positive but also realistic. All Might practically winced at her casual statement, there isn't much point anymore. She died a few months ago. Izumi resisted the urge to cry and kept her eyes closed, allowing just one tear to fall down her cheek. The apartment caught fire, and the pros chose to deal with villains instead. He recalled vaguely that he had heard about a similar incident. Oh, I see. My apologies. All they could do was keep a group of criminals confined to downtown while they were out of control. They mentioned a burning building when he came to assist. I wonder if there's any connection. Izumi bowed and left, saying, sorry to have wasted your time with such a stupid question. I should get back to the stands before I miss any more of the sports festival. After the door was shut, All Might changed back to his smaller form. Poor girl, losing her friend like that. She's got a good heart, but I think she's carrying enough baggage. Recovery Girl scoffed. Don't tell me you were planning on passing it on to her. In defense, All Might raised his hands. Hey, her heart's in the right place. But that's part of the reason I came to see her. Despite her intentions and well-meaning, she has enough problems to deal with. I don't want to drag her into this world. Izumi returned to the stands and saw Uraraka seated there, but Iida was not there. The girl greeted her with concern and smiles. Hey, glad you're back. You okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Just licking my wounds. What did I miss? Well, Iida used his Recipro burst to kick Shiozaki out of the ring really fast, and Tokiyami beat Ishido about as quickly. Don't remind me. Bakugo and Kirishima's match was just about to end. The ring caught Izumi's attention. Kirishima's hardening did, in fact, keep him in for this long, but it couldn't go on forever. And Kirishima fell under Bakugo's torrent of blows. Izumi was taken aback by Iida, who spoke with her gaze fixed on the board. So I'm up against Todoroki. Maybe I can learn from your fight. Izumi held her fast-thumping heart, and she most certainly hadn't leapt from her seat. Is that what got me out of all things? Why yeah. How's your brother? Is he proud? Sadly he's working, so I couldn't get a hold of him. Maybe that's for the best though. Anyway, I'm off. Things proceeded as Izumi had anticipated in the next few matches. She was impressed by Todoroki's ability to remain conscious after being kicked hard by Iida's Recipro burst, but as soon as he grabbed him, it was over, and Iida became stuck in ice. Given Bakugo's unexpected analytics and the knowledge of Dark Shadow's susceptibility to light, it was essentially a given. Izumi and Uraraka were a little alarmed by Iida's phone, but he remained silent while answering his mother's call. Alright sports fans, it's time for the finals. 2 students from the hero course face off in a fight to see who's champion. Todoroki vs Bakugo, who's gonna come out on top? Begin. Both Bakugo and Izumi hoped Todoroki would use his fire, but he appeared hesitant. He began with his most powerful ice attack to date, if not more so than his battle with Zero. Izumi questioned whether this was a calculated move to prevent Bakugo from perspiring excessively. Bakugo, however, tunneled through the ice, just as she had done before, and pushed his way out as usual. She could hear Endeavor telling his son to use his fire as they continued to argue. Izumi got up from her chair and yelled at Todoroki, I can't believe I'm going to agree with Kachan, but... She cupped her mouth. You can do it, hit him with everything you've got. Ha, damn nerd, you heard her, don't you dare hold back against me. Todoroki ultimately stopped just before Bakugo's most recent move, despite having begun to use his flames. Todoroki was thrown into the wall by his powerful howitzer impact, but he was not satisfied. Izumi felt sorry for the two of them. Even though she detested Bakugo, she would have been equally incensed if Todoroki had simply given up. She also questioned whether Todoroki was pleased or proud of the result. Izumi's mind kept returning to Iida during the ceremony for the 3 finalists. Following the conversation with his mother, he informed her and Uraraka of the situation and promptly departed to visit his brother. Ingenium, a self-assured commander who embodies the ideal of a hero, According to what I've researched, he was fairly strong, but a villain still managed to defeat him. As All Might emerged to present the medals, she allowed her thoughts to stop there, even though Bakugo declined. He was muzzled like a dog and restrained like a criminal, and she still had to laugh at him for it. They were informed that they would have a few days to relax. Izumi had been called to the bar, while others were spending time with their families. She was brought by Kurogiri through his warp gate, and what she saw caused her to reconsider her choice. Regretfully, Kurogiri has already closed his warp. A genuinely frightening man sat at a table and studied the girl, asking, "What's with the girl?" He wore a mask over his eyes and had sharp objects and blades all over his body. His absence of a nose was his most distinguishing characteristic. Kurogiri then whispered to Izumi, "I assure you, she is a key member in the League of Villains. She may be young, but her intellect is real. I brought you here to have another level head, just in case." She noticed that the TV was only playing sound, indicating that All for One was also listening. Was it Kurogiri's idea, or did he want her here? Not sure what I can do here, but if I must. My apologies, Hero Killer. We are now ready to begin. It's about time. Tell me why you've brought me here. Shigaraki leaned against the counter of the bar. I want you to join the League of Villains. A few days later, it was a rainy day when classes resumed. Izumi was aware of the news. The hero killer attacked Ingenium. A man who killed 17 heroes, and the roughly 27 others were left in such terrible condition that they would never fully recover. Shigaraki desired Stain to be in the league. When she caught Iida, he simply grinned and told her not to worry. What he intended to do was obvious to Izumi. He shared her desire for vengeance and was consumed by hatred. She would honor his decision, but she might have to step in if he did what she feared. Mr. Aizawa quickly got to the point as he entered the room, clearly unbandaged. Code names for heroes. To everyone's astonishment, Midnight intervened to give them his blessing. Aizawa napped in the interim. She had grown accustomed to it by now. Midnight eventually inquired as to who would reveal their codename first. Aoyama was the only one who was willing, and his name was obviously just a boast. I cannot stop twinkling. And here I thought we were choosing Namesa. Wait, she's endorsing it. Midnight made a few changes, so it appears that everyone in the class had the same opinion. It came down to Izumi, Bakugo, and Iida after a few more names, some of which she was relieved were more common. Oddly, she had assumed that Iida would adopt the name Ingenium. Perhaps he simply doesn't feel prepared just yet, or worthy. In any case, she was unable to think of anything original, so she simply wrote whatever was on her mind. Since I have a heat-based quirk, you can call me Incinerator. Ooh, cool sounding, I approve. To Izumi's delight, Mr. Aizawa distributed forms for Hero Agency to select after class and a few more tries with Bakugo. Everyone else was a little envious because Todoroki and Bakugo received the most by a wide margin. She was a little taken aback by her offers when she looked at her own form. She noticed that one of the offers stood out like a sore thumb among the agencies accepting internships from UA. This was her best option, even though she didn't particularly enjoy it. Alright, then, I'll participate in your game. Izumi made another attempt to speak with Iida while they were traveling to Teituan Station. Uraraka made an attempt with her, but neither of them received much in return. Before departing for their individual internships, they made another attempt at the station. Iida, you know you can talk to us, right? If something's on your mind we'll listen. Yeah, Iida, we're your friends. He hardly even gave them a, yeah. She should have told him and made a greater effort, but doing so would have made her a hypocrite. Here she was, spying on the upcoming generation of heroes while pretending to be a villain. All because she harbored resentment toward this society and its heroes for failing her. She did all of this because she detested the professionals who refused to save her mother, the people who simply stood by and said, "A hero will help," and the so-called friend who had tormented her since they were young. She had no authority to condemn him or his desire for vengeance. After splitting up with Uraraka, Izumi took a seat beside Todoroki on the train. He caught her off guard because she was ready to sit quietly and think. So you're heading to the same city, Midoriya? Yeah, let me guess, you received an offer from him too, didn't you? Guilty as charged. It wouldn't be my first pick, but it was arguably the best. I'm surprised my father would send an offer to you at all. He doesn't seem like the type to take interest in others. Unless he intends to use them. Look, Todoroki, I have no doubt that he just reached out to me because I'm the one that got you to use your flames. And if not that, my quirk would be useful to both of you. But no matter how he plans on using me, I plan to use him right back. He is the number 2 hero after all. Todoroki gave a head nod. He glanced from his left hand to Izumi's eyes and said, "That's part of the reason I chose his agency too, but if anyone can teach me how to use my left side, it would be him." Her eyes still appeared the same to him, but she still wore that mask of composure and distance. You made me realize what kind of hero I want to be and helped me rekindle my relationship with Mom. You haven't changed, though. I will find a way to pay you back, Midoriya. There was silence for the remainder of the train ride as Izumi stared out the window and thought about what had happened only a few days earlier. Flashback. Did Shigaraki mean it? Did he want the League to have Stain? This could only go in one direction. Izumi understood the need for another level head in this situation. Stain glanced from Shigaraki to Kurogiri, then to Izumi, and finally back to Shigaraki. Oh, I get it. You're the group that attacked UA. He would make fun of them even though he didn't feel good about them. For now, at least. And you want to use me to build up your little group again. Yeah, it'll be great. You've got so much experience. And what's your mission? He displayed several photos of students from the UA Sports Festival and said, for now, I really just want to kill All Might. I like to destroy whatever pisses me off, like these brats. Izumi could see Todoroki from where she stood, but the other photos were behind it. Izumi then grimaced and said, game over. Stain started to reach for the daggers at his sides, lowering his eyebrows. I was a fool to think you had anything to offer. As it turns out, you're the type of person I hate most in this world. The actions of your league are like that of a child. What use is killing if you have no convictions behind it? Kurogiri feared that this would occur. Shigaraki was still a boy, but the objective was to get him another guide. Master, should I intervene? Let it happen. It's possible this is the only way he'll learn anything. He needs to think about the ways he must grow, mature, only then will he be able to realize his potential. Izumi interrupted Stain as he was drawing his blades. Conviction, huh? He asked, turning to face her with a disdainful expression before nodding for her to go on. I've seen your work. Ingenium was all over the news. Quite frankly, I was once someone who idolized heroes. It wasn't until about a year ago that I learned the truth. My apartment was burned down, and my mother was still inside. The police, the firefighters, everyone just stood around and contained it. They didn't even try to put it out, content to stand there and say a hero will help. But the heroes were chasing fame instead. Stain gazed directly into her eyes, observing the rage and hatred that whirled inside them, at the retaliation. She was more grounded than Shigaraki, who behaved like a child. Still, it was a pitiful performance. Heroes today are no longer worthy of the title. She gave a nod. I know firsthand how corrupt this hero society has become. Like Shigaraki, I was left to slip through the cracks. I happen to agree with you that the fake heroes must be purged. But unfortunately, it's this society that breeds fake heroes that's the problem. I can even name the perfect example. Kachan, Katsuki Bakugo. Growing up, he was my tormentor. All my life I've watched as he was showered with praise, and told he'd be a great hero. He even made it into UA. What's your point? I don't want to hear about your experiences. Tell me what drives you. Izumi let out a sigh. It wasn't that long ago that I met Shigaraki. When we first met, he talked about how rotten this society was, and how it ignores those who slip through the cracks. Everyone is too blinded by this golden society to care about us. Or something like that. Back then, about a year ago, before I even saw the truth, he spoke with clear conviction. He enlisted her and opened her eyes, asking, is that so? To what end, though? To control her. You don't speak with much conviction yourself. Why should I put any faith behind your words? Me, I've already given up on this society. I think that Shigaraki was right. The only way to build a better society is to force everyone else to look beneath the cracks. To expose its flaws and destroy it. That's the only way this society will change. Izumi grumbled. She had to be very careful not to lose her temper with him like she did with Todoroki. It was also hard to meet Stain's eyes. He exuded a presence reminiscent of All for One. Stain extended both blades, poised to attack at any second, but paused his motion to listen to Izumi's words. She wasn't all that horrible, but in the end, she didn't have any objectives of her own. She was just going with Shigaraki wherever he led. With one blade pressed into Shigaraki's shoulder and another into the floor, he quickly kicked her away, cut Kurogiri's arm, and pinned Shigaraki to the ground. He had apparently avoided it to some extent. You, girl, you're nothing more than a pawn. That is why your words lack substance. And as for you, you want me to join your crumbling little league. But you can't accomplish anything if you don't have conviction and desire. Without those you'll always be an aimless weakling. That's how you've ended up here. Shigaraki was not a fool, he was aware of the vulnerability of his position. Hey now, you're being a little rough, don't you think? Kurogiri, send this guy back. I'm sorry, but I can't move. It must be the hero killer's quirk. After landing on a table and knocking it over, Izumi shook her head. So you can become paralyzed by the hero killer's quirk. But what is the trigger? As she stood up, she saw Stain pinning Shigaraki to the ground and the wound on Kurogiri's arm. Blades and other sharp objects are all over him. Is that it? Is he required to stab you? Does bleeding act as a trigger? His blade nearly scraped Shigaraki's face as it approached his neck. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes. Criminals like you, who just chase petty dreams, must all be purged. Shigaraki grabbed it with his free hand as quickly as Stain had just moments before, causing the blade to rust and crack. The hero killer was startled by the expression in his eyes when he said, "What do you think you're doing? If you touch this palm, I'll kill you." The purpose he saw made him a little surprised. You sure like to talk a lot. Conviction. Maybe I don't have something as loaded as that. But if I had to choose a desire though, yeah, it'd be killing All Might. As Shigaraki conversed with Stain, Izumi saw a manic smile appear on his face. In the end, I agree with the sentiment even though I still adore All Might. This society was made by All Might, so eliminating him would be a quick fix. However, I also believe it would be incorrect. Regardless of the outcome, Stain is correct. I lack the necessary skills to act consciously in this situation. Kurogiri, get rid of this guy. He'd be nothing but trouble for the League. I urge you to reconsider. He will be a great asset. I would call this a success. Stain turned to face the silent Izumi. You there, girl, I will be watching you closely as well. But for now, return me to Hosu. There are still several fake heroes to tend to. He gave her a frustrated look but did nothing to stop her. Wait, you should know, I'm in the hero course at UA too. I'm keeping tabs on the future generation. Internships will be starting soon. If my internship takes me to Hosu, across your path, I will be getting in your way. And I will deny ever having met you. Just a heads up. Oh, and why tell me this at all? Because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. Given the choice between walking away or keeping my cover, I'll keep my cover. And meddling where you don't technically need to, is the essence of a hero. How strange. Her remarks about Shigaraki and the League were meaningless. However, he could see some semblance of conviction now that they were discussing being a hero. Fine then, if we meet out there, I'll judge you like any other. And if I find you lacking, I'll cut you down. Present. When the two finally arrived at the Endeavor Agency, one of his sidekicks, a woman with green flames for hair, welcomed them. Welcome to the Endeavor Agency. Shoto, Endeavor's waiting in his office. As for you, I'm Burnin, one of over 30 sidekicks working here. You'll have to work really hard to shine here. Let me guess, you'll be the one handling me while Endeavor trains his son. Is that about right? I like this one. Let me show you around and get you settled in. Well, I suppose I'll see you later, Midoriya. Yeah, later. Todoroki entered his father's office while Burnin gave Izumi the tour. He got to his feet and grinned at him more accurately, smirked at his son. Ah, Shoto, finally choosing the path of the mighty. The path I choose will ultimately be my own. I'll be the hero I want to be, not your puppet. However, I'll need to learn how to control my fire. And you're the only one who can teach me that. Izumi was eventually shown to her room. Burnin took her to a room that looked like a dojo, covered in scorch marks, and its two current occupants were only making it hotter. This is where you'll be sleeping. Better get up early cause we aren't gonna wait for you. My room's just down the hall if you need anything. Now come on, there's one more place you need to see. This is the training area. You'll be spending the rest of the day in here, getting to see how a real pro trains. Good work, Burnin. Now then, Midoriya was it. Come on, use your quirk on me. Naturally, Endeavor simply wanted to use her quirk to help with overheating, just as she had assumed. Nevertheless, she followed instructions, a little taken aback by the amount of heat it produced. As you may know, my quirk can overheat my body. That's where you come in. Shoto can cool himself off, and me if he so chose, but your quirk requires an outside source. I want to see what you can do as well, besides blast off some heat and create explosions. Show me your limits. He gave her an order that kind of surprised her. She didn't believe he would be interested in her other than to cool off. Well, if you want to see my limit, then. She quickly sucked up heat so quickly that she created a small hurricane, and the room became cold. You'll need to make things even hotter, because this is nothing. Burnin demonstrated to Izumi how the sidekicks collaborated on the second day of her internship. From changing Endeavor's course to minor tasks like managing the patrols, keeping an eye on captured villains, and generally keeping things running smoothly so Endeavor could concentrate on more significant threats. He may have been a piece of shit, but Izumi had to give him credit for knowing how to manage an agency. And he was a successful hero in spite of everything. Sadly, she was once again shown to be correct. She was mostly forced to work as a sidekick. With the exception of being called into the training hall on occasion and going there herself to learn from Vernon, Endeavor didn't give a damn about her. He was a harsh teacher even when he invited her to participate. She had failed to avoid a single blow by the third day. Though she did value the idea, Izumi was determined to get stronger even with Todoroki's assistance. Despite the severity of this abuse, Endeavor was correct. They would try to kill her by hitting her just as hard in a real battle with villains. Recalling the USJ, Shigaraki had only sent her low-level thugs and not even grunts. However, All for One's training was comparable to Endeavor's. It was to equip them to deal with actual threats in the real world. I just wish I was seeing some kind of improvement. As it stands, I can hardly keep up with his movements, let alone dodge. She accepted Todoroki's offer of a juice can with gratitude. With a sigh of satisfaction, he opened his own can and took a large gulp, saying, "You're doing better than you think. This was the sort of training he put me through when I was 5, minus the acceleration of his quirk. It almost seems like you're used to this sort of thing. What kind of training did you do before?" "Oh, you know, dealing with Kachan gave me a bit of a pain tolerance. Add on some basic self-defense training and that about covers it." "What kind of basic self-defense involves?" Vernon interrupted him as he turned the corner. "You two, suit up, we're going to Hosu. Hosu, Iida is an intern there. Tell me he's not actually pursuing the hero killer, please. That fool is going to kill himself. Yeah, we're gonna hunt down the hero killer. Get ready, we're moving out in less than 2 minutes." Izumi prepared and started out, then pulled Todoroki aside. "Iida's in Hosu right now. Every city he's been to there have been at least 5 victims, 4 of which are left crippled. Ingenium, Iida's older brother, was the first." "Yeah, I remember hearing about that. But do you really think he's out for revenge?" "I know he is. I spoke to him before the train ride. I saw the same look in his eyes, like looking in a mirror. I'm worried about him." The first thing she noticed when she arrived at Hosu a few minutes later was a couple being pursued by a Nomu. "You think this means the hero killer and the League are connected?" "Damn it, Shigaraki. The Nomu was hit by Endeavor's low-temperature warning shot, which would have killed most opponents. It's possible, but we don't have any concrete evidence. Let's move." Enraged, Endeavor turned to Izumi and said, "Hold on. If you're looking for the hero killer, then heading towards the chaos won't work. All his victims were someplace out of sight. We'll have better luck patrolling the back alleyways." Vernon nodded and led the other sidekicks to the large fire, while Endeavor went in the opposite direction. "TCH, well done. Vernon, take the rest to the other pros. Shoto, Incinerator, you're coming with me." Without missing a beat, he shot off, saying, "The alleys are pretty narrow. Make sure you keep up." Izumi trailed behind, with Todoroki following closely behind. She took out her phone and called Todoroki, saying, "Now was the worst time to go off on your own." Shit, she ran around for what seemed like hours before catching a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. "Hey, listen, I'm not as mobile as you in Endeavor. I'll search the ground while you two can search from above. Stay on the line so we can maintain contact." His appearance was too distinct to be mistaken for. Additionally, he was poised above Iida with his sword, ready to skewer him. She had to act immediately and didn't have time to say anything. Izumi aimed and fired a heatwave at Stain, who was concentrating on Iida. It appears that she caught him off guard. She shoved her phone into her scarf, sent Todoroki her location, and went into the alley, saying, "Head my way now." "Well now, isn't this interesting? You came to save your friend." She saw another hero bleeding against the wall and thought, "Hero killer. Natives here, I'm guessing he was your intended target. Iida, hurry up and grab Native so we can get out of here." "I can't move. I think it's his quirk. Damn, I can't carry both of you. This has nothing to do with you, Midoriya. Just leave. If you're going to say something like that, then there's no way in hell I'm leaving now." All Might said it best. Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. "The essence of being a hero, huh?" Stain asked, observing that Izumi had the same expression in her eyes as he had at the bar. She was obviously a fan of real heroes, but hatred also consumed her. Let's see if you can back up those words. Izumi hadn't stored much heat, and Stain spread quickly. She didn't have to beat him, though. All she had to do was wait for Todoroki and Endeavor to arrive. Her remaining heat was sufficient for one more assault. However, Stain had yet to notice her peculiarity. She was able to keep him away for the time being by switching to absorb heat from the air and using both hands to create a hurricane. Like Kurogiri, I won't be able to move because of the cutter bleeding, which will allow his quirk to take hold. I must keep him at bay. He lunged at her once more, but a heat explosion stopped him this time. Is that your best? How pathetic. I can understand wanting to get rid of fake heroes, but why go after Ingenium? And Iida too, they're good people. I will cull the false heroes from this world. That boy may be a child, but he made his choice. Look at him. She glanced at Iida's face and could tell why Stain thought that of him. Iida was blinded, but he wasn't a fake hero. There's nothing fake about them. What metrics are you even using? Stain lunged again, but this time he used his free hand to throw a dagger that stabbed into her hand, taking her by surprise. Similar to how he had pinned Shigaraki, he was on top of her before she could react. Azumi's body went numb after she pulled out the knife and licked it. What metrics? Such a stupid question. Tell me something, girl. He positioned one of his blades near her throat, nearly drawing blood. Why do you defend these fake heroes? Depending on your answer, I might have to dispose of you too. Midoriya, no, his fight is with me, this has nothing to do with you. Izumi gazed at Iida's face, at the same hatred that burned in his eyes as it did in hers. Despite her position, she turned back to Stain and looked at him without trying to conceal her contempt. Before I answer that question, I have to say this first. Iida, I wish you could see yourself right now. You once told me that you aspired to be a hero like your older brother, but I don't remember Ingenium making a face like that. You said he was an unmatched commander, with dozens of sidekicks, who honored the hero code. That he was your hero. Is this what he was like, a vengeful, hateful person? Is that what a hero is to you? An admirable speech, but he sealed his fate already. He's shown his true colors. Recalling the jerk who destroyed her life, what she did to him, and her lack of remorse, she said, no, he hasn't. You crippled his older brother, shattered his world. I know what that's like. In the hopes that speaking from the heart would be enough to appease Stain, she hardened her gaze. He's blinded by revenge, because of what you did. It might not fit a hero, but his reaction is entirely human. When that piece of shit burned my home and put my mother into a coma, it felt like the world was falling apart. And because of my choices, he ended up losing his life. And the worst part is, I don't even regret it. Someone died because of me, because I made a mistake. The only thing I felt afterwards was emptiness. Midoriya, I know, I'm living proof that people can change drastically in a short amount of time. So judging someone based on a few seconds is just petty and short-sighted. And while I've only known Iida for a short time, it's a hell of a lot longer than you've known him. The Iida I've come to know is a kind person, who believes in the ideals of what a hero should be. Sure, he's a stickler for the rules, but that just shows how much he values tradition. He believes in upholding justice, in saving lives. And right now he's just in grief. Even so, that doesn't excuse him from sullying the name hero. Although Shigaraki had used this girl as a pawn, Stain now recognized her true character. She only attempted to persuade him of the child's innocence, even in the face of death. She had a heroic heart despite her derangement, and that was enough for him to keep his blades sharp. For now, at least. I see you for who you are, girl. You're no hero, but you understand what a hero is. I'm curious to see how you grow. Stain took his blade off her neck and walked over to Iida, determined to complete the task he had begun. He learned all he needed to know by holding his sword over Iida's head and observing his face. Even if he thought back on what he had done, Stain could not be saved. However, a sudden blast of ice interrupted him before he could end his suffering, and he jumped back to avoid being struck. Todoroki stood at the edge of the alley and said, "Sorry I took so long, Midoriya." Todoroki ended the call with Izumi. Iida, native, and Izumi slid toward him using the ice's angle, pausing just behind. Looks like you found Iida too. I was worried about the way he looked at the train station myself. As usual, you were right. Wait, where's Endeavor? That brain guy came at us again. He should be dealt with by now. Another pest. Izumi could only watch the two fight for the time being. Todoroki, be careful not to let him cut you. If he ingests your blood, you'll be paralyzed like us. Stain was too quick, but Todoroki was strong. Todoroki appeared to be struggling to hold him at bay. But she didn't think Stain would notice that he was using his quirk carelessly. Iida didn't feel the same way again until he began speaking to her. I can move. TCH. You have to be type O. This can mean a few things. Either his quirk affects different blood types for different lengths of time, it gets weaker the more people he uses it on, or there's a time limit. Since I was stunned last, that rules out number 3. Native attempted to move but was still unable to do so. I still can't move. Iida also made an effort but did not move. Izumi took in the heat from Todoroki's open flames as he stood beside him. After everyone revealed their blood types, Izumi noticed a pattern. That leaves option 1. I'm type O. He could understand Shigaraki's desire to keep her. So you've figured it out. Impressive. A disgraceful waste. Iida persisted in urging his friends to flee, saying, the two of you need to run. This has nothing to do with you. He still believed that he had to stop the hero killer, even after Todoroki used some harsh language. Even as his friends continued to fight, he was still bleeding from his error. The hero killer was correct. I only considered using my quirk for myself because I was so focused on getting even. You attempted to contact me when you realized I was going to make the same error as you, Midoriya. However, Iida was distracted from his thoughts by Todoroki's abrupt comment, you want to make your brother proud. Then be the hero he wanted you to be. Stand up and be Ingenium. Once more, he saw Izumi lying motionless on the ground. Todoroki launched a more forceful attack because she was unconscious, leaving him vulnerable to Stain's sword. Damn it, he could feel his body trembling and shifting a little. If I don't stand up now, I can't. Just before the sword could sever Todoroki's arm, he was able to raise his body and use his Recipro Burst to break it. I'm sorry you two, I'm all right now. Don't try to pretend you're a hero now. A person's true nature doesn't change in a matter of minutes. I know, you're absolutely right, I can't call myself a hero. But if I give up now, then the name Ingenium dies with me. Pathetic. Stain jumped upward and used the remnants of his sword as a platform, barely avoiding another jet of flames. First, he would have to deal with the annoying fire and ice user. Iida leapt in front of him and caught the dagger in the shoulder as it was thrown at him. He threw another knife, pinning Iida's arm to the ground and saying, Tisk. Just lie down and die already. In between attacks, Todoroki used his right to ice a portion of Iida's leg while keeping Stain occupied with his left. Todoroki, I need you to ice my engines without blocking them. Please hurry. Iida stood up after that, his arms hanging by his sides. Even if it's just my legs, that's all I need to beat him. Recipro engage. Iida launched himself at Stain, making the most of his engines. Just as the hero killer was about to pull out another knife, a burst of heat stopped him. He saw Izumi leaning against the wall with her hand outstretched, even though he had slashed her leg and rendered her paralyzed. This is the most I can do right now. Make it count, Iida. No, Ingenium. He turned back to Iida, but it was too late. The hero killer lost consciousness after Iida kicked him squarely in the ribs. Stain attempted to strike back, but Iida kicked him again, sending him flying higher. Todoroki responded with more fire, roasting and ultimately defeating the hero killer. Iida slid down and struck Todoroki's head, but he was still able to catch both Stain and Iida with his ice. Both of them gazed at Stain's motionless body. A short while ago, at that moment, the Nomu from earlier caught up and tackled Endeavor out of the air, saying, keep up Shoto, and watch how a real pro handles things. The Nomu threw his flames back at him, but he easily swept them away. What? I know I only used a low-temperature flame, but that usually knocks out my targets. Yet here you are, so you absorb and return attacks, but it looks like you still took damage. Todoroki examined the creature while standing beside his father. It looks like that brain villain from the USJ, so I wonder if this guy also has multiple quirks. At that moment, he heard Izumi's message on his phone and found out where she was. Looks like Midoriya found something. I'll go on ahead. Hey. Before leaving, he gave Endeavor the address and said, my friend is in danger, you can handle this guy. The Nomu was unrelenting in its assaults, but it had no chance, especially when an old-timer appeared and smashed it into the concrete. Whoops. Didn't mean to break the road. Guess I'm out of practice. He couldn't help but feel that things ought to have been resolved by now as he looked toward the large fire. I had things under control. No matter. I'll leave tying this villain up to you. I've got other places to be. But he trusted Vernon and the others to finish the job. By the way, if you see any more pros, tell them to head to a particular address. Present. Todoroki and Izumi had already removed Stain's weapons and had the villain as securely bound as possible when they said, "Lucky for us, someone threw this rope away." Izumi hobbled over to Native, who was now able to move, due to her leg injury. Despite her protests, the pro hero supported her on his back. "I'm supposed to be a pro, but you three saved me. This is the least I can do." As soon as they entered the street, Endeavor saw them. He saw Todoroki's injuries first, followed by the fact that Izumi was being carried. Just as he was about to scold her, he noticed Stain. "Good work, Shoto. You can tell me all about this later. Native, put her down and call the police. That explains the injuries. But her injuries, she can stand on her own. Now hurry up and get the police here." Izumi was disappointed, so Iida approached her and Todoroki and bowed. "I'm truly sorry. You were both hurt because of me. I was just so angry. And I couldn't see anything else." She lifted her hand and gently chopped the top of his head, saying, "I know the feeling. Like I said, I've been there. I won't let you go down the same path I did. You are Todoroki." Todoroki added his thoughts as Iida began to cry. "Hey, pull yourself together. You're the class representative." A winged Nomu came around the corner and charged at the three of them as they were enjoying their moment. When Endeavor saw it, he threw a fire javelin, but it was too quick, and he only managed to nick its eye. It passed by, snatched Izumi, and then took off. Just as she was about to strike its head with a heat explosion, it suddenly stopped moving, and they fell to the ground. Stain approached it a few seconds later and stabbed it in the brain with a concealed blade. She glanced around and noticed a smear of blood on the ground close to where they had kept him. Except for Endeavor, who prepared to fight, everyone was too stunned by the spectacle. Ripping his knife from the Nomu's brain, he turned to the others and grinned maniacally, saying, "The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. This world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams. And you must all be purged." Native recalled Stain's earlier statement that an idiot would approach and deal with him. Did the two villains have a connection? Was there a dispute? In fighting, he was appalled at the idea of any outcome he could imagine. As his eyes met Endeavor's, his mask began to come off. "Everything I do is to make a stronger society. These streets must be teeming with hypocrites, blood. Hero, I will reclaim that word. Come on, just try and stop me, you fakes." The stench's overwhelming presence made even Endeavor back off. Izumi was unable to look away from the scene in front of her and could not even bring herself to stand. Nobody was able to. "There is only one man I'll let kill me. He is a true hero. All might is worthy." Abruptly, he stopped. No one moved. After that display, how could they? Later, Izumi discovered that his lung was punctured by a broken rib. Despite his wounds, the hero killer was the only one still fighting. She needed to respect him. His message did resonate with her, and she understood after witnessing his speech firsthand. Izumi and the others were admitted to Hosu General Hospital following the hero killer Stain. Izumi decided to go see how Todoroki and Iida were doing the following day. However, she was primarily concerned about Iida. The two were awake when she opened the door. "Finally awake, huh? Oh, Midoriya, you're up too. Thought I'd check up on you guys. How are things, Iida, after everything you've just been through?" "I'll be alright, thanks to you and Todoroki. You were impressive too, Iida. Stain could have killed Midoriya when that brain guy got her. With her injured leg it would have been easy, no offense." "None taken. You're right, it's almost like he let us live." Todoroki gave a nod. "The hero killer was trying to murder you, Iida. You deserve just as much credit." The door opened and Manuel entered as the three of them were conversing. Iida cast a shamed glance down. He disregarded Manuel's warning and proceeded to use his quirk selfishly. "There's a lot I want to say. Especially to you, Iida, but first there's someone here to see you." A dog man intervened and gave his name. After giving a few explanations, it appeared that the three of them would be labeled as vigilantes, of those who pretended to be heroes by using their eccentricities without permission. People thought they were criminals. Izumi concurred with Todoroki's outburst, but the chief went on. "There are two options before you. 1. You take the credit, and this incident will have to go on your record. Or 2, the official story we'd like to go with, Endeavor is the one who defeated Stain. Though you wouldn't receive the recognition you deserve. Being a hero isn't about recognition. So I'm fine with that. Todoroki apologized to the chief, and Iida apologized to Manuel. Izumi, however, concurred with him once more that the chief ought to have taken the lead. Iida's test results were revealed while the official narrative portrayed Endeavor as saving the day. There was irreversible damage to his left arm. Nevertheless, life continued. Todoroki went back to the Endeavor agency, while Iida went to live with his mother for the remainder of his internship. Izumi, on the other hand, was still recuperating and stayed in the hospital for the next 2 days. As she and Todoroki left the agency, Izumi extended her arms. Great, I pretty much learned nothing but the patrol routes. Endeavor spent the entire time training you. Not that I'm surprised, but it still stinks. Your leg needed to heal. You wouldn't have been able to do much anyway. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Sorry. The students at UA caught up to one another, and Izumi had to suppress a laugh at Bakugo. Conversely, Kirishima and Shiro expressed their laughter loudly. He started talking endlessly about getting back into hero training with a race after being greeted by All Might. He made sure to remind everyone, especially Bakugo, to minimize the amount of property damage. The first person to reach him wins. They had to race to save him. Iida, Shiro, Ashido, and Ojiro were paired with Izumi. Great, I'm pretty much guaranteed last place. Jiro saw a hole in the wall as everyone was removing their hero costumes following the races, the outcome of which Izumi was still dissatisfied with. Mineta had apparently discovered an old-fashioned peephole. Jiro just inserted her earphone jack through Izumi's offer to blast any onlookers with heat. Through the wall, the girls heard him yelling, and they all said, "Good." Everyone was chatting among themselves as the next class began, but it quickly stopped when Mr. Aizawa intervened. The majority of the class became unruly, but nothing that a quick glance with his quirk activated couldn't resolve. I suggest you keep up your training, because finals are coming up. There will be a written portion and a practical. After that, we'll head to a summer training camp. Anyone who fails will also have to attend summer school, so no slacking. Izumi ignored most of the conversation and went on autopilot while some students were chatting among themselves, others were discussing their ranking, and still others were worried about the written exam. Some even began requesting assistance from Yaoyorozu. After all, she was the top student in the class. Izumi was content to finish in third, slightly behind Iida but, more significantly, ahead of Bakugo. She wasn't concerned about the written part, though. That was the wild card because nobody knew what the practical would be. Even during lunch, the conversation went on. Fortunately, Kendo had given them a tip despite Monoma's annoyance. So it'll be robots again, huh? It appeared ineffective and flawed, similar to the entrance exam, but perhaps the practical also included information gathering. It wasn't until Monoma made another comment that she realized she was muttering, and Kendo knocked him out. Please let me smack that creep. Everyone made sure to put in a lot of study time over the next few days, and some were more enthusiastic than normal. It was finally time for the practical exam after the 3 days had passed. After putting on their superhero outfits, Class 1A left. How strange that their teachers were standing in front of the doors. When Aizawa began to explain that this year's practical would be different, Principal Nezu suddenly emerged from his scarf. That's right, this year you'll be grouped into teams of 2 and fight against your teachers. The pairs and their opponents have already been decided by me, based on various factors. Kirishima and Sato, you'll be facing Smentos. Next up will be Asui and Tokiyami, and your opponent will be Ectoplasm. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, you'll be facing me. Iida and Ojiro will face Power Loader. Aoyama and Uraraka have 13, while Ashido and Kaminari get to deal with Principal Nezu. Jiro and Koda will go against Present Mike. Hagakuri and Shoji are up against Snipe. Mineta and Shiro have Midnight, and finally, All Might landing on the roof with a loud bang. Bakugo and Midoriya, your opponent is All Might. Izumi and Bakugo both reacted in the same way. Seriously, both had addressed the other with their remarks. Then, like the others, All Might took out a bracer, but he had to wear more. Not to worry students, for we'll be using gear from the support course to give you an advantage. We held a little contest, and these were submitted by Mei Hatsume. We'll each be wearing half our body weight. Whoa, these are heavy. Bakugo gave a tongue click. I don't need your damn handicap, and I didn't ask for one. Nezu began to explain, pulling out a pair of handcuffs. In order to pass, you'll either need to capture your opponent by placing these on them, or you can escape through the gate. Only one of you needs to make it out, so plan wisely. Bakugo just left without saying anything, while the majority of the teams went off to plan. Izumi assumed this was for the best since she didn't really want to speak to him anyhow. She hoped to take notes on the teachers rather than the students as she made her way to the observation room where Recovery Girl was. Uraraka, whose partner was distracted, soon joined her. She learned some crucial information about these finals from Recovery Girl as they watched the matches. They deliberately paired each of them with a teacher they would find difficult. In order to address each team's shortcomings, they were paired together. As Izumi had anticipated, Kirishima and Sato's match was a complete failure as the two rushed in and soon ran out of steam. Asui's team performed better than she had anticipated, and she was unaware that Su could eat anything she wanted. Disgusting, but helpful in the battle. She was also taken aback by the subsequent matches. Izumi stopped Uraraka before she left for her match. I don't know if you have a plan, but I don't really see a way around 13's black hole. If worst comes to worst, you might need to use her quirk to get closer. It's kinda cheap, but surely she'll cut it off before you're in any serious danger. The two performed reasonably well throughout the game, but 13 eventually caught them. Uraraka didn't want to exploit the fact that this was a test, but she had no other choice. She let go, sighed, and got ready to practice the gunhead martial arts she had learned. As Izumi had stated, 13 prevented the girl from being atomized by her quirk, which allowed Uraraka to cuff and pin her. The remaining games went as Izumi had anticipated and weren't particularly noteworthy. Hagakure did, however, surprise her by removing her gloves and boots in order to approach Snipe covertly. She didn't want to think about the consequences. At last, the 10th game was over. Bakugo and Izumi had to confront All Might. She could see Bakugo waiting for her as she made her way to the gate. Even though it was stupid, she knew what he would do and that he wouldn't listen to her. Even as children, he never did. In retrospect, she followed him at first because they were friends. But she was also impressed by his self-assurance. I envied it. Even though he didn't really play him more like he made it up as he went along, he managed to complete all of his goals. Nevertheless, All Might was their adversary. Whether we were weak or not, it was futile to fight him directly. Without a word, Bakugo just marched forward when the buzzer sounded. He told Izumi to shove it when she attempted to speak with him. He became even more irate when she mentioned avoiding a fight. Shut the hell up. He's too strong. I said shut the hell up. She truly wanted to kill him, but she was able to control her temper. It's always the same with you. Whatever. I have no qualms about abandoning you to die. After all, you abandoned me first. Her train of thought was derailed by Bakugo's fist slamming into her. I don't need you. You're just a stupid rabbit that can't do anything. I'll win with no room for doubt. An absolute, undisputed victory. That's what a hero does. Izumi lay there for a few moments, absorbing the events that had transpired. She'd hoped to at least try being civil, but no more. When All Might beats the shit out of you, don't come crying to me, asshole. A massive gust of wind tore down the street as she began to stand. All Might emerged from the dust cloud a few seconds after the two were flung back. For a moment, he reminded Izumi a little of Stain. The instinctual fear she felt was almost overwhelming. I guess I should say something evil, don't I? Considering that the hand villain in the USJ mentioned destruction, perhaps he could say something along those lines. Why shouldn't I destroy this city? Exactly. Bakugo leapt forward to throw a stun grenade at All Might as he continued to speak. Bakugo was left to fend for himself as Izumi slipped into the alley while All Might was momentarily blinded. All Might grabbed his face as he lunged at him. However, rather than attempting to remove the hand, he blasted him with tiny explosions. You thought I wouldn't give it all I've got. Die. All Might was impressed by Bakugo's perseverance, but he was easily defeated. It'll take a lot more than that to defeat me, hero. Wait, where's young Midoriya? He knew the two had history and bad blood between them, but had she really left him to fight alone? She has a heroic heart, but she nearly loses all sense of reason when it comes to young Bakugo. They were the worst teammates, like mixing oil and water, so Aizawa paired them together. Both of them are refusing to cooperate. Bakugo stumbled to his feet. Damn it, that jerk. Where had she fled to? He was going to launch a right hook, but All Might was too quick. What does it matter? I'm your opponent. I don't need anyone's help to win. He exclaimed. Before he could even start swinging his arm, his fist got stuck in his stomach and he was thrown back with such force that he puked. Shit, I won't even have time to accumulate enough perspiration at this rate. And then there was Izumi. She knew that All Might would be able to get to the exit much sooner than she could, didn't she? Well then, I should wrap things up quickly. But first, as your teacher, I have to say this. It's easier to level up if you're a novice. Think back to your quirk assessment at the beginning of the school year, or the sports festival. Everyone's been growing at a steady pace, but you young Bakugo are only holding yourself back. Think of all the untapped potential you could have if you'd just set aside your pride. Shut up, All Might. If I need help from a loser like her, then I'd rather fail. All Might let out a sigh. His pride got in the way of his hopes of getting through to him. Even for him, as you wish. He threw his fist back and struck Bakugo's head, sending him crashing into a building. He pinned Bakugo in place with a broken piece of fence, or whatever it used to be, just to be safe. He coughed into the back of his hand and looked at the blood on it for a moment before saying, "There, that should hold you if you wake up early. Now then, time to head back to the exit. Young Midoriya has quite the lead. Seriously though, why'd they have to make these things so heavy?" Izumi waited 10 seconds after All Might had departed before emerging from hiding. "Damn, that was harsher than I thought. Still though, it's not like I'd make it to the exit before All Might crushed you anyway." She started taking off Bakugo's gauntlets, wasting time that could be better used, but collaborating with him was not an option. "Instead, I'll do the next best thing, and use you. I know your quirk almost as well as you do. Even if there isn't enough for more than one blast, it'll have to do." All Might surveyed the damage he had caused at the exit gate. He launched his attack from the center, but it extended all the way out here. I hope young Mirio learns to control this power soon. If he really is back, then it'll be up to you to stop him. His own mumblings aside, where was she? She ought to have arrived by now, even if she was attempting to be covert. Don't tell me she's given up. No, that's not like her. But there's no other way to the exit. He didn't have to wait much longer, with Izumi stepping out of a mostly broken building, her arms behind her back. "Ah, there you are. I was starting to get a little worried. This was her only chance to ask, were you now? It was over if he figured it out. I was hoping you'd start zipping around looking for me. Your speed is incredible, you probably would have found me sooner." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Be that as it may, you only have so long to complete this test. This was your only chance of winning. That said, working together was a prerequisite to passing and you chose not to. Why? Kachan is impossible to work with. Besides, I don't need to fight you. I can get through that gate, or cuff you. Either way, I pass." "Is that what you have behind your back?" "No, she's a shrewd girl, she wouldn't divulge her schemes so readily." "Tell me, young Midoriya, why didn't you try to help your friend back there? She must be attempting to mislead me." "What friend?" That made All Might wince a little. Was she serious? Harsh. It's the least he deserves. Trust me. Well, that aside, you don't have much time left, hero. Are you going to use it simply talking to me? Damn it, I don't have a clear opening. Who knows? Think you can guess what I've got back here? The cuffs. Nothing. Something else. I know you could easily move behind me without me even reacting. You're just too fast. But it's behind my cloak, and you can't afford to rush in recklessly. I'll have to force him to make the first move. She began to move forward. Peaceful and slowly. Oh, you're simply going to walk towards me. What if I told you whatever's behind my back is a threat to me, not to you? Come now, young Midoriya, that isn't something to joke about. Even if that were true, you're taking advantage of this being a test. He remained motionless. I never said it was dangerous to me, just a what if. But you can't take that bet, can you? Izumi was unable to maintain her bluff indefinitely. Well, All Might, you'll have to stop me somehow. It's your move. Come toward me. Try to see what I'm already concealing. I have no idea what she's thinking, damn it. She doesn't act impulsively. However, what is it? I'm running out of time, so it would be best to wrap things up quickly. In an instant, he was behind her, his movements causing her cloak to blow up, exposing Bakugo's gauntlets. She might be able to buy herself some time if she used those. Unfortunately, she allowed young Bakugo to be removed. She might have gotten an opening. He smashed them without hesitation. Too bad, hero. Looks like you fail. Finally, as soon as she felt All Might shatter the gauntlets, she lit her palms, igniting the perspiration that was now streaming behind her. The ensuing explosion knocked All Might back and propelled her forward, surprising him. She managed to skid outside the gate after tumbling slightly on her back. She got up and gave herself a quick dusting, saying, "It wasn't the test I was taking advantage of, it was you. I couldn't just ignite them and pray you'd catch me. I needed you behind me before setting them off. So you tried baiting me. Clever, but she would have perished if he wasn't a real villain and this wasn't a test. He ought to dock her for it. Tell me something. What would you have done if I hadn't moved behind you?" I suppose as long as you weren't in front of me it would have been fine. But my plan was lean on your good nature. Knowing your opponent is useful information, isn't it? True, some heroes predict how villains will react, and goad them into making mistakes. But that was a huge gamble. Not to mention you left your partner out to hang. I was going to cooperate with him. Until he punched me, I switched strategies after that. Even so, you shouldn't have. The following day, Izumi wasn't overly concerned, even though some of the students were acting dramatic about not being able to attend the summer training camp and others, mostly Bakugo, sat in irate silence. She passed the practical and felt confident about her written exam, so she should be prepared to see how her classmates trained their quirks. Everyone hurried to their seats as soon as Aizawa walked in. The four who failed sighed with relief, as did Shiro, who did virtually nothing during the practical. You should be in your seats when the bell rings. Now then, regarding the summer training camp, you all get to go. None of you did terribly in the written portion. During the practical, you were each graded on teamwork among other varying factors. However, each teacher left some way to win. Despite that, 2 teams still failed. The 4 of you, as well as Shiro, will be given extra classes during the training camp. Hang on, didn't you say? After class, the topic of luggage and the necessity of going shopping for some was brought up. Don't interrupt, but to answer your question, yes, I did say you couldn't go if you failed. But that was just a logical deception to get you on edge. Izumi merely gave them a solid maybe because she didn't really care about going to the mall. Although they were off and she had nothing planned for tomorrow, she wanted to visit her mother. Regretfully, duty called. Izumi entered the bar through Kurogiri's warp gate. Even though there were no new villains this time, she was still vigilant. What is it this time? Kurogiri responded to her after shutting the warp gate. A respected broker will be bringing potential new recruits. Your judgment and level-headedness are valued, so you have been asked to take part. She didn't have to wait very long. Jiren entered the bar with 2 other people just a few minutes later. A burnt man with patchwork features, baggy clothes, and black hair, and a girl with blonde hair wearing a school uniform and messy twin buns. Jiren talked them up while Izumi eyed the 2. The girl, who identified herself as Himiko Toga, appeared to be having some issues. The other didn't immediately introduce himself. Shigaraki had to push for him to call himself Dabi. Stain this, stain that. Every damn day, he's all I ever hear about. It's really pissing me off. Izumi let out a sigh. As Shigaraki lunged at the 2, they reacted quickly, but Kurogiri's warp gates were already deflecting everyone's attacks. Great, now we have to deal with one of his tantrums again. Kurogiri was whispering in Shigaraki's ear when she approached him. She whispered a repeat after catching a little of it. He's right, you know. Use them. Use the hero killer's ideology, twist it to your own means. Shigaraki pushed Izumi aside and just went to the door. I'm out of here. He slammed the door behind him and simply began to walk, not knowing where he was going, wherever he went with his feet. Jiren blew out his cigarette smoke. I don't like to complain about a client, but he's too young and immature. My apologies. I believe he already knows the answer, that's why he took off like that. I'm certain he'll give you an answer that will satisfy everyone. Toga leapt to Izumi and began to speak, but Izumi largely ignored her. Hey, you look fun, we should be friends. Dabi gestured toward her with his thumb. What's with her? Does she follow the hero killer, or is she just a dog? Izumi simply rolled her eyes, but Toga sulked and warned him not to discuss her new friend in that manner. I'm here because this society is rotten, and needs to change. That's what Shigaraki told me when I first met him months ago. Kurogiri's right, he knows the answer, he's just being a baby about it. Sighing once more, she made her way to the door. She continued, turning her head just enough to catch them in her peripheral vision, I should go after him. Oh, and for what it's worth. Welcome to the league. Finding him and following him from a distance wasn't difficult. In any case, she was at the mall when she looked up. If she's lucky, one of her classmates will notice her and pull her into something. She wanted to continue following Shigaraki, though, for the time being. Occasionally, she caught him pause to observe people oozing over the hero killer or simply being joyful. Now that she thinks about it, she has only ever witnessed him smile maliciously and never truly. She wondered how long it had been since he had stopped. Uraraka ran up to Midoriya and waved, saying, "Oh, hey Midoriya. Looks like you came after all." "Oh, Uraraka, yeah, I needed some stuff. But right now I'm just browsing." She reached into her pocket and took out her phone to send Kurogiri a message, but Ashido tackled her from behind. "Hey, I know why you didn't want to come with us. You've got a boyfriend, don't you, Midoriya?" She jumped to conclusions once more. "No, and I'm not really one for hanging out. Kachan saw to that. I'm here because," she said, shoving her phone and free hand into her pockets to find an excuse. It was foolish, but at least it gave her an excuse to apologize and flee. "Wait, did I seriously forget to bring cash? Alright, so where did Shigaraki end up?" He wrapped his arm around her neck and drew her in, so she didn't have to wait long. Izumi simply shrugged and walked to a bench with him, saying, "Let's have a little chat. When it comes down to it, I hate basically everything. But the hero killer really pisses me off right now. I mean, even the media just goes on and on about him. The only reason we're in the footnotes is because they associated him with us. No one's talking about the USJ attack, or my Nomus. And that's the problem, it's all about him. He upstaged everything. No one's giving me a second thought. Why is that?" The answer was clear to Izumi. How come Shigaraki missed it? "So that's it, what's been bugging you so much recently?" Despite what he claims to believe, all he really did was try to get rid of things he didn't like. "What's the difference between us? I don't get it." The answer is simple. Looking at you from an outside perspective, you're not easy to understand. People don't get you or your villains. Even though Stain's ideology is publicly abhorred, he's easy to understand. Even I can say we have something in common. Being inspired by All Might. He is the reason I wanted to be a hero in the first place. Stain was a maniac, but he didn't destroy things just for fun. And when things were looking bad for him, he didn't run or abandon his mission. He held true to his beliefs, that's the difference. "Keish, you mutter too much. Sorry, bad habit." Izumi had to force herself not to react to Shigaraki's smile. "Still, that's like a weight off my chest. The reason he pisses me off so much, why everyone here is smiling away like idiots, it all leads back to him. Although it appeared to be a joyful one, it was actually quite eerie and unsettling. It's All Might's fault. Why didn't I see it? It was right in front of me. They're all smiling because that garbage pro is smiling thoughtlessly, as though there's no one in the world he can't save. I don't have to change anything after all. Looks like you've found what you're fighting for. Or rather, realized what was driving you from the start. Yeah, it's to create a world without All Might, and to show just how fragile society really is. Aside from the All Might part, isn't that what you said when we first met?" Shigaraki stood up and left, with Izumi following shortly after. Time to go give those two brats my answer. It was finally summer training camp day. "Alright class, we'll be on the bus for about an hour. Don't take this too lightly." Everyone was thrilled, even Izumi, who was a little livelier than normal. She had gone into full fangirl mode, and not even Mineta being a creep could stop her. "Since Class B will also be there, I'll get to see firsthand all of their quirks. Not to mention whoever they've got lined up to teach us." However, the same could not be said for Bakugo. Even so, it was a welcome change of pace to see Izumi acting like her former self once more. Just shut up and get on the damn bus already. He might have left her alone if it weren't so incredibly bothersome. On the bus, the class's enthusiasm hadn't diminished much. Some were causing a little trouble, while others were just chatting among themselves. Aizawa did make an effort to tell them to calm down, but he decided to overlook it this once since it would be their only opportunity to act foolishly. They finally came to a halt at a cliff with a view of the forest. It wasn't a stopover, but the view was lovely. The doors of the other car opened, and two heroes gave a full introduction complete with catchphrases and poses. Izumi was unable to control herself. "It's the Wild Wild Pussycats. They've been around since we were kids. This'll be their 12th. Pixie Bob interrupted her right away. "I think you've got your dates wrong. I'm still 18 at heart. Following some lightheartedness and an explanation of the location of the camp, the class began to realize what was going to happen. While some, like Izumi, prepared for the worst, the majority began attempting to board the bus again. Pixie Bob's quirk allowed her to throw the class over the edge when she abruptly positioned herself between them and the bus. Pixie Bob started making monsters for them to battle while Mandalay encouraged them and informed them that the trip to camp would take 3 hours. After the first, Beast, informed the class that these were merely dirt puppets, they wasted no time in using their quirks, as Mandalay had promised. While Bakugo destroyed the artificial creatures, Todoroki froze a large number of them. While Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Asui were easily defeating the beasts, Shoji and Jiro were on recon, occasionally providing information. Ashido used her acid to weaken and immobilize them. Each student in the class contributed in some way. They believed they were doing fairly well. When they finally arrived, it was closer to 6 o'clock than Mandalay had promised, which was around noon. Everyone came out of the forest exhausted, saying, "Ah, the litter is almost here." Some looked worse for wear, having overused their eccentricities. Pixie Bob gestured to Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Iida and promptly called dibs on mentoring them. "I honestly thought it would take you kittens a lot longer, but you all did great out there. Especially you four, seems you've got quite a lot of experience." Aizawa sighed in frustration. Has she always been like this? It's gotten worse lately. She's at the age to find a mate. Speaking of age, Pixie Bob grabbed Izumi's face and told her to be careful what she said. But she didn't let it stop her. "What's that kid doing here?" Mandalay gestured toward a boy with a red hat and white shirt. "Oh, this is my cousin's son. He's been living with us. These people will be staying with us for the next week, so say hi Kota." Izumi could see the expression in the child's eyes. The boy's only reaction to Iida's attempts to be friendly was to punch him in the balls. Bakugo grinned, already liking this child, and asked, "Why would I want to get to know any wannabe heroes? Enough playing around. Get your things off the bus, then you can eat, bathe, and relax. Tomorrow your training starts in earnest, so get moving." The food was good in spite of Aizawa's tone. After what they had just gone through, it was like heaven, even if this was the only time they would do it. They also had the opportunity to take a hot spring bath afterward. Compared to the others, Izumi allowed herself to sink a little more. "Man, that hits the spot. I know what you mean, my body was so sore. Hey Midoriya, Ribbit, doesn't your quirk store heat in your body? You kind of get to be your own hot spring, huh?" Izumi looked around at the other girls and began to feel a little envious in comparison. "Well, technically yeah, but it's different. Using my quirk doesn't soothe achy joints or tight muscles. Although I can't say I've ever tried before." However, she heard a disturbance near the wall before she had time to consider that. "If Manetta's trying to peep at us, please let me blast him to smithereens." Kota materialized at the top and slapped Manetta's hand away before she could even prepare a heatwave. They could all hear him land on someone who sounded like Iida, saying, "Before you try to become a hero, you should learn how to be a decent human being first." "Thanks Kota babe." Ashido's remark caused him to instantly lose his balance as he turned to face the girls. They could do nothing as he fell on the boy's side. Kota was fortunate that Todoroki responded quickly with an ice slide. "You okay?" Kota sneered at him and clambered to his feet. The boy then stormed off, saying, "Go away, I don't need your help." Even though Aizawa got everyone up by 5:30 a.m. the following day, some of the students were still in bed. Izumi was one of the more ordinary looking because she didn't do much. He threw Bakugo a ball after saying, "You've all experienced a lot in the past few months. Bakugo, heads up, throw it." Bakugo grinned and took a step forward, raising his arm back and assuming his pitcher's stance. "Oh, I get it, like the assessment test we had at the start of the year. Go to hell." He launched the ball quite a distance, but Aizawa quickly humbled him by demonstrating the outcome for everyone to see. 709 meters, only a small improvement. Most of what you've experienced up until now has helped you grow, but only mentally. As you can see, your quirks haven't improved that much. That's why we're here. It'll feel like you're dying, so I hope you're prepared. It occurred to Izumi. Nothing fresh. This is nothing compared to training with that Nomu, I bet. After a while, Class B showed up and received a motivational speech from their teacher, Vlad King. What they witnessed Class A going through did not sit well with them. Even though the Pussycats gave them a thorough presentation, the rigorous training they were undergoing was a little too much to handle. While some were getting their bodies better suited for their quirks, others were engaging in physical drills or continuously utilizing their quirks to improve their limits and control. Izumi staggered forward, sweating and heaving, her vision darkening and her eyes blurry. She was already at her limit and could suffer a heat stroke if she took in any more heat. It was undoubtedly unhealthy to stay in this heat for extended periods of time, but she had to push herself and become even more accustomed to her peculiarity. She swayed and coughed, but she made herself remain conscious. Damn it! She expelled the heat from her surroundings gradually just before she thought she was going to faint. How long that time? Ragdoll displayed a stopwatch. You're doing better, so keep up the good work. You managed to stay like that for a whole minute and 27 seconds, beating your last record by a second and a half. Izumi let herself fall to the ground, saying, "It's not enough. But, I need a minute before I can do that again." They were forced to prepare their own food after everyone was wiped out later that day. Despite a few hiccups, the curry that Ragdoll instructed them to make turned out quite well. Hiroshima would definitely call it garbage and send it back if it were a restaurant, but both classes gobbled it up like it was their last meal at the end of the day. Izumi didn't like Kota, but she did catch him walking away out of the corner of her eye when Mandalay called for him. She followed him after tossing a plate together. Izumi decided it would be best to just walk over as Kota peered out from his covert base at the forest. "Hey." The encroachment surprised Kota. "How did you find my secret base?" "Followed you. Here, eat it while it's hot. I don't want to hang out with you guys. Why are you training your quirks anyway? It's so stupid. All you heroes care about is showing off." Izumi grinned slightly. "Yeah, unfortunately, there are a ton of heroes who just want to show off and get paid. And there's no shortage of those who want to be a hero to do just that. This society is rotten." The boy was taken aback. Why would a hero training student say that? He didn't understand it. Then, why did it? Simple. I want to change that. I want to make society a better place, one where people like me don't slip through the cracks. Who get ignored, pushed aside, forgotten, mistreated, or worse. It's not fair, but hey, that's life, I suppose. What would you know? Was telling him really worth it? At least when it came to detesting fake heroes, she could relate to him. "A few months ago, my mother was put into a coma, and my apartment went up in flames. All because the pros decided that taking care of a gang of villains was more important. HMPH, looking good for the camera and cashing in. It's a disgrace to the word hero. Stain was a psychopath, but that part, he at least got right." "Shut up. I didn't ask for your stupid origin story. Go away." Izumi let out a sigh. "Look, I get it. You don't like heroes. I won't pry, but it's obvious that you hold some kind of grudge. Just know that whatever it is, whoever you're holding it against, doesn't mean your path is set. If you don't want to be a hero, then don't, simple as that. No one can make that decision but you. I said go away." Izumi waved and walked away, saying, "All right. I'll leave you be, for now. But I'll leave the curry here. It tastes like crap, but it's better than starving." He's a decent youngster. This location will soon be a battlefield, so it's unfortunate he had to be here. I hope you avoid becoming entangled in it. Flashback. You what? Izumi slammed her palm against the bar, struggling to remain composed in the face of Shigaraki's recent revelation. "I think I misheard you. Surely you wouldn't be that naive." "Shut it, brat. I'm the party leader, so do what I say." Izumi's forehead quirked. "You know it won't work, right? Is the game bugged or something? I gave you the mission, just do it. Kachan's a piece of shit, a scumbag of the highest caliber, but he's also the most stubborn bull in the pen. He'd never." The voice of All for One appeared on the screen. "Calm yourself, Izumi. Take a moment to collect yourself, then we will listen." Izumi detested it. Capturing Bakugo and attempting to persuade him to join the League was a foolish idea that would never succeed. "Yes, master." However, she would obey his commands. She listened in on the conversation while sitting in a corner of the bar and taking deep breaths. She would attempt to calmly explain why his plan was doomed from the beginning once she had calmed down. "Why should I even listen to her? She's supposed to do what I say. The decision is ultimately yours, young Tamura, but bear in mind the circumstances. This boy has caused her much grief, he is the source of her hatred. A childhood friend that she knows very well. Her insights on the matter are worth hearing. I shouldn't have to explain it to her if she's so insightful. Even so, you should consider how you handle her carefully. She is a great asset that is both smart and loyal. You would be hard-pressed to acquire someone else as motivated as she is. And don't forget, she was your idea. Use her wisely. Shigaraki eventually went to speak with her after they had been pouting for a few minutes. What's the problem? Why won't it work? He's too stubborn. To him, a hero is someone who always wins, no matter what. It's wrong, but that's what he believes. Heroes win and villains lose. And he's too proud as well. TCH. Fine then, how about this? He'll be captured, I will try to convince him, but if it doesn't work out you can do whatever you want with him. Satisfied. After giving it some thought, Izumi finally let out a defeated sigh. Shigaraki furrowed his brows but otherwise allowed her to continue, saying, yeah, fine. Just don't get your hopes up. And when I'm proven right, I'm going to take my time making him suffer. Just one more thing, make sure I'm captured as well. Today, Aizawa forced Kirishima's head up with his capture scarf and said, you're not done yet. I need more beauty sleep. How can remedial classes go until 2 in the morning, and then start back up again at 7? I told you it'd be tough. We'll be working you to the bone. Aoyama and Uraraka, you two barely passed so I want to see the same extra effort from you. Azumi's breathing was labored, and her knees felt like they were going to buckle. Have I surpassed my last limit yet? What's the matter? We aren't going to train any lazy kitties. I'll tell you what's on the timer when you can't take any more. She struggled to maintain her balance and her vision became blurry, but fortunately, she was far too stubborn to give up. I guess it's still better than getting tortured by Kachan, even if it meant losing her mind. When she finally lost it and turned off the heat, Pixie Bob showed her a time of just 1 minute and 27.5 seconds. It feels like my insides are melting. You're doing fine, every little improvement counts. I'll give you 1 minute to rest and then it's right back to it. Oh, that reminds me. Tonight's going to be fun. We're going to have Class A and B compete in a test of courage. So you'll all get to show your stuff. Like the other students, Izumi gave a feeble, yay, and lifted her fist. Excellent, more training after darkness. Is there no such thing as rest here? She discovered Kota was gone later at dinner. Must be in his covert location. It's best to simply give him room. Some of the students were excited when night fell. The remedial students were taken by Aizawa after he was dissatisfied with their training. To choose their companions for the test of bravery, the rest of class drew lots. Unfortunately, Izumi was left alone because of the now odd number of students. Her training with All for One ensured that she experienced little to no fear, so she wasn't concerned. However, it was sufficient to make her feel worse. Shortly after Asui and Uraraka entered, Izumi and the others noticed black smoke in the distance, and all of a sudden, Pixie Bob was speeding in the direction of a metal beam. Looks like they've finally made their move. Mandalay placed Iida in charge and instructed them to leave after sending out her message. Then, without waiting for an answer, she rushed away, saying, Mandalay, I know where Kota is. I'll go make sure he's safe. Damn, I need a reason to separate from the rest. Kota, meanwhile, was sitting in his covert hiding place when he became aware of the gas and smoke. He received a message from Mandalay as soon as he got up. However, it was difficult to focus because a giant wearing a mask and a black cloak was encroaching on him. Well, what have we here? I don't recognize your face from the list. Say, that's a pretty cool hat you're wearing. Mind trading it for this dumb mask? They made me wear it cause I'm new, but I don't like it very much. As the man removed his mask, Kota turned to run, but he was too quick and suddenly passed him. Kota recognized the man from the news about his parents as the hood opened to reveal his face. It's you. You're the one who killed Mama and Papa. He was immobile and could only close his eyes and raise his arms as the man's fist was about to strike him. With a sigh of amusement, the man nearly chuckled at the child. I've killed countless people, so sorry kid, I don't know who your parents are. But hey, I'll do you the next best thing, and send you to meet them. He paused as a burst of heat struck his back at that moment. Izumi stood a little lower on the mountain and said, he's just a kid, leave him alone. How come he had to send this crazy mutt? If you're going to kill him, then it's my job to stop you. Wait, hang on, there's a face I recognize. You're one of the capture targets. TCH, really, he's just going to tell Kota about the plans. I would be helping the League if I killed him. Oh ho, and I like the look in your eyes. You're ready to kill at a moment's notice, anytime you feel like it. Just like me. We're nothing alike. Yeah, say whatever you want. Just wait your turn. Once I finish the kid, then we can have some fun. Shit, wait, what? Come on, think. I can't just let him kill Kota. It wasn't the worst idea. What if I went quietly? Would you at least let the kid go? At least it managed to capture her. She didn't think someone like him would pursue that, though. Bloodshed was the only thing that interested someone like Muscular. If you don't, I'll call the pros. Mr. Aizawa or one of the pussycats would be here. Don't make me laugh. I'd be able to kill the both of you and escape long before anyone else arrived. But you said I was on the capture list. Doesn't that mean? So what? Accidents happen. Izumi frowned. No, he's too much of a loose cannon. I can't allow him to play in the league. You'll thank me later, Shigaraki, she said, sending the first hero on her contacts her location. At least he could get to her or a pro fast, so Iida wasn't the worst choice. She didn't think a professional would be arriving anytime soon, even though Eraserhead was expected to be occupied by some of the Vanguard Action Squad. Please move quickly. His quirk made his muscles stronger, so they had to form a thick layer over him to serve as both defense and offense. Damn, you weren't kidding. Guess I'll have to kill you first after all. Now, show me your blood. Izumi barely had time to raise her guard before Muscular lunged at her and gave her a hard right hook to the arm. That only resulted in her body colliding with the mountain and breaking her arm. She didn't care that her arm was twisted. At least she was skilled at that. As she attempted to get some distance, Muscular remained on top of her, grabbing her and slamming her into the ground. He punctuated his statement by kicking her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the wall. Is this really all you've got? For someone with such a big mouth you sure are weak. It's little dogs like you that always bark the loudest. What was it you said earlier, that it was your job to stop me? You shouldn't make promises you can't keep. Damn it, I'm just allowing him to toss me around. No one in Shigaraki has a healing quirk, and I don't think the doctor will be able to help anyone. What are you doing, Kota? Run. I can last long enough for you to get to safety. Or rather, he'll toy with me long enough to give you a head start. My arm is going to be broken for a while. Yeah, that sounds about right. Say, while you're still breathing, any idea where Katsuki Bakugo is? I do still have a job to do. Kachan. That's correct. The primary goal was to capture him. Let's say that I do. Are you going to let Kota go? Nah, but I might let you live. Now who's making false promises? Hey, I never said I would. Muscular turned to face the boy after Kota threw a rock at the back of his head. Water hose. Ring a bell. Did you torture my mom and dad this way? You're the reason nothing's right in the world. Crazy people like you who just show off. Geez, kids sure know how to toss the blame around. Listen kid, the water hoses are the reason I've got this prosthetic eye. Don't get the wrong idea, I don't hate them for it. I just wanted to kill people. They wanted to stop me. This is all a result of everyone doing their best. The only thing Muscular struck was rock when he lifted his fist to beat Kota into a bloody pulp. Iida knelt by Izumi and held Kota in his arms. Sorry, I'm late, Midoriya. All you sent was your location, it wasn't much to go on. But I'm here now. As he considered how to get the two of them to safety, he looked at Muscular. Iida, listen, his quirk enhances his muscles. I don't know if you can outrun him while carrying me. Take Kota and run. He glanced at Kota, who was still trembling and on the verge of tears, and said, as much as I agree with your assessment, I can't just leave you here. I can keep you both away from his attacks for a while. Don't worry Kota, I'll protect both you and Midoriya. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep. Besides, that girl was super boring, and the runt isn't interesting. I want to see your blood now. Come on and entertain me. Izumi began to absorb heat, which caused the temperature to drop. Iida, don't look back, but I have an idea. I just need you to keep him busy for a bit. Then get me to him. In other places, a relatively close sea of flames met Aizawa as she ran outside the building. Not only that, but Dabi also used his flames in close proximity to him. He might have been ashes now if it weren't for his keen intuition. He swiftly leapt off the wall, used his scarf to draw Dabi closer, and planted his knee in the villain's face after using his erasure to deal with the villain's quirk. He flipped him over and pinned him with his body. Aizawa broke his left arm after Dabi sarcastically asked, "How many of you are there?" "The right one's next. Be logical here." Aizawa pulled on his scarf once more after some improvised questioning, but this time it passed through the villain as his body turned to mud. Breathless, a few of the pupils entered the clearing. "Mr. Aizawa, there are villains attacking. The pussycats are holding off 2 of them, but they got Pixie Bob." And Iida got a sudden text from Midoriya. It was just her location, so Iida took off. She said she was going to find Kota. I think she probably encountered another villain. His ears echoed with Dabi's final words. "Do you have concerns about your pupils?" He fled into the forest after saying, "Get inside, I'll find Iida and Midoriya." They are obviously pursuing the students, but why? What is their ultimate goal? He soon encountered Iida, who had Kota in his arms and Izumi on his back. "Mr. Aizawa, thank goodness we found you. We know one of the villain's targets." "Good work." He noticed that Iida appeared more worn out and that Izumi had a broken arm. "Don't tell me you fought. Have you already forgotten Hosu?" "No sir, but the villain was too dangerous. If I had turned my back to him then we'd have been killed. I tried to find a way to protect Kota, but all I did was block a punch and get tossed around. I hardly fought." Kota sniffed while being held by Iida. "You two were injured, trying to protect me." It's a hero's duty to do so. Isn't that right, Midoriya?" Aizawa squeezed his nose bridge. "Iida, I'll take Kota. I need you to deliver a message to Mandalay. You'll have to defend yourself. There's no other way around it. I'll endure the heat." Iida remembered the encounter with Muscular as he fled back to the pussycats while Izumi remained on his back. "I had no idea your quirk could do that. Are you sure he's still alive?" "He's a tough one. All I did was heat him up. There's no way it was enough to kill." "Still, I'm worried you might have gone too far. Any less and he'd shrug it off. Besides, I can't say I'd regret it if I did. It's things like that which cause me to worry. I know he was a villain, and that it was life or death, but to take a life. I know that, but he was pure evil, maybe even worse than Stain. I can't forgive someone who'd try to kill an innocent kid. Look, up ahead, Mandalay's in trouble. Leave it to me." Recipro burst. Iida kicked through Spinner's enormous makeshift sword with lightning speed, shattering it. "Mandalay, I have a message from Mr. Aizawa. Tell classes A and B they have permission to use their quirks and engage." Mandalay didn't take long to deliver the message. "All right, it's done. Now return to camp." "Understood." Izumi released his grip and slid away as Iida prepared to sprint back to camp. Midoriya. "Go Iida, I'm still worried about the others. How many of us were doing the test of courage? How many are still trapped out there? I'm not leaving them behind. I must find a way to be captured. When you need Mr. Compress, where is he? While I admire your heroism Midoriya, we should let the pros handle the situation. Mr. Aizawa may have given us permission to fight back, but I'm sure it was only for self-defense. You shouldn't go looking for a fight." "So that's Midoriya?" Magna asked, unsure of Shigaraki's motivation for wanting to apprehend her, but orders were orders. However, Magna was powerless to stop or evade Tiger's assaults. "Come on, let me equip my item. That girl was saved by Stain, which means she has the potential to become a true hero." In any case, Izumi wasn't going to be critical of a gift. "Actually, I think it was just pity. I'm sorry, Mandalay, Iida, but I'm going." She left without saying anything more. She dodged Magna's attempts to grab her. It's better to appear as though she doesn't want to accompany them. Both Tiger and Mandalay were able to deliver a forceful blow to their heads with that brief diversion. "I apologize, but this is necessary for the mission. Later, I'll make it up to you." She didn't look to see if Iida was returning to camp or if she was being followed. She reasoned that Pixie Bob would be taken care of by at least one of the pussycats. However, she had to locate another member of the Vanguard Action Squad for the time being. Suddenly, a dark claw appeared and nearly cut her. Fortunately, Shoji was present to seize her. "Midoriya, are you okay?" "My arm's in bad shape, but otherwise I'm fine." "Shoji, you're bleeding." "I'll be okay. I'm more worried about Tokiyami. When the villains attacked, I concealed him, but his dark shadow." Izumi recalled the sporting event. "Don't tell me." The enormous form of Dark Shadow appeared, with Tokiyami trapped inside it like a suit. Dark Shadow becomes stronger in darkness, but is also harder to control. It made her think of that sludge villain. "We need to find Todoroki, or Kachan. They can provide light to weaken Dark Shadow. One problem. The only way to them is past him." Izumi got all the information she required when Dark Shadow snapped at the sound of Shoji stepping on a twig. "Shoji, I have a plan. Use your dupli arms to get Dark Shadow's attention so it doesn't attack us directly. While you're doing that, head towards Kacchan and Todoroki. He dodged another swipe and asked, are you sure? You might have to make a choice between the two. Kacchan is our best option if he hasn't already been apprehended. I can create a bit of fire with enough heat, and I could put it out by reabsorbing it, but if it spreads I'm not so sure. The safest bet would be to find the others. Since Todoroki still lacks complete control over his flames, he could burn the forest, but the additional light would help and his ice could put it out. I can't allow Tokiyami to endure such suffering, regardless of who it is. Shoji nodded his head after he hesitated. Izumi yelled for Tokiyami to let go and trust her as he ran full speed toward the others, using his quirk to lead Dark Shadow. Their position was obvious due to Todoroki's ice, so they didn't have to run far. When they were close enough, Shoji made a mouth with one arm. We need some light. Before Todoroki could use his flames, Bakugo intervened. The villain was about to attack him after being trampled by Dark Shadow, but Dark Shadow was too strong and even called him an inconsequential insect. Hold on. Let him finish that villain first. Why have we been fighting this guy when he was so weak? The villain was knocked unconscious by Dark Shadow's toss of him into a tree, and when the two rushed in with some light, it slithered back into Tokiyami. Now that his quirk was under control, he exhaled with relief. After a brief exchange with Shoji, Izumi said, thank you. Now that that's settled, we should head back to camp. Also, you can put me down now, only my arm is messed up. Bakugo frowned as he examined Izumi's arm. The hell happened to you? I'm going to track down the jerk who did this and give him a hard time. A villain attacked Kota. I did what I could, but it was Iida who saved the day. Muscular should still be out cold, if he's alive that is. I don't think I hit him with enough to kill him. Usagi is a fool. Yeah, well, you should've. When you play hero, this is what occurs. Fighting villains is not your style. As a damsel in distress, you ought to have simply stayed. You still need to be saved. Azumi's caustic remark caused the group to decide to return to camp. How heroic. They discovered Uraraka sitting on top of Toga, who was sucking out her blood with a needle, and Asui pinned to a tree. Hey, let them go. Better warn her there's company. As soon as he heard that there were more people, Toga flipped out of Uraraka's hold. She grinned when she realized it was Izumi who had warned her, saying, I'm not interested in dying. Izumi shivered as she fled into the forest after saying, I hope I can have fun with you later. Are you two all right? I don't want to find out what she considers fun. Uraraka put her hand over the wound on her arm and said, yeah, it's just a scratch. What are you three doing? 3. Bakugo and Tokiyami are. Todoroki looked over their shoulder and saw no one. What? But how? Another villain, dressed more sharply and wearing a mask, said, I got them with my magic of course. He fiddled with the 2 marbles he was holding. Todoroki tried to hit him with his ice, but Mr. Compress easily avoided it. I used to be an entertainer, you see. Taking your avian friend was improv on my part. But after seeing how he violently handled Moonfish, I thought it'd be nice to have him too. We're just going to show them that there's more opportunities than just the dogma of hero society. Todoroki used a huge wave of ice and handed the other student he was carrying to Uraraka, but the villain managed to avoid it. Monologuing because you think you've won. He signaled to the others by pressing his hand against a concealed earpiece and saying, sorry, a bad habit of mine. Vanguard Action Squad, I've acquired one of our targets. Our time here was brief, but now the curtain must fall. Head towards the extraction point. They were targeting Bakugo. Yeah, I heard from another villain that they were trying to capture him, but figured Kacchan could look after himself. My, so Muscular talked. Tell me my dear, did he say anything else? To put it another way, did he bring me up? At least you could be direct. Yeah, I know who your other target is. If you knew who they were targeting then why didn't you say anything? I was dealing with a lot and it slipped my mind. I should have told Mandalay while I was there. Yeah exactly, I also want this, but it should be believable. So here's what I propose. Let Tokiyami go, and I won't make a fuss. Azumi's self-sacrifice stunned the others, but Compress grinned under his mask. Is that so? How generous of you. Todoroki yelled, Midoriya no. Get down. As he sprinted ahead of her and used another ice attack. It missed again. What are you thinking? You can't just give up like that. I know, but what about Tokiyami? We'll save him. And we'll save Bakugo too. But we don't need to lose you to do it. He's retreating. No. Compress, what are you doing? Damn it. Couldn't you have taken me too? I'm right here. Rather, he seized Tokiyami. This wasn't the plan. We have to follow him. The villain was surprisingly fast as they attempted to chase him, gaining ground with each step. Tokiyami would be in serious trouble if she didn't come up with something. Uraraka, make us float. Su, use your tongue to throw us. Shoji, use your arms to control our trajectory. You're hurt, Midoriya, you should stay behind. Like hell, the three of us should be able to catch him. Measure the distance, Uraraka, use your eyes to determine when to release your quirk. We just need to catch up, not fight. They followed Izumi's lead and launched the three of them at the villain since no one could come up with a better strategy. They fell into a clearing after colliding with him due to the precise trajectory. Regretfully, they landed in front of a group of bad guys. Dabi let out a sigh. Seriously, Compress. You brats ruined my perfect getaway. There was a small scuffle, with Todoroki engaging Dabi and twice, while Toga ran up to Izumi. She was pleasantly surprised to discover a knife to the girl's throat just as she was about to reveal her secret. Why don't you boys hold on a sec? Not half bad crazy. She's our other target, so secure her and let's go. The Nomu is already on its way. Damn it, no, Midoriya. Stop. I don't much like being in this position either, but don't provoke them. Smart girl. Shoji lifted his hand, revealing the two marbles. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I've got the others. You don't have to hold back for them. His quirk on the marbles in Shoji's hand turned out to be chunks of ice. You stole my pocket as we fell. Not too shabby, but a waste of time. He lifted his mask slightly and removed the marbles from his mouth, saying, if a magician is drawing your attention to one hand, it means they don't want you to pay attention to the other. These are your friends. A sudden blast from the shrubs knocked the marbles from his hand. Shoji picked up one of them, but Dabi grabbed the other one before Todoroki could. Dabi stepped back as a familiar warp gate swirled behind the villains. Compress, make sure this is the right one. He let go of his quirk, though there was some complaining. Bakugo appeared before Dabi, who quickly put his hand around the back of his neck, and Tokiyami appeared beside Shoji. Kurogiri's eyes opened, and the villains entered with Bakugo and Izumi. My apologies, children, but I must insist on taking my comrades back. Now I must bid you farewell. No, Todoroki attempted to trap the villain's main body with his ice, but it was too late. Damn it, he was unable to save them and failed to live up to his ideal of a hero. Thank you, for saving me again. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help. He snuck up on us and trapped us in an instant. Don't blame yourself. Todoroki's doing enough of that already. Somberly, the group returned to camp after meeting Uraraka and Asui. The situation felt more pressing than before after updating Aizawa on the situation and catching up with the others. 2 students had been abducted by the villains in less than an hour since the attack started, and Ragdoll had vanished. The public perception of the events would turn against Ua the following day. They had not kept their students safe. And things were only about to get worse. The incident was widely covered by the media in the days that followed. Reporters attempted to enter Ua but were unable to pass through the gate. The remaining employees had a meeting, but they were clueless and lacked any information. President Mike stated what everyone had been speculating about, that the school had a traitor. Someone was compromised because the training camp was only known to the pussycats and the teachers. Snipe tried his best to reassure him, but they were at a standstill because nobody knew anything. Until a particular ringtone sounded. I am here, I am here, All Might yelled as he took out his phone and shyly made his way to the door. He responded to it after he was outside. Hello. Hey, it's me. We just finished taking statements from Eraserhead and Vlad King. I've got some good news. One of my agents looked into things, and he said a patchwork guy was seen entering an abandoned building. The building's owner says there's a secret bar down there, and apparently one of the villains from the training camp had a patchwork face. So you think it's the same guy? Yeah, I'm betting that's where the League of Villains is held up. We're going to need several pros for this operation. All Might, we need your power. All Might. He had been quiet for a while, taking in what he had just heard. He could put things right and save Izumi and Bakugo. And if he ran into him there, then there was only one answer. Thanks, Tsukauchi. I know just what I'll say when I meet them. I am here, to put an end to you. What remained of the Vanguard Action Squad watched the news in a bar that Kurogiri tended. Shigaraki was pleased with the outcome. He turned off the television and spoke to the 2 hero students in front of him, saying, "I love the media. Just listen to all this free publicity. Don't you agree, Katsuki Bakugo, Izumi Midoriya?" Bakugo was strapped to a chair and in handcuffs. He could easily destroy these restraints, but doing so would injure not only Izumi, who was standing next to him, but also himself. He couldn't let the shrapnel rip into her. He just gave the villains in front of him a scowl. Izumi was seated next to the person she detested the most, wearing the same restraints. At least they had given her an improvised arm splint. She would lose her cover if she simply went to the doctor. Even though it made her sick, she needed Bakugo to think she was a victim for the time being. At the very least, they could have made these more comfortable for me. Now then, I'll ask one more time, Katsuki Bakugo. Will you join the League of Villains? Bakugo grinned broadly at Shigaraki. Go throw yourself into traffic. Damn brat. Izumi simply turned her head away in response to the question, and what about you? Why not join the League of Villains? I'll try again later, but for now. What's the purpose of being evasive? Whatever. We'll see how you feel later tonight. He turned on the television once more, relishing the way the media was disparaging heroes. Bakugo muttered to himself. He didn't care that he was certain the villain with the scar could hear him. Nice going, Usagi. Does he really want to speak right now? Just give up on him, Shigaraki, he won't budge. She decided to reply as quietly as possible, making sure Dabi heard her deliberately. That's rich coming from you. I was caught trying to save you. I didn't need you to save me, stupid rabbit. Which of us was ambushed without a fight? Why you? Bakugo interrupted. He was not getting anywhere by talking to her. All right, it's my responsibility to come up with a plan to get us out of this mess. Even though Usagi is being tough, I'm sure she'll think of something stupid. Before she kills herself, I had better act quickly. Just wait. These villains will get what's coming. Toga moved behind Izumi, putting her arms around her neck and body and leaning her head back against her chest, abruptly interrupting their whispered conversation. Hey, who was that cute boy, the one with the scar? What on earth is she doing? Why are you asking me? Because you're easier to talk to. Fair. Given that Bakugo or one of the other villains were the alternative, she assumed her reasoning was sound. Still, why was she being so cordial with her? They had only recently met and spent a few minutes together. But why talk to me at all? I'm a hostage. Well, we do want to recruit you too, and besides, you and I are alike. Our scent is the same. We care so much about others. I want to be like others, I want to become others. Because I love them. And you admire someone deeply, don't you? So much that you can't help but hate them. Toga placed her head on top of Izumi's surprise at this. I want to make this world an easier place to live in. That's why I'm here. She was someone Izumi could relate to. The person sitting next to her wronged her, and this society ignored her. She was only here now because villains recognized her potential, even if the only purpose was to use her as a pawn. She could see that she and Toga would get along. But how did Toga get to this point? All right, I'll bite. How did you come to be here? Before responding, Toga hummed a little. My parents tried forcing me to be like everyone else, to be normal. They were scared of me, because of my quirk. Because I love blood. I love it when people bleed, when someone's all messed up and bruised. They look so cute, but I want to know more about you. I want to know everything. So please be friends with me. Alright, psycho, leave them be. Boo, you're no fun, Dabi. To be honest, Toga didn't bother Izumi. There was a sense of kinship for her. We are all in this league because society abandoned us. Like a large dysfunctional family, we are a group of outcasts and rejects, she sighed. I want some time to think. It felt like an eternity, but a few hours must have passed. At a press conference, a few UA employees expressed regret for their recent mistakes and accepted full responsibility. Seeing Aizawa put himself together was odd, and what's even stranger is that he was on television at all. He detested being in the spotlight. Shigaraki switched it off and turned back to Bakugo. Isn't this strange? The heroes are being treated like the bad guys. They aren't taking this well at all. So much criticism, but everyone makes a mistake or two, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough, don't you two think so? This man. It's possible that Usagi will attempt to save that insane woman. Her story was probably made up anyhow, so she shouldn't have listened to it. And inviting her to become a friend. She may put herself in danger, but she is not thinking of turning into a villain. Oh no. Spinner watched with disdain. Once a hero accepts payment to protect people, they aren't a real hero anymore. That's what Stain's actions taught us. Shigaraki had been replaying that speech in his head for hours, and he felt as though he had emphasized every point. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory. And since society buys into those idiotic rules, anyone deemed a loser is shoved aside. So we want to pose some questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon everyone will be asking. That's when we'll know we've won. And you like winning, don't you? He carefully considered every dialogue line in an effort to further Bakugo's agenda. They're saying everything Usagi believes. These jerks. They have been observing us for how long? Bakugo glanced over at Izumi, but as usual, he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Damn nerd, you shouldn't be dwelling on your personal grudge right now. No matter what, a true hero always prevails. That's what I will do. Shigaraki gestured to them both. Dabi, let them go. Huh, you know this one will start fighting. It's fine, we're trying to recruit them, so let's treat them as equals. Besides, they're smart enough to know they can't take us all right. After all, UA students are so clever. Dabi complained and turned to Twice. Hey Twice, you do it. Sure thing, no way, just do it. Start with the girl. With that arm, she won't be fighting anytime soon. Aw man, so far, the display had amused Mr. Compress to a certain extent. I do apologize for using such forceful methods. But please do understand that we're not some kind of unruly mob committing crimes without a third act in mind. We didn't kidnap you by accident. Even Midoriya was on our capture list, and she walked right into our grasp. You've my thanks for being such a grand volunteer from the audience. Azumi's restraints were undone twice while Compress spoke. She just held her broken arm after they were off. After wasting how many hours, he's finally getting to the point. At last, Shigaraki rose from his seat. Even though our backgrounds are different, everyone here has suffered. Because of people, rules, and heroes that try to hold us back. I'm sure you're the same. He grabbed Bakugo's wrist and turned it slightly to make sure it wasn't stiff after Twice had finished letting him go, and then he kneed Twice in the jaw. The hand dropped from Shigaraki's face as he charged at him and blasted him. I'm done listening to your endless talking. Can you not get to the point, or do you just like your own voice? Basically what you're saying is you want to cause some trouble and you want us to join you. Well screw you. Izumi had to acknowledge the rightful owner. He was surprisingly calm and managed to hold on this long without blowing up. He attacked them as soon as he could, though, as she believed. I said so, Shigaraki. Bakugo gave Shigaraki a sly smile. Yeah, I like to win. I wanna win just like All Might. No matter what you have to offer me, that will never change. Do you understand? Shigaraki simply gazed at the hand that was taken from him and fell off of him. Father. The TV must have been turned back on by someone or something hitting the remote control during the altercation. Despite the sensitive question, Aizawa demonstrated admirable restraint and logic by telling the reporter that Bakugo's outbursts were the result of his conviction to become a hero. Ha, you hear the teachers. They gave me more than I thought. I'll never join your League of Bastards. They went through the trouble of mounting a huge attack just to bring us here. I know they won't kill us because the idiots even stated what they wanted for us to join their pitiful group. What amateurs they are. This is my opportunity. We may not be at camp, but I'm still allowed to fight. I have to take a couple of them down quickly, and get us the hell out of here. Shigaraki held up his hand as the majority of the league members prepared to fight. He grabbed and put the hand back on his face, saying, none of you lay a finger on him. He's still an important piece. It's such a shame. I really wish you'd have listened to what I had to say. Bakugo recalled his time working as a best jeanist intern. What, you think we're the same? As if. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth. Shigaraki turned to the TV, which now only displayed sound, and said, we don't have time to waste. They said they were continuing the investigation, so we'll have to speed things along. Master, lend me your power. On his side of the screen, All for One grinned. A wise choice. Izumi balled her fist in rage. This wasn't the agreement. After things didn't work out, you assured me that I could do whatever I wanted with him. And you're giving him to the master now. To stabilize herself, she inhaled deeply. No, use reason. Master has the ability to remove his priceless quirk and place it in a Nomu. I'll get my chance. All I need to do is be a little more patient. Don't worry Usagi, you'll be fine. I'm more than a match for every single bastard in this room. Kurogiri, compress, it's time to put him back to sleep. You want me to listen? Then get on your knees and beg. I want to blow them away with maximum firepower, but that warp guy is too fast. And Usagi will just be a hindrance with her here. She won't be useful with her arm broken like that. Think damn it. There was an abrupt knock on the door. All Might burst through the other wall after a few seconds of stunned silence. Hello, I've got a pizza delivery here. Smash. Shigaraki knew not to confront the last boss just yet, but everyone was taken by surprise. Kurogiri, gate. Kamui Woods entered and seized the lead with his lacquered chain prison just as he was ready to begin forming a warp gate. Gran Torino kicked Dabi in the head, knocking him unconscious, before he could use his flames. Just what I'd expect from a competent new hero, and a veteran pro that can move faster than the eye can see. You can't run any more League of Villains, understand? Because we are here now. Edgeshot, another well-known pro hero, slipped through the door and opened it to reveal a number of armed soldiers. Ah, you two must have been scared, but you stayed strong. I'm sorry, but you're both safe now. What? I wasn't scared. Not even close. The last boss shows up early after all the work I put into setting this up. Additionally, every member of my party is engaged. Alas, what does it matter that they've gotten back up? Kurogiri, warp over as many as you can. The Nomu, right, All Might asked, sounding almost arrogant. All Might carried on when Kurogiri failed to bring any. You've got a lot to learn, Shigaraki, you're still green. Your little league underestimated all of us. The souls of these two young heroes, the police's diligent investigations, and our righteous fury. Enough is enough. Your game has come to an end, Tamura Shigaraki. Surprisingly, Shigaraki was able to stand after struggling against his wooden restraints. No, I've only just begun. Justice, peace, you've created a garbage society by lifting such ridiculous ideals. That's why I targeted you, All Might. It's why I started gathering people to my cause. You think this is the end, that we've lost. Kurogiri. Kurogiri was also knocked out by Edgeshot's use of his quirk. Gran Torino named every league player except Dabi, which infuriated me. Then he dared to inquire as to the whereabouts of Shigaraki's master. Izumi was shocked to learn how much information the police had obtained in a single night. She didn't even know the true names of most of the league, even though it was all around the clock. All of this work, only for Kachan. Technically, I suppose I'm also kidnapped, but still. How annoying. Shigaraki recalled his first encounter with his master. Because a hero would assist, everyone else disregarded him. But he was the only one who gave a damn. No, this isn't over. Just you wait, the game is still mine. You'll tell us where he is right now. Go away. Disappear. Shigaraki, this is your fault. I hate you. Nomu exclaimed as a number of gray blobs appeared around the bar, seemingly to punctuate his point. The heroes were unable to discern what was going on because Kurogiri was still out. Shortly after, Bakugo and Izumi swallowed the same gray ooze and carried it elsewhere. Bakugo, Midoriya, All Might attempted to seize them, but all he had left was air. No, Kamui Woods called Endeavor for assistance, but to Tsukauchi's dismay, there were more Nomu outside. He was told to begin evacuating by Endeavor. The League's members were the next to be affected by that gray ooze while the heroes were occupied with handling the Nomu's inflow. This warp, in spite of everyone's best efforts, was unique and targeted particular people. They were powerless to do anything. Endeavor burned every Nomu he could find outside, but the effort was wearing him down. Damn it, how many of them are there? This is taking a serious toll on my quirk. Endeavor, how are you holding up? Does it look like I'm having a hard time? Worry about your own priorities. If you're going to go, do it now. Right, I'll leave it to you then. Bakugo and Izumi were vomiting in the Kamino ward after being distorted by mud. Izumi was looking around to see where they were when she noticed Best Jeanist bleeding and motionless on the ground. Mount, Lady, Gang Orca, and Tiger, who was protecting Ragdoll, were all close by. What the hell? Even after Bakugo spat, the terrible taste persisted in his mouth. Soon after, the rest of the league showed up. Yeah, what the hell was that? The majority of them were disgusted as well. All for one gazed at Shigaraki, who was wearing some kind of neck armor and a mask that resembled a skull over his head. The man exuded an air of menace, even more so than when Izumi had first met him. I see you've failed once again, Tamura Shigaraki. But that's fine. Fail as many times as you need to. I am here to help you pick up the pieces, that's why I brought your associates. As well as these two. You believe them to be important pieces. He was now extending his hand to Shigaraki. All of this is for you to grow. Master. Looking off into the distance, All for One turned his head. Ah, there you are. All Might appeared out of the sky like a person with a flight quirk and delivered 2 blows to his adversary, but he was able to catch his hands. I'll be taking back my students, All for One. Come to kill me a second time, All Might. For a brief moment, the shockwaves that resulted from the collision between All Might and All for One knocked everyone back. Following their separation, they engaged in some verbal back and forth. Although Izumi was aware of her master's strength, All Might was more terrifying than she had anticipated. Bakugo was tense too, but he refused to express his own fear. The only thing anyone could do was watch as the two began fighting once more. But with just one blow, All for One destroyed All Might. All Might, his fingers transformed into red and black tendrils that stabbed Kurogiri, saying, "Don't worry child, it'll take more than that to kill him. For now, you need to get off the battlefield." Magna told him what the heroes had done, but he just dismissed it. Similar to a puppet, Kurogiri was compelled to use his warping quirk, which opened a massive portal next to him. My warping quirk is still new, there is much I don't know about it yet. And while Kurogiri can take you to specific locations, I can only warp you to from myself, or to someone I know very well. It's easier to have Kurogiri do it. Forceful quirk activation. But master, what about you? Floating into the air was All for One. He deflected another blow from All Might and said, "You're not thinking Tamura. There is still much room for you to grow." He spoke without taking his eyes off of him. He kept fighting off All Might, keeping him occupied so Shigaraki could get away. "Leave this place now Tamura. Oh, and another thing. It's time you stopped holding yourself back. Do what you must, my students." Izumi released the breath she didn't realize she was holding in his compress, used his quirk to grab Dabi, and the other members of the league began preparing for battle. Had she heard him correctly? Did she have the freedom to do as she pleased? Bakugo kept Izumi behind him as he prepared his hands to blast the league. "Stay behind me Usagi. Watch how a real hero deals with these trash-ville." A chill went down his spine as he felt a hand close to his head. It didn't feel right, not because of Izumi's peculiarity. Dark. Had a bad guy sneaked up on him? However, he was examining every player in the league. Was he not? Izumi waited there, holding her hand to him. She could finally exact revenge on one of her resentments after years of suffering. She was obviously prepared to kill without hesitation, but she didn't want to do so right away, as evidenced by the look in her eyes. She would cause him pain. Shigaraki and Toga were the only league members who weren't taken aback by this development. The rest, including Compress, gaped at this realization. Twice was the only one willing to speak. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? Just as planned. Unsure of how to react, Bakugo swallowed hard. Hey, now's not the time to mess around. Don't move, or I will put a hole through your skull. The poison in her voice caused Bakugo's eyes to widen. Was Izumi really this person? No, it's not possible. She wasn't that kind of person. However, during the past year or so, she had undergone a lot of change. What on earth is happening? What is this sensation? Izumi turned to Shigaraki, who turned to him for approval. He hoped that All for One would convince him, but time was not on his side. He had two options. Either kill him now or have her bring him along. Damn it, this has been more trouble than it was worth. Whatever, do what you want with him. At that point, Izumi moved her other arm behind it and her broken arm by his leg, creating a circle with her hand. "You bastard," she said, directing a shortened version of her heatwave at his leg. "This is something I learned during my internship." Unfortunately, her attack only slightly injured him because his reaction time was too quick. Bakugo just managed to avoid the worst of her blow by using his quirk in time. He turned to face her, using his momentum, but quickly regretted it. Even he recoiled at the utter hatred and rage in her eyes. "What the hell are you doing?" She clenched her fist and glared at her old friend, saying, "Of all people, you." She swiftly threw a heat explosion at him, saying, "You have no right to ask me that." But he ducked back, not knowing how to react to what he was seeing and hearing. "This is incorrect. Usagi is not a bad guy. So why the hell is Shay?" He had to interrupt himself as Toga almost stabbed him, then again to avoid Compress's peculiarity. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Why are you with them? You don't have any right to ask that question. She yelled as she continued to put pressure on him with a kick, a punch, her quirk, and anything else she could think of. You've tormented me for years. You don't deserve to call me a villain, not after everything you've done. I hate you. I'll kill you. All Might was horrified by what he was witnessing. He was aware that Izumi harbored resentment, but to do this. No, stop this. I'm coming, he exclaimed, but All for One pinned him before dragging and hurling him away. It was somewhat amusing to retort All Might's catchphrase in this manner. I don't think so. Because I am here. However, a group of children broke through the wall, suggesting that fate had other ideas. A short while ago, Iida was shocked that he had allowed them to progress this far. However, he was currently assisting Uraraka in reaching up to examine the contents of the warehouse. Fortunately, Kirishima had binoculars for night vision. He was appalled by what he saw when he first peered inside. He handed the binoculars to Uraraka and indicated the location of a group of Nomu being kept. Mount. Lady stomped her way into the warehouse shortly after they were discovered. Tiger, Gang Orca, Best Jeanist, and her launched a full-scale assault on the location. But then he appeared. The pupils were all immobile. Yaoyorozu was among those who felt like vomiting. Then they heard the voices of Izumi and Bakugo. The League was present, but so were their friends. And All Might was. Seconds later. The 5 students had to come up with a plan because they couldn't just go out and save their friends. Then they heard Izumi screaming. What they were hearing was unbelievable. The silence was first broken by Kirishima. This is just a nightmare, right? This isn't really happening. It can't be. Recalling his conversations with her, Todoroki said, I know how you feel, it doesn't make any sense. After saving him from his own retaliation, she assisted in saving Iida from his. So why, of all times, was she turning on Bakugo? Uraraka didn't want to cast doubt on her friend, but she said, you don't think that she's always been like this, do you? People didn't change overnight. For her to be in this state, something had to have happened between her capture and now. If not, why would she have been reduced to this angry mess? They must have done something to her. I agree, but she's always been a little intense when it came to Bakugo. Todoroki, do you think she's been holding all this in? It's so overwhelming. Take it from me, Iida, a grudge can last a lifetime. I hated my old man since I was 5, maybe even before then. If she's been fostering a grudge against Bakugo, then it's entirely possible she just bottled it up. Maybe one of the villains has a quirk to make people lose control of their anger, maybe this was just beneath the surface. All we know for certain is that she's trying to kill Bakugo right now. Is there a way to calm her down? I might be able to trap her in my ice, but then she'd be taken by the villains. Or even killed. Yaoyorozu turned her attention to the extra tracker she had created for this. I never should have allowed us to get this far. They all looked at Uraraka and said, guys, I have an idea. It's crazy, but it's our only chance to get our friends and leave without fighting. I'll make us float, while Iida uses his Recipro Burst to launch us through the wall, with Kirishima's hardening up front. Then Todoroki can make a big ramp of ice. If we call out to Bakugo, he can fly up to us. Meanwhile, you two can escape while all eyes are on us. Alright, but what about that guy in the mask? He's holding off All Might. But that means All Might's keeping him busy too. He won't be able to stop us. And what about Midoriya? How do we get her out of there? I don't know, but she'll probably follow after Bakugo on her own. Right. It's insane. I came with you guys to stop you from going too far. But it's the best idea we've got, so I'm in. Without any problems, the 5 of them started their plan. All Might beat him back when All for One tried to stop them. Additionally, Uraraka called out to Izumi while Kirishima called out to Bakugo. Knowing that All Might couldn't go all out with him around, Bakugo wasn't a fool. However, what about Izumi? At the moment, the girl was essentially a psychopath. He blasted himself into Kirishima's hand using his quirk because he detested it but had no other option. Don't you dare walk out in the middle of this. Izumi wanted to chase after him, but she was stopped by a sharp pain in her left arm. Damn it. Don't worry about it, I can use my quirk to magnetize, compress and spinner. That should get him. Why not just magnetize me then? He's mine to kill. And risk letting you go? I don't think so. Besides Izu, you're too beat up. But maybe a few cuts would make you cuter. Izumi detested it, but Bakugo was now out of her grasp, and the majority of the League only saw her as a new member and was unaware that she was already with them. She would have let it go and tried again later if she had been thinking more clearly. However, she was currently having a tantrum that might have been worse than Shigaraki's. She couldn't even start a heatwave without endangering the others. She was helpless as she stood here. She detested the entire circumstance. Sadly, Mt. Lady stood in the way of the League. Gran Torino then arrived to render the others unconscious. It seems like things aren't looking too good for Tamura. Azumi's being more of a brat than I thought. How disappointing. All for One pulled everyone toward Toga in front of the warp by forcefully activating Magna's quirk. Izumi, calm yourself and think. You must escape with Tamura. But master, she stopped after glancing at All for One. She allowed herself to go limp as she and Magna were flung into the warp by his tendrils after a moment of grudging compliance. Master, what about you? Your body's too torn up. All Might attacked Shigaraki once more after he had vanished through the warp. Go young Tamura, continue to grow. You must escape, and fight another day. This time, he used a quirk to deflect the punch's force back at him after warping Gran Torino in front of him to accept it. All Might made another attempt, snatching his former mentor and slamming his fist into All for One, but he was eventually blown back. Come now All Might, you're still holding back even now. Is it because of the civilians? Shut up. The old villain was taken aback by that. You break the innocent, twist and manipulate them, then discard them when you're done. You're pure evil. You've never had a problem trampling over the lives of innocent people. And that's exactly what you did to young Midoriya, isn't it? And so what if I have? He lunged at All for One once more, grabbing his arm and rearing back his left. I can't let you continue. I won't let you, he exclaimed. He struck him squarely in the head, breaking his mask and sending him to the ground as the villain attempted to blast him. Gran Torino could see the steam rising from him as he approached his limit. What's the matter? He seemed to be deteriorating more quickly than he had anticipated. I've heard all of this before, you know. From the previous holder of One for All, Nana Shimura. Even though she had sided with Shigaraki and the League in the battle's aftermath, the news she read rocked her to her core. She was appalled at what All Might had become after watching videos of the altercation. He looked like a cheap knockoff, but his true form was a skeleton. Over the years, he had become weaker. Even the greatest hero in the world couldn't defeat time. Nevertheless, he managed to defeat All for One. And he left behind a haunting message. Now, you're next. Though he retired the following day, those words appeared to be a warning to all villains. His body could no longer perform heroic tasks. What did it say about him that, even in his weakened state, he defeated someone as strong as her master? Shigaraki had also been incredibly silent. She felt uneasy about it. However, the media also investigated Ua regarding her. A student in a hero course is becoming a villain. Since Muscular had broken her old phone, she hadn't received a new one yet, and she was worried. Uraraka and the others are probably worried sick right now. She couldn't decide which was worse, feeling like she had betrayed her friends or not knowing how they were feeling at the moment. Did they despise her? They wouldn't have seen me like that if I hadn't gotten so worked up, if I had stopped, and kept my cool. She nearly fell to her knees at the thought alone. Going after him had really cost her everything. You're a jerk, Kachan. You were to blame for this. I've lost everything because of you. At least she still had Toga. Now, Uraraka, Iida, and even Todoroki and Sue probably don't even want to look at me. Any friend was preferable to feeling alone at the moment, even though it was a chilly consolation. What about her mother? Now, what would they do with her? How many people are disparaging her name? She was forced to concentrate on those ideas, feeding her rage and hatred. That was all she had left. Additionally, it would supply much-needed fuel to destroy this corrupt society. In other places, after Bakugo was turned over to the police, All Might and Aizawa were following Nezu's instructions and going from house to house the following day. Among other things, the dorm program was created to ensure the safety of its students. They were taken aback by the large number of parents who accepted their child staying at Ua with little persuasion. The next house, however, was feared by All Might. The Bakugos. Mitsuki felt devastated. She was very angry about how weak her son was to be taken and start trouble, not because he had been abducted. Even if it was only through her mother, the two teachers didn't anticipate her having a relationship with Izumi. Katsuki, too, was silent and solemn. Aizawa finally made the decision to answer his question in the car. That villain you fought, he could take and give quirks right. Yeah, he trailed off, not wanting to believe it himself. And you've heard about Midoriya's situation from Tsukauchi, I take it. Apparently until recently, her quirk registry was quirkless. Do you think that means? All Might, however, could understand his question. Most likely. He recalled Azumi's casual statement that her quirkless friend had died when she asked him about her. Toshinori was astounded by Tsukauchi's investigation into her past and his own ignorance. Perhaps he could have prevented the girl from falling into his clutches if he had simply given her a few more seconds when they first met. Like Shigaraki, that bright-eyed girl had been shaped. Knowing that his master's grandchild ended up this way and that he had so carelessly beaten him still hurt him. Unfortunately, that's not how the media will see it. There's already plenty of articles about how a UA student joined the League of Villains. I know what you mean, but I don't think this was planned from the start. Shigaraki's evolved, from childish and prone to tantrums, to being strategic. Young Midoriya may have been a plant from the start, but she wasn't there to make the people lose faith. There was nothing in her apartment aside from the essentials, so we have no way of knowing where she or the rest of the League are. They'll most likely lay low for a while. But listen, All Might, she's still our student. We can't just give up on her. The thought never even crossed my mind. Once we rescue her, we'll have our work cut out for us. Who knows how far they've manipulated her? You know, it's strange. At the training camp, she went out of her way to protect a child. Kota, both she and Iida saved him from Muscular. He even wrote a thank you note. But why do that if she was a villain? What are you saying? Aizawa sighed as she pulled up to the next house and made the decision to explain. That she's not actually that far gone. With all for one in Tartarus, she might come to her senses and return to UA. The media will have a field day, but protecting our students is our top priority as teachers. Looking at the mansion in front of them, it was evident that All Might was out of his element. Here's to hoping you're right. She saved young Todoroki at the sports festival. Despite saying it was for selfish reasons, I believe deep down she still wants to help people. We are at the right place, aren't we? Since the Camino incident, the majority of the League had broken up. To avoid being discovered by officers or heroes, they remained dispersed throughout the city. With the exception of Shigaraki and Izumi, who tended to remain in the hiding place. For the time being, it was safe, even though it was an abandoned dump. Toga stayed with them as well, but she had a little more freedom to move around because of her peculiarity. She stayed mostly to talk to Izumi, which the girl really valued. What do you mean you're sending Toga out on a covert mission alone? With your arm still banged up, you won't be much help. This is a quest for her, that's all. Even though Izumi didn't like it, she was unable to contest it. She was restless from sitting around doing nothing, even though they hadn't been able to contact the doctor yet. And what about Jiren? Has he been able to recreate my hero costume with black market goods yet? No word on that yet, but it shouldn't take much longer. It's costing us a lot, so I hope it's worth it. Well, unless you want to steal it from UA. I guess Toga could do that, but it'd be hard even for her. We already paid Jiren, I'm not making that a waste of time and money. Izumi was still adjusting to this new aspect of Shigaraki. As All for One claimed, he had matured. She had to mature too, lest she fall behind. Still, there must be something I could do. I can't just wait for an opportunity to present itself. You don't have a choice. Just lie low while the others increase our numbers. Once Toga gets back with enough blood, then we can start the next stage. Just grind for a bit and level up on your own. If you get caught, then we won't save you. Don't worry, Izu, I'll be sure to come back every now and then to keep you company. Izumi wouldn't say she detested spending time with Toga, but she would say, that's not what you know what, never mind. The friendship was what she needed. She wouldn't be living that down anytime soon, though, given how she behaved in the past. After Toga departed, Izumi glanced at the photo on the ground and said, good luck. Kami Yutsushimi, from Shikatsu. The other hero academy in Japan with just as much renown as UA. I'm still surprised this'll take 4 days. Think she'll be alright on her own. There's nothing to worry about. Just bide your time. We'll make our move soon enough. At UA, Bakugo was unable to unwind for a while after failing the provisional license exam. In addition to the fact that he caused All Might to lose his abilities, he was solely responsible for his own actions following Izumi's incident. He also detested it, had he not been so frail. If only he could have spoken some common sense to her and stopped her. He had spent a large portion of their early years attempting to overcome her helplessness and help her realize her role. Nevertheless, she turned into a villain. He kept thinking about their last encounter. The pain, the rage, the hatred in her eyes. I despise you. I'll murder you. What sort of creature had he created? How could he have missed it? What went wrong for him? All he had done was try to explain her role. He was unable to comprehend the difference when he thought back to his upbringing. He followed his mother's lead, adding his own peculiarity to prove to her that she was unbeatable. She would never be able to battle a villain because heroes did that. They defeated villains in battle. How in the world did he lose, then? He was alive and had escaped, but he had lost Izumi in All Might. He was no longer able to contain it. He needed to break something, do something. He went by Todoroki in the dorm. There was no room for debate as he simply walked away, saying, "Hey, icy hot, meet me outside after dark." Bakugo waited by the front door while the others went to bed. Todoroki considered Bakugo's request of him. He wasn't displaying hostility or anything of the sort. It appeared to Todoroki more like a burden on his mind. It was easy to figure out why. The betrayal of Izumi at Kamino was shocking. She made no attempt to get in touch with them or even pursue them. He walked over to the front door and took him in. His posture appeared almost dejected, and his typical bravado and confidence were absent. "What did you need?" They didn't talk as they walked, and they quickly arrived at ground beta. "TCH, took you long enough. Walk with me. I brought you out here for two reasons. First, we both failed the license exam. And second, you've been getting chummy with Usagi. So that's what's on your mind. The same thing as the rest of us. Shut up and listen. I've known her since we were kids. She'd always be following me, even when I didn't want her to. But we grew up together. She was like a pet rabbit that went wherever I did, and she was just as powerless. She scared easily, and anytime someone needed help, she was there. Honestly, it was damn annoying. She clung to me like moss to stone. And she always dreamed of becoming a hero. But she was quirkless. But she has a quirk. We've all seen it. Yeah, I know, but she didn't have one. Not until about a year ago. She started vanishing around corners, going to who knows where, doing who knows what. Said she was just training or whatever. While All Might was fighting that big villain guy, I saw him use multiple quirks. Yeah, I remember. What about it? Remember that bird monster? He had multiple quirks. Regeneration, shock absorption, super strength if that was one of them. Wanna know what I think? That guy gave her a quirk. Are you sure he didn't just copy quirks, like Monoma from Class B? I doubt it. That bastard used so many different quirks at once, and I even heard him say that his warping quirk was new. My gut's telling me that he's the reason Usagi changed so much. So why tell me this, and not the pros? Because, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why the hell am I so damn weak? Todoroki was taken aback, calling himself weak. Bakugo. Where is this coming from? I tried. I did everything I could to stop her from chasing that stupid dream. But nothing worked. I blasted her notebook and tossed it out the window into the school's fountain. I told her over and over again to give up. And the next thing I know, she starts acting strange. Then the whole mess with Auntie Inko happened, and she completely broke down. I was right there. I could have done something, but instead I left it to the pros, and she decides to run in. That night, when the nurse said she'd never recover, I'd never seen her so distraught. Even after all the crap I put her through. In order to stabilize himself, Bakugo needed to inhale. Todoroki was unsure of what to do or how to process all he had said. If you regretted treating her badly, then. I said shut up and listen. She didn't come back to school for a while. And when she did, she was like a completely different person. The one you've come to know. I told you during the sports festival that it was just a facade, a tough front to hide behind. But after what happened at Kamino, turns out she wasn't hiding in fear, she was hiding someone I didn't know. I knew something was wrong, but I was powerless to do anything about it. Then, what's the part you're not telling me? Todoroki nearly did a double take when Bakugo said, "It's my fault." However, he chose not to interrupt because he could tell Bakugo was being serious. I made her into a villain. I got my stupid, weak ass kidnapped and caused All Might to lose his powers. Damn it, she was always the one chasing me, so why in the hell am I chasing her now? Every time I close my eyes, I see her back to me. I hear what she said, what I saw in her eyes. That bastard did something to her, and now he's locked up in Tartarus. I can't even give him a beating and force him to change her back. Yeah, we overheard some of what she said from behind the wall. What exactly did you do to her? That's the thing, I don't know. I don't get it, and that's pissing me off. I didn't do anything different or special. So why? You should tell this to All Might, or any of the teachers. No, you still don't get it. Damn it, just shut up and fight me. I'm done with words, I'll tell you through my actions. In other places, under its sheet, Magna sat on a crate containing the unique magnet. So Twice is coming, right? Why did we have to meet up at another old warehouse? This place is gross. Compress let out an inward sigh. Come now, he said this was a big catch. You're the ones who arrived early. Izumi exhaled deeply. She had been restless and impatient since Camino, and she had no idea why. They had to keep quiet, she knew. And this entire roundabout was required to prevent people from discovering their primary hiding place. She rubbed her arm, which was still a little sore after being taken out of its splint. Did he say anything about who he was bringing? Compress was worried about the lack of identity provided. No, just that he seemed big. He might have thought this man was trouble. No name, no criminal history, just being impressed twice. I trust Twice's judgment, but I wish he would have done a bit more digging. Shigaraki finally spoke as a car came to a stop. As Twice opened the door, Shigaraki couldn't help but notice their visitor's unique appearance. Quiet, here they come. Well now, pretty big catch was right. A man with short black hair, a green jacket with a fluffy collar, white gloves that barely covered his palms, and most importantly a plague doctor mask entered. You think so? Strange coming from you, the League of Villains. What gives, is this guy famous or something? Master showed me a picture of him once. He's what you'd call, Yakuza. The young head of the Shihasaikai. To what do we owe the pleasure? Izumi tried to recall what she knew about the Shihasaikai while Compress gave Toga the rundown on the Yakuza. She was never informed of anything by All for One, but she wasn't the designated heir. There has never been a particularly noteworthy instance involving any Yakuza in all the years of watching Heroes. They were an endangered species, as Compress stated. Endangered species, huh? I guess that's true. So what's a Yakuza thug doing here? Let me guess, you're excited about All Might's retirement too. Shigaraki said, it's good that he's gone sure, but I'm more interested in All for One's absence. The Dark Emperor who ruled over the shadows. The old-timers wouldn't stop talking about him even after rumors of his death. Honestly though, most people my age thought he was an urban legend. You can imagine the shock when he showed up in the flesh. But in the end, the big bad was thrown into Tartarus, and the symbol of peace retired. Which means those of us in the shadows and those in the light are left leaderless. So, who will step up to take their places? Shigaraki moved away from the wall he was resting on and began to approach him. You know who my master is, but you've still got the nerve to ask that. Sounds like a challenge. I'm the next leader. Even now I'm gathering my troops, our numbers continue to increase. With our combined power, I'll turn Hero Society to dust. You have an actual plan. Finally, the question he's been waiting to ask. Watch your tongue, and your tone. I thought you came here to join up with us. Not good. Shigaraki might reject him at this rate, or strike. Izumi was forced to step in. Shigaraki. Ah, the UA Hero Course student turned villain. I have some things to ask you, but first things first. A goal without a plan is just a wish. If that's all you're offering, why should I join you? What happens after you increase your forces? Do you even have any idea how you're going to organize your league? You had the hero killer Stain at your side, Muscular, Moonfish, all first-class game pieces. And you lost them. Maybe you just didn't know how to play the game. You can't even manage a bunch of crazy people, and you want to build an army. What happens when that power spirals out of control? You need direction to achieve your goals. And I have a plan. I didn't come here today because I wanted to join you. You brought this idiot here without knowing his intentions twice. Twice appeared to recoil at Shigaraki's comment, but Overhaul continued speaking. In order to execute my design I need money. Unfortunately, there aren't many people willing to invest into some obsolete, small-time Yakuza. Now your group on the other hand has some widespread name recognition. Put yourself under me, make me your new leader, and I'll show you exactly how to use the right tools. His blatant proposal stunned everyone. At first, Shigaraki wanted to tell him to go, but Magna had other ideas. He removed the sheet from the magnet and prepared to use it. Magna was fortunate that Izumi touched the end of it. Enough. What are you doing? I said enough, Magna. Now then, Mr. Hassaikai, you've done a lot of talking. How about you go while we mull it over? Enraged at her assuming control, Shigaraki slowly turned to face her. What the hell do you think you're doing? We can all talk again once we've cooled off. It's clear that neither of us wants to work under the other, so let's take a break. Overhaul was ready for a fight, but this girl was cool under pressure. Besides, she was right. Tempers were rising. Better to have a clear head for this. He took out a business card and flicked it at Shigaraki's feet, saying, agreed. He then departed, saying, it would be best if we spoke soon. After we've all had a chance to cool down. Magna snapped first, despite Shigaraki's desire to give in. What the hell was that? I didn't join the league to serve under anyone else. Magna's outburst was cut off when she said, you would have been killed. But we weren't followed. We could have taken him. No chance. Firstly, he was confident enough to come in alone. We don't know what his quirk is, and killing him would get us nowhere. Secondly, you may not have been followed twice, but I noticed he had backup outside. Probably someone with a tracking quirk. And third, while I don't want to serve him either, he had some good points. What happens after? It's worth thinking about Shigaraki. We should at least see what he has to offer, even if we only become allies. And if you still want to destroy him after, then you still can. Only you'd have what's his. Although Shigaraki didn't like it, he could see her point of view. Whatever, I'll trust your instincts for now. But he won't get away with this. It wasn't anticipated that Shigaraki would call so quickly, but it was best to deal with this now. Overhaul sat and waited while the Hassaikai members set up the meeting room. He mentioned that he would be bringing a second, which was odd, but maybe things would go more smoothly if it was that hero student girl. One of his men had told him that she'd spotted them before acting. It was worth having her around just for that. Before long, the doors opened, and Izumi and Shigaraki entered. Shigaraki, more than a little agitated, used 4 fingers to remove his hood. You had us walking around in circles underground for 30 minutes. I'm not an ant. Are all Yakuza strongholds like this? We don't know who might be watching us or from where. And not all of our guests have the best intentions. So we have a number of routes leading here, an underground reception room where we can be reasonably sure of our privacy. A short man with a black full-body outfit and a different bird mask, one of Overhaul's henchmen, spoke up. You ever wonder how we survive so long? It's because of little details like that. Anyway, down to business. Did you really mean what you said over the phone the other day, that you'll join us under the right conditions? Izumi sat slightly more respectfully beside Shigaraki, who simply plopped down. Shigaraki put his foot on the table and said, don't start celebrating just yet. Izumi rolled her eyes. You know you shouldn't do that. Quiet. Now then, you want to capitalize on our reputation, we want to increase our strength. Our needs happen to coincide for the moment. Overhaul could feel himself get sicker. She's right, you know. Put your foot down, the table will get dirty. Izumi pinched the bridge of her nose and said, oh please. You really ought to mind your manners, I don't appreciate disrespect. Now we won't be putting ourselves under you, we'll still be calling our own shots, got it? Either it's a joint partnership or I walk out the door. So those are the conditions. One more thing. That grand plan you mentioned, I want to know the details, it's a reasonable request. I need to decide if it's worth lending you our name. You see, 2 of Overhaul's goons were on Shigaraki, pressing their pistols into his head as he reached into his inner coat pocket. Hands where I can see them. Where do you get off acting like you're in charge here? Yeah, you little. Izumi interrupted him. There's no need to be so jumpy. If anything, we're returning something to you. And we believe it's important. Kurono, Mimic, stand down. They came all this way to make an offer. The least we can do is hear them out. By all means, continue. Shigaraki brandished a red bullet casing with a needle on it, saying, like I said before your friends got jumpy, I want details. We can start with this. It's part of the plan, right? You see, after Incinerator defused the situation and told us about your ambush, we took a look around and found this. When I grabbed it, I accidentally stuck myself with it, and I was unable to use my quirk for a while. I'd like to know what this is, and what you're planning to do with it. Tell me. When I discover who's to blame, I'll break the natural order of things. They say all for one ruled by stealing other people's quirks, so I've taken his method and fine-tuned it a little. I've already begun to spread my roots across this country. Little by little. After a while, Asui, Hiroshima, and Uraraka were traveling to the same station. They landed at the same place after traveling in the same direction and making the same turns. Night Eye Agency. They saw professionals everywhere once they were inside, including their teacher. And the big three, of course. Najire Hado, who'd introduced the two girls to work-study with Yukyu. Hiroshima was practically compelled to meet Fatgum through Tamaki Imajiki. Additionally, it was Mirio Tagata who first demonstrated to their class how they differed from work-study students. Here, he completed his work-study. Even though they were eager to help, the encounter made their hearts sink. It was terrible enough that Overhaul was mistreating his daughter in order to extract quirk-destroying bullets from her. However, they might encounter Izumi if the League of Villains was involved. Uraraka had been taking the situation with her friend a bit harder than the others, at least as far as she knew. She was unable to contact her, much less invite her to return. The UA students all sat at the same table after the meeting. More than anyone else, Mirio was reacting negatively to the news about Eri. He had, after all, once run into the girl while on patrol and decided not to intervene for the sake of the case. He would never have allowed her to elude him if he had known at the time. Knowing exactly what his students were thinking at the moment, Aizawa walked up to them. "What is this, a funeral?" "Mr. Aizawa, call me Eraserhead outside of school. Anyway, I was thinking of canceling your work studies before the meeting. And don't act surprised either. If I had known the League was involved sooner, you wouldn't be here now. I'd say the three of you don't have to be there, that you have no reason to take part. But I know you'll want to look for Midoriya. That's why, as your teacher, I'll be there to keep an eye on you. The big three are practically pros, but you three on the other hand will have minimal involvement. Am I clear? But Mr. I mean Eraserhead, what if she is there? You don't think she'd let them get away with hurting Eri, do you?" "No, I don't, but who's to say she'll even be there? There's no evidence to say they've partnered up. Even if she was, there's no guarantee that Shisaki would let her in on the details. Tagata, Hado, Imajiki, if you see Midoriya there, don't hesitate. If at all possible, I'd like for her to be taken in quietly. That way we can avoid the press." After pouting for a while, Mirio looked up. "Of course sir, we'll rescue Eri, and get Midoriya back. Count on it. Oh, and this goes without saying, but you three have to keep everything involving your work studies under wraps. At least until this case is done with." In other places, Overhaul and Shigaraki sat with a shogi board in front of them. Shigaraki disliked Overhaul's overreach as he clarified his desires. "So you want Kurogiri, Toga, and Twice. Those are all important pieces. We're supposed to be allies, right? I told you all about my plan, so you'll have to give something. I've got Kurogiri on an important mission right now, so he's unavailable. I can give you the other two, and that's all." "Well, if you can't send Kurogiri, then what about that former hero student? She'll be useful too." This guy, what gives him the right to demand things from me? However, there are advantages to his plan. HMPH, fine, I can't move her as I want right now anyway. Good, then it's decided. At first, Toga was against the idea when Shigaraki told the others, and Twice was. Nevertheless, he was able to persuade them. Izumi simply complied with Shigaraki's requests without saying anything. When the three of them reached the hiding place, they noticed that Overhaul was accompanied by a sizable number of minions. Toga would wait it out even though she didn't really want to be here. She made an enthusiastic introduction. "Hi, I'm Toga, I'll be working with you starting today. I'm Twice, and I hate your guts. Give the order, boss." With a shrug, Izumi chose to make a brief introduction. "Incinerator. Well, they're certainly an interesting group. Just follow my instructions like everyone else in the organization. But first things first, I want to know the details of your quirks. It'll be easier for us to work together if I fully understand what you can do. I'll tell you about my power when you need to know. Oh, and by the way, I don't really like you guys." Mimic was so furious that he almost exploded from his suit. Then he made an odd sound and said, "So much for a good first impression. Don't underestimate the Yakuza." Izumi sighed as the others stared at each other like daggers. "Seriously, whatever, I'll start. Do you want the long or short version?" "As detailed as you can get. My quirk is called combustion. It lets me absorb heat, and release it in whatever way I can. Whether that be through heatwaves or heat explosions, or even just keeping a cup of coffee hot. I can even absorb body heat. And I get a bit of heat resistance to compensate. Though, I've never actually calculated how hot I can get. Somewhere between passing out and feeling like I'll melt. Is that good enough? Izu, why would you just tell them about your quirk? Because he asked. And because he's right. It would be bad if we were put into a situation that doesn't suit us. Like getting put up against an ice user for me. We're supposed to be allies. I respect holding a grudge, but right now we're on the same team. Yeah, what she said. I still don't like it. I'm with Toga. I'll tell them when I feel like it. No way. Won't get nothing out of me. My lips are sealed. One of Overhaul's goons raised his voice. What is your quirk? Twice immediately described his quirk in great detail. He revealed everything, including his refusal to replicate himself, citing personal motives. After Twice finished, he protested that it wasn't him by turning to face Toga. Toga responded similarly when those same goons asked for her quirk. In an instant, Izumi was on top of him. She took out her notebook, turned to a new page, and began working, muttering as she went. Interesting. So your quirk allows you to manipulate others. Or does it simply force out the truth? She asked. Overhaul was beginning to get a headache from it. Please stop that. Izumi paused in the middle of her statement and put her notes away. Sorry, bad habit. That guy from earlier went on. One more thing. Did Shigaraki say anything about betraying us? Izumi gave a firm no in response. Twice and Toga paused before responding in unison. Was all that really necessary? Toga and Twice grumbled a little, but Izumi remained silent. I can accept you as members of the Hasaikai now. But wanted criminals like you need to stay out of sight. Unless I say so, don't leave the underground facilities. Once I can trust you a little more, then maybe things will change. Although, you, Incinerator, are only a bit more trustworthy. I might need to ask you to do something. He then left. Mimic then began disparaging them. Naturally, Izumi ignored him. Where do we sleep, and how will we handle food? Hey brat, you better listen to me. You remind me too much of Kachan. And for context, he's the one I wanna kill most. I like the fire in your eyes. Let's fight. Now, let's not fight in here. I will take you to your quarters, if you'll follow me. The 3 League members were put to work shortly after they were positioned. Mostly low-level jobs, grunt labor at its best. Additionally, they were restricted to a small area of the hiding place. They were under continual supervision even back then. Overhaul didn't make a specific request for Izumi until the following day. Overhaul had a shogi game set up when she arrived at the meeting room. Ever played shogi before? Can't say that I have. But surely you didn't ask me here for a simple game. We'll see. I have some things I'd like to ask you. Sit and have a game with me, I can teach you as we go. Izumi shrugged and took a seat as Overhaul went over the fundamentals. She didn't exactly have good answers, and the questions he asked seemed rather personal. He asked her about her time in the hero course, the League, and the reasons behind her support for the League. He was being friendly enough, but she was a little upset about his most recent inquiry. You want to know about Kachan? You mentioned him to Mimic the other day. Call it checking our bases. I just want to know if it'll be a problem. He's the worst of the worst. I hate him, maybe just as much as Shigaraki hates All Might. I want to be the one to end him, to make him suffer. It's the least I owe him for all he's done to me. Overhaul swiftly took it, which made her mood even worse. She let out a frustrated sigh. Toga said he failed to get his provisional license, which means he won't be doing any hero work. Work studies aren't even available to first years anyway, so I doubt he'll be a problem. And your other classmates, what if they get involved? What will you do then? Simple. If they're involved at all, they'll be relegated to small parts. Unless you order me to kill them, then I intend to avoid them, which shouldn't be hard. I'd be more concerned about the big 3. And they are the 3 top students at UA. Third years that are practically pros already. I don't know the details of their quirks, just their names and faces. He assumed it would have to do. Speaking of quirks, you were pretty excited before. Even began writing things down. Why is that? Izumi hesitated a second. Because, before Shigaraki, I idolized heroes. I studied the quirks of all kinds of pros, and anyone else who'd humor me really. I have a ton of notes on various quirks, who they belong to, how they use them, Theories, strengths, weaknesses, so on and so forth. It's like a part of me now. If you want, I can share everything I know. Or just make you a copy to read on your own time. It's a lot after all, years of observation. He ended the game with his last move, saying, I'll send you some paper later. Guess shogi isn't your strong suit. Hey, I just learned how to play. No matter, you did well for a beginner. You catch on to things quickly. I could really use that in the organization. Permanently. So you want me to stay in the Hasaikai forever, huh? Guess I'll move on to my last question then, at least for now. Why stay with the league? Shigaraki doesn't seem like someone you'd follow by happenstance, even if you were with him from the start. As a leader he's lacking in many ways. So why? It was another question that she found difficult to respond to. She had wondered about it soon after the Kamino incident. Why continue to play in the league? Why not attempt to return to Ua, transform into a hero, and hope that her previous deeds are not discovered? I guess, it's because, they're family. That kind of resonated with Overhaul. He recalled what Pops gave him and did for him. He would make it work even if they didn't agree with his current plan. Pops would then express gratitude to him. I can get that. The Yakuza act like a family too though. Why not come join us full time? I think you already know the answer to that. It would be no different than me asking you to leave the Hasaikai and join the league. You wouldn't abandon your family. True, but you've only known them for a year at most. Hardly comparable. Yeah, that's fair, but we're a band of misfits who found peace with each other. None of us are willing to leave the others behind. Our family might be more dysfunctional, but it's mine all the same. He had plenty of time to persuade her. I see. Rushing wasn't necessary. Overhaul turned to Kurono after she had gone, saying, well, no point in keeping you any longer. You can head back to the other two now. So, what do you think? She's surprisingly open with us. I don't think she means any hostility, but still I don't fully trust her. Even so, I'll abide by whatever decision you make. Give her some time. Eri needs someone closer to her age. My only real concern is that she's still sick, like everyone else in the world. Despite leaving Ua, she still has hero syndrome. She might be a liability. Izumi had heard one of the grunts discussing magical girls the following day. To Izumi's dismay, it appears that a young girl was present. However, she dismissed it as the head's heir. However, what caught her attention was what he said after that. Yeah man, there was this weird older guy in the store. Said he was a fan. Can you believe someone his age being into magical girls? What a total creep. To each their own I guess. Maybe he was shopping for his kid or something. That makes the most sense. But still, he was wearing a suit and even put his hand on my shoulder. And he was kind of in my face too. Dude's got skeletons in his closet. Oh, and even after all that, Eri still doesn't look happy. I'm a goner. Izumi finally spoke up, leaning her shoulder against the wall and saying, ahem. What did he look like? Then he whispered to his friend, well, ya know, some middle-aged guy with glasses. Hey, you don't think she heard all that right? I'm standing a few feet from you, yes I overheard. Not like I know who Eri is, or even need to know. If I did, then Overhaul probably would have told me. What I want to know is, did this guy have an intense or menacing glare? Oh, yeah, how do you know? Don't tell me, did he also have green and yellow hair? Damn, yeah, what, is he your dad or something? Izumi pulled him to her eye level by grabbing him by the collar. Izumi dropped him as the man simply stammered with his mouth open. You idiot, that's Sir Night-Eye. He was All Might's sidekick for 5 years. And his quirk is foresight. Do you understand what that means? Izumi said, I need to tell Overhaul. Where's Mimic or Kurono when you need them?
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.